Where I come from, clowns don't bite people, says Matt, glaring down at me, with his arms crossed, like an asshole. Matt is in charge here. He's a rehabilitation specialist, which means he gets to sit around and berate me for my supposed crimes. Matt is short and fat, with pasty, doughy chins that droop down, covering his neck. He wears a trucker hat, unironically. He has never bitten anyone in his life, or made anyone laugh on purpose, and it shows. He is the opposite of a clown. Not that all clowns bite. Obviously not, or very few people would hire us to perform at children's parties. But I do. And that's why I'm here, at Clown Rehab. I try to answer Matt, but I can't because of the ball gag in my mouth. They placed it there as soon as I checked in, as a precaution. I tried to explain that the gag was completely unnecessary. After all, it's not like I bite just anyone, at any time. I'm not a rabid animal, for God's sakes. But again, it was difficult to explain, because of the fucking rubber ball in my mouth. The ring they made me wear buzzes. It's an electronic ring, placed snugly around my middle finger, on my left hand. It looks like a simple black band, very plain and innocuous. But in fact, it's anything but. It's actually a high-tech gadget that notifies me when it's time to go to the cafeteria, when it's time to go to therapy, and when it's time to go to bed. If I fail to respond to a buzz, the buzz turns into a mild shock. If I ignore a mild shock, it becomes a strong, painful shock. I have never ignored a strong, painful shock, but I assume what comes next is awful. I have never ignored Matt hears the buzz and grimaces, but I assume what comes lunchtime next again, is awful. He says, as if meal times were a personal affront. His girth would suggest otherwise, but I can't say this. Ball gag. I nod and stand, eager to get away from him. He's been lecturing me for the better part of an hour, and I can't stand the sight of him much longer. Most of the clowns are here for more ordinary reasons. They showed up to work high, or drunk, or got into serious fights with obnoxious party guests. Maybe they stole things from homes where they worked. A few clowns are here for being creepy with children. All of those clowns are allowed to eat in the cafeteria, like human beings. I, on the other hand, am forced to eat alone, in my room, where I don't pose a risk to anyone. A guard removes my ball gag, while a second guard stands at the ready, holding a stun gun in case I start chomping. They escort me into my room, where my sad plastic tray awaits me. They leave, I eat, they come and put the ball gag back in, and we repeat the process at the next meal time. Today my meal is mashed potatoes and gravy, with chocolate pudding in a little plastic cup. Soft foods. Nothing that requires chewing. It's all part of my program, you see, to wean me off the urge to bite. It's not working. You've probably heard of Clown College, or Clown Academy. There are many of them, and they all have different philosophies, and different styles. The one I attended was called the Academy of Fine Clowning, and it was strictly about classic clowning, with a focus on mime, dance, and physical comedy. In my own clowning practice, I performed solo shows with dark themes. My stage name was Jaunty, and I wore a traditional black leotard, with white face paint. I was not a birthday party clown. I was not there to make you feel good. I was not your dancing monkey. I was an artist, and my job was to convey emotion. Which I did. Well. My most intellectually complex show was called Shrubland, and it was a psychosexual thriller that took place in a heavily vandalized abandoned house that was haunted by the ghost of a serial killer. As you probably guessed, I was the serial killer. Of course, it's frowned upon for classic performers to involve the audience in the show. It's called Breaking the Fourth Wall, and it's strictly for hacks who don't understand art, and nasty attention whores. However, because of the brutal nature of my piece, I felt it was necessary to add a real element of danger, something to wake the audience up, to shock them out of their complacency. Hence, the biting. After lunch, we have mandatory clowning with kindness class, which is exactly what it sounds like. Matt, thank God, is absent from these proceedings. The teacher is a practicing clown named Lulu, who comes every day in full makeup, with a bright blue fright wig, reminiscent of Marge Simpson. Lulu is all about clowning with kindness. Lulu wants to bring smiles and hugs to the whole world. I very much want to bite Lulu. But I don't. Instead, I take my seat in the back of the grimly bland classroom, tightly gagged, alone in a sea of bozos and Timmies and Flopsies and Buddies. One of the most important things we can do as clowns is to make our clients smile. Let's all think of ways we can make people smile, says Lulu, demonstrating with her own garish, pink smile. We cannot steal from them, says Kiki, giving a side glance at a thieving clown sitting next to her. Great! Lulu says, and writes this on the whiteboard. The scent of institutional marker floats back and assaults my nostrils. We can read the room, says Bozo, with totally unearned confidence. After all, he is here for doing inappropriate things with bananas at a children's party. Excellent, says Lulu, adding that to her sad list. This is what my life has become. My jaw aches. At night, when I'm locked in my room and expected to sleep, the gag is removed, and I'm free to close my mouth and open it as I see fit. It's a relief, and I savor the cramping as my lips close firmly, pressing together like hands in prayer. I reach into the slit in my mattress, where I've hidden several paper clips, purloined from the various classrooms I've been forced to sit in over the past few weeks. A paper clip, by itself, is a silly, flimsy thing. But many paper clips lumped together, and sharpened into a point, can be a formidable weapon, in the right hands. My hands are right. And tomorrow, when the guard comes to muzzle me, he will learn just how right these hands are.
Many years ago, on my way from Hong Kong to New York, I passed a week in San Francisco. A long time had gone by since I had been in that city, during which my ventures in the Orient had prospered beyond my hope. I was rich and could afford to revisit my own country, to renew my friendship with such of the companions of my youth as still lived and remembered me with the old affection. Chief of these, I hoped, was Mohan Dampier, an old schoolmate with whom I had held a desultory correspondence which had long ceased, as is the way of correspondence between men. You may have observed that the indisposition to write a merely social letter is in the ratio of the square of the distance between you and your correspondent. It is a law. I remember Dampier as a handsome, strong young fellow of scholarly tastes, with an aversion to work and a marked indifference to many of the things that the world cares for, including wealth, of which, however, he had inherited enough to put him beyond the reach of want. In his family, one of the oldest and most aristocratic in the country, it was, I think, a matter of pride that no member of it had ever been in trade nor politics, nor suffered any kind of distinction. Mohan was a trifle sentimental, and had in him a singular element of superstition, which led him to the study of all manner of occult subjects, although his sane mental health safeguarded him against fantastic and perilous faiths. He made daring incursions into the realm of the unreal without renouncing his residence in the partly surveyed and uncharted region of what we are pleased to call certitude. The night of my visit to him was stormy. The Californian winter was on, and the incessant rain plashed in the deserted streets, or lifted by irregular gusts of wind, was hurled against the houses with incredible fury. With no small difficulty, my cabman found the right place, away out towards the ocean beach, in a sparsely populated suburb. The dwelling, a rather ugly one, apparently stood in the centre of its grounds, which, as nearly as I could make out in the gloom, were destitute of either flowers or grass. 3 or 4 trees, writhing and moaning in the torment of the tempest, appeared to be trying to escape from their dismal environment and take the chance of finding a better one out at sea. The house was a 2-story brick structure with a tower, a story higher at one corner. In a window of that was the only visible light. Something in the appearance of the place made me shudder, a performance that may have been assisted by a rill of rainwater down my back as I scuttled to cover in the doorway. In answer to my note apprising him of my wish to call, Dampier had written, "Don't ring. Open the door and come up." I did so. The staircase was dimly lighted by a single gas jet at the top of the 2nd flight. I managed to reach the landing without disaster and entered by an open door into the lighted square room of the tower. Dampier came forward in gown and slippers to receive me, giving me the greeting that I had wished, and if I had held a thought, that it might be more fitly have been accorded me at the front door. The first look at him dispelled any sense of his inhospitality. He was not the same. Hardly past middle-aged, he had gone grey and had acquired a pronounced stoop. His figure was thin and angular, his face deeply lined, his complexion dead, white, without a touch of colour. His eyes, unnaturally large, glowed with a fire that was almost uncanny. He seated me, proffered a cigar, and with grave and obvious sincerity assured me of the pleasure that it gave him to meet me. Some unimportant conversation followed, but all the while I was dominated by a melancholy sense of the great change in him. This he must have perceived, for he suddenly said with a bright enough smile, "You are disappointed in me. Non sum qualis eram." I hardly knew what to reply, but managed to say, "Why, really, I don't know. Your Latin is about the same." He brightened again. "No," he said, "being a dead language, it grows in appropriateness. But please have the patience to wait. Where I am going, there is perhaps a better tongue. Will you care to have a message in it?" The smile faded as he spoke, and as he concluded, he was looking into my eyes with a gravity that distressed me. Yet I would not surrender myself to his mood, nor permit him to see how deeply his prescience of death affected me. "I fancy that it will be long," I said, "before human speech will cease to serve our need, and then the need, with its possibilities of service, will have passed." He made no reply, and I too was silent, for the talk had taken a dispiriting turn, yet I knew not now how to give it a more agreeable character. Suddenly, in a pause of the storm, when the dead silence was almost startling by contrast of the previous uproar, I heard a gentle tapping which appeared to come from the wall behind my chair. The sound was such as might have been made by a human hand, not as upon a door by one asking admittance, but rather, I thought, as an agreed signal, an assurance of someone's presence in an adjoining room. Most of us, I fancy, have had more experience of such communications than we could care to relate. I glanced at Dampier. If possibly there was something of amusement in the look, he did not observe it. He appeared to have forgotten my presence, and was staring at the wall behind me with an expression in his eyes that I am unable to name, although my memory of it is as vivid today as was my sense of it then. The situation was embarrassing. I rose to take my leave. At this he seemed to recover himself. "Please be seated," he said. "It is nothing. No one is there." But the tapping was repeated, and with the same gentle, slow insistence as before. "Pardon me," I said. "It is late. May I call tomorrow?" He smiled. A little mechanically, I thought. "It is very delicate of you," said he, "but quite needless. Really, this is the only room in the tower, and no one is there. At least—" He left the sentence incomplete, rose, and threw up a window, the only opening in the wall from which the sound seemed to have come. See? Not clearly knowing what else to do, I followed him to the window and looked out. A street lamp some little distance away gave enough light through the murk of the rain, that was again falling in torrents, to make it entirely plain that no one was there. In truth, there was nothing but the sheer blank wall of the tower. Dampier closed the window, and signing me to my seat, resumed his own. The incident was not in itself particularly mysterious. Any one of a dozen explanations was possible, though none has occurred to me. Yet it impressed me strangely, the more, perhaps, from my friend's efforts to reassure me, which seemed to dignify it with a certain significance and importance. He had proved that no one was there, but in that fact lay all the interest, and he proffered no explanation. His silence was irritating, and made me resentful. "My good friend," I said, somewhat ironically, I fear, "I am not disposed to question your right to harbour as many spooks as you find agreeable to your taste, and consistent with your notions of companionship. That is no business of mine. But, being just a plain man of affairs, mostly of this world, I find spooks needless to my peace and comfort. I am going to my hotel, where my fellow guests are still in the flesh." It was not a very civil speech, but he manifested no feeling about it. "Kindly remain," he said. "I am grateful for your presence here. What you have heard tonight, I believe myself to have heard twice before. Now I know it was no illusion. That is much to me, more than you know. Have a fresh cigar and a good stock of patience while I tell you the story." The rain was now falling more steadily, with a low monotonous susurration, interrupted at long intervals by the sudden slashing of the boughs of the trees as the wind rose and failed. The night was well advanced, but both sympathy and curiosity held me a willing listener to my friend's monologue, which I did not interrupt by a single word from beginning to end. 10 years ago," he said, "I occupied a ground-floor apartment in one of the row of houses, all alike, away at the other end of the town, on what we call Rincon Hill. This had been the best quarter of San Francisco, but had fallen onto neglect and decay, partly because the primitive character of its domestic architecture no longer suited the maturing tastes of our wealthy citizens, and partly because certain public improvements had made a wreck of it. The row of dwellings, in one of which I lived, stood a little way back from the street, each having a miniature garden, separated from its neighbours by low iron fences, and bisected with mathematical precision by a box-bordered gravel walk from gate to door. One morning, as I was leaving my lodging, I observed a young girl entering the adjoining garden on the left. It was a warm day in June, and she was lightly gowned in white. From her shoulders hung a broad straw hat, profusely decorated with flowers and wonderfully beribboned in the fashion of the time. My attention was not long held by the exquisite simplicity of her costume, for no one could look at her face and think of anything earthly. Do not fear, I shall not profane it by description. It was beautiful exceedingly. All that I had ever seen or dreamed of loveliness was in that matchless living picture by the hand of the divine artist. So deeply did it move me, that without a thought of the impropriety of the act, I unconsciously bared my head as a devout Catholic or well-bred Protestant uncovers before an image of the Blessed Virgin. The maiden showed no displeasure. She merely turned her glorious dark eyes upon me with a look that made me catch my breath, and without other recognition of my act, passed into the house. For a moment I stood motionless, hat in hand, painfully conscious of my rudeness, yet so dominated by the emotion inspired by that vision of incomparable beauty that my penitence was less poignant than it should have been. Then I went my way, leaving my heart behind. In the natural course of things, I should probably have remained away until nightfall. But by the middle of the afternoon I was back in the little garden, affecting an interest in the few foolish flowers that I had never before observed. My hope was vain. She did not appear. To a night of unrest succeeded a day of expectation and disappointment. But on the day after, as I wandered aimlessly about the neighborhood, I met her. Of course I did not repeat my folly of uncovering, nor venture by even so much as to long a look to manifest an interest in her, yet my heart was beating audibly. I trembled and consciously coloured as she turned her big black eyes upon me with a look of obvious recognition, entirely devoid of boldness or coquetry. I will not weary you with the particulars. Many times afterwards I met the maiden, yet never either addressed her or sought to fix her attention, nor did I take any action toward making her acquaintance. Perhaps my forbearance, requiring so supreme an effort of self-denial, will not be entirely clear to you. That I was heels over head in love is true, but who can overcome his habit of thought, or reconstruct his character? I was what some foolish persons are pleased to call, and others more foolish are pleased to be called, an aristocrat. And despite her beauty, her charms and grace, the girl was not of my class. I had learnt her name, which it is needless to speak, and something of her family. She was an orphan, a dependent niece of the impossible elderly fat woman in whose lodging-house she lived. My income was small, and I lacked the talent for marrying. It is perhaps a gift. An alliance with that family would condemn me to its manner of life, part me from my books and studies, and in a social sense reduce me to the ranks. It is easy to deprecate such considerations as these, and I have not retained myself for the defence. Let judgment be entered against me, but in strict justice all my ancestors for generations should be made co-defendants, and I'd be permitted to plead in mitigation of punishment the imperious mandate of heredity. To a mesalliance of that kind, every globule of my ancestral blood spoke in opposition. In brief, my tastes, habits, instincts, with whatever of reason, my love had left me, all fought against it. Moreover, I was an irreclaimable sentimentalist, and found a subtle charm in an impersonal and spiritual relation which acquaintance might vulgarize and marriage would certainly dispel. No woman, I argued, is what this lovely creature seems. Love is a delicious dream. Why should I bring about my own awakening? The course dictated by all this sense and sentiment was obvious. Honour, pride, prudence, preservation of my ideals, all commanded me to go away. But for that I was too weak. The utmost that I could do by a mighty effort of will was to cease meeting the girl, and that I did. I even avoided the chance encounters of the garden, leaving my lodging only when I knew that she had gone to her music lessons, and returning after nightfall. Yet all the while I was as one in a trance, indulging the most fascinating fancies and ordering my entire intellectual life in accordance with my dream. Ah, my friend, as one whose actions have traceable relation to reason, you cannot know the fool's paradise in which I lived. One evening the devil put it into my head to be an unspeakable idiot. By apparently careless and purposeless questioning, I learned from my gossipy landlady that the young woman's bedroom adjoined my own, a party wall between. Yielding to a sudden and coarse impulse, I gently rapped on the wall. There was no response, naturally, but I was in no mood to accept a rebuke. A madness was upon me, and I repeated the folly, the offence, but again ineffectually, and I had the decency to desist. An hour later, while absorbed in some of my infernal studies, I heard, or thought I heard, my signal answered. Flinging down my books, I sprang to the wall, and as steadily as my beating heart would permit, gave 3 slow taps upon it. This time the response was distinct, unmistakable. 1, 2, 3, an exact repetition of my signal. That was all I could elicit, but it was enough. Too much. The next evening, and for many evenings afterwards, that folly went on, I always having the last word. During the whole period I was deliriously happy, but with the perversity of my nature I persevered in my resolution not to see her. Then, as I should have expected, I got no further answers. She is disgusted, I said to myself, with what she thinks my timidity in making no more definite advances, and I resolved to seek her and make her acquaintance, and what? I did not know, nor do I now know what might have come of it. I know only that I passed days and days trying to meet her, and all in vain. She was invisible as well as inaudible. I haunted the streets where we had met, but she did not come. From my window I watched the garden in front of her house, but she passed neither in nor out. I fell into the deepest dejection, believing that she had gone away, yet took no steps to resolve my doubt by inquiry of my landlady, to whom, indeed, I had taken an unconquerable aversion from her having once spoken of the girl with less of reverence than I thought befitting. There came a fateful night. Worn out with emotion, irresolution, and despondency, I had retired early and fallen into such sleep as was still possible to me. In the middle of the night, some malign power bent upon the wrecking of my peace forever caused me to open my eyes and sit up, wide awake and listening intently, for I knew not what. Then I thought I heard a faint tapping on the wall, the mere ghost of the familiar signal. In a few moments it was repeated. 1, 2, 3, no louder than before, but addressing a sense alert and strained to receive it. I was about to reply when the adversary of peace again intervened in my affairs with a rascally suggestion of retaliation. She had long and cruelly ignored me. Now I would ignore her. Incredible fatuity, may God forgive it. All the rest of the night I lay awake, fortifying my obstinacy with shameless justifications, and listening. Late the next morning, as I was leaving the house, I met my landlady entering. "Good morning, Mr. Dampier," she said. "Have you heard the news?" I replied in words that I had heard no news, in manner that I did not care to hear any. The manner escaped her observation. "About the sick young lady next door," she babbled on. "What? You did not know? Why, she has been ill for weeks. And now—" I almost sprang upon her. "And now?" I cried. "Now what?" "She is dead." That is not the whole story. In the middle of the night, as I learnt later, the patient, awakening from a long stupor of a week of delirium, had asked, it was her last utterance, that her bed be moved to the opposite side of the room. Those in attendance had thought the request a vagary of her delirium, but had complied. And there the poor passing soul had exerted its failing will to restore a broken connection, a golden thread of sentiment between its innocence and a monstrous baseness owing a blind, brutal allegiance to the law of self. What reparations could I make? Are there masses that can be said for the repose of souls that are abroad such nights as this, spirits blown about by the viewless winds, coming in the storm and darkness with signs and portents, hints of memory and presages of doom? This is the third visitation. On the first occasion I was too sceptical to do more than verify by natural methods of the character of the incident. On the second, I responded to the signal after it had been several times repeated, but without result. Tonight's recurrence completes the fatal triad, expounded by Parapelius Necromantius. There is no more to tell. When Dampier had finished his story, I could think of nothing relevant that I cared to say, and to question him would have been a hideous impertinence. I rose and bade him good night, in a way to convey him a sense of my sympathy, which he silently acknowledged by a pressure of the hand. That night, alone in his sorrow and remorse, he passed into the unknown.
The screams pierced the inky night air. Ella and I sat on the roof of her red car, sharing a cigarette, staring at the stars as they gleamed in the sky. The smoke seemed to be reaching for them. "Are you ready to head in?" she asked. The blue underglow on her car made it easier to see her curly red hair brushing against my shoulder. Her blue eyes gleamed in the light of the Zippo lighter. The gray apartment building loomed in the background. "I don't know," I turned to face her. "What I do know is that I'll miss you." A small smile crept on her face. "How sweet. Don't worry, I'll be here for a few days, then head back home. And don't worry, your new job at the food packing factory will be done in no time." She leaned forward and gave me a small kiss on the lips. They were soft, warm, and tasted like mint. Her face dropped into a more serious look. "Maybe you should shave. You don't want to look like a homeless person, do you?" Ella said in a teasing manner. I got up and slid off the roof of the car. I fished through my pockets until I pulled out a set of keys. "Don't worry, I will. Hopefully these next 5 months go by as fast as they can," I said, then strolled towards the building. As I turned back, the car was nothing but a speck in the dark, only illuminated by the blue underglow. I lay in bed staring at the dark, drab brown ceiling with missing sections. I tossed and turned in my bed as the night air oozed into my room. The screaming from my next-door neighbor got even louder and louder. "I'll go make another noise complaint in the morning. It's only been a few days," I muttered to myself as I toss and turn in my bed, trying to use the pillow to silence the noise. The cracked, cherry redwood walls rattled as the man in the next room banged against them. I had gotten this apartment for stupid cheap. I'm not going to run away from someone screaming. As I smothered my ears with the pillow, all of a sudden, the screaming stopped. Finally, I sighed, "I'll file a noise complaint tomorrow at the front office." As I was finally falling asleep, the sounds of slight that sounded like a poor imitation of children giggling crept from the other side of the wall. I covered my ears until I was finally too exhausted and eventually passed out. But as I was starting to close my eyes, I heard the slight chirping of birds outside the building and felt the sun's rays begin to touch my face. The next day, I got up and marched toward the front desk. As I walked, the baby blue ceiling helped the sickly yellow lights reflect, emitted a slight buzz, and flickered above. The dark cocoa walls felt like they were closing in on me. On the walls, there were a few mirrors. I looked in one of the many mirrors and saw how deep and dark the puffy bags were under my bloodshot gray eyes. My freshly trimmed face made it somewhat better, but my brown hair was a total mess. "I need to get some sleep," I mutter myself. There were a few rooms with barren doors, but no sound came from either of them. Instead, the eerie silence seemed to grow louder. "Where is everyone?" I questioned. I know it's early in the morning, and everyone should be working, but I should at least hear the sounds of pets or children. As I went down in the hall, I could hear the faint screams of the neighbor who kept me up all night echoing down the hall as I pressed the button of the elevator to go down to the main desk. As I went down the elevator, it was creaking and shaking as if it was going to snap and fall all the way down. When I stepped out of the elevator, the vantablack walls seemed to absorb the light from the few light fixtures in the lobby and the natural light from the door leading outside. I walked up to the dark orange desk and rang a silver bell. A few minutes later, a man lowered over me came from the room behind the desk. "Hi," I said in a chipper tone and tried to put on my best smile. But all he met me with was a stone-cold expression. His yellow eyes seemed to pierce into my soul. That's when I realized that the man had no eyebrows. I'm here to make a noise complaint. There's a man next door who is loud, and I was wondering if you could talk to him. His yellow eyes stared unmovingly. Hello? I waved my hands in front of his face. Hello. Yes, he said in a deadpan voice. I will make sure that I might deal with the noise. Might? What do you mean might? I started to raise my voice. I want him dealt with, or I'm ... He slid on a paper across the desk, revealing his split skin in the dim light above. Please fill this out. I grabbed the paper and put it in my pocket. You better figure this out. I snapped, I'm starting work in a few days. I shoved the note into my pocket and walked away. When I got up to my floor and started to walk down the dark and quiet hall, I looked at one of the mirrors and thought I should get some sleep. I'll fill the sheet out later. I started to drag my feet to my door, unlocked it, and flopped on my bed, where I immediately shut my eyes and passed out. When I finally opened my eyes, I stood up and looked out of the window, but all I saw was the inky blackness of the night. The screaming man was even louder this time. Covering my ears, I marched to the walls and banged my fist, breaking the cherry fence even more. Keep it down, I shouted and slumped against the wall, exhausted. But that didn't stop him from screaming as if I didn't exist. Might as well go for a walk and get comfortable living here, I said loudly, getting up and grabbing my shoes and water bottle. When I finally got out the door and went to the elevator. As I strolled around, the lights were giving me a headache. While I was in the elevator going up, I smelled the putrid smell of rotting flesh. At one point the elevator completely stopped, leaving me to linger with the smell. Then, after a few minutes, it came back to life. As the elevator dinged, and I stepped out, the smell hit me like a wave. I plugged my nose and tried not to vomit as I turned around to go back in the elevator. The door was already closed, and I heard the elevator shakily descend. As I was waiting for the elevator, I noticed that the cherry walls were darker, chipped, and holes in them. Faint crying could be heard from one of the rooms with a bright yellow door. I pressed the button again. Nothing happened. I looked around for stairs. But I couldn't find a door anywhere. Taking a deep breath through my nose, I started to walk towards the door. Here we go. I muttered to myself. Please help. I won't let you die. A muffled woman's voice quaked. As I grew closer, heat like a sauna was emanating from the door, making the smell almost unbearable. The lights overhead stopped buzzing. I put my hand on the red-hot doorknob and flung it open. A swarm of flies emanated from the door. The smell of gelatin was too much to bear, and I ended up puking. When I was done puking, I looked around the room. It was almost pitch black, but what I could see was cardboard boxes being swarmed by flies and a bunch of meat hooks. Screams and moans tore up the silence. Out of the darkness, a naked woman crawled towards me. She was cut in half, but was sewn up so no blood was coming from her. Her hair was shaved completely off. The lower half of her jaw was completely missing. Around her neck was a tape recorder with it constantly playing. Please help. I won't let you die. I bolted toward the elevator doors still closed. I smashed into the doors and tried to pry them open. I could hear the elevator slowly making its way up. I looked behind me. The woman was still crawling towards me, her tape recorder slowly dying out. Finally the door opened and I fell into it, but immediately got up and pressed my floor button. The door slowly closed and I slumped to the floor crying. As soon as I got to my floor, I marched to my room to get my stuff and leave. But, when I got to my room, I saw it was covered in blood. The sickly smell of iron filled my nose. I hope you like the surprise, the man next door cackled, his face pressed against the door. For my next trick, his voice took a more serious tone. I'm going to open the door and rip your hair clean off your head with my bare hands. I started to bolt down the hall. A door slammed open, and I ran as fast as I could. Sweat dripped down my face as I huffed and puffed toward the elevator. I was so exhausted that I felt my feet betray me and cross each other up, making me plummet to the floor. As soon as I got back up, I turned around and saw a shirtless man with scars across his body coming at me on all fours like a wild beast. I slammed against the elevator wall and immediately looked around for the fire escape. The scared man was just a few feet away from me. I turned to the right, forcing the heavy fire escape door open, half falling and running down the stairs to the main entrance. "You have to help me," I gasped as I got to the front desk. The tall, pale man sat calmly with a huge stack of paper in front of him. "A crazed man is trying to kill me." The pale sat still, doing nothing. He grabbed one of the sheets from the stack. The elevator was rumbling its way down. I knock over the papers. "Call the police. I beg you." Tears started to come from my eyes. But I couldn't hear the elevator anymore. But a split second later, the man's hands were ripping the elevator doors apart. The sound of metal door was ear-piercing as they tried to remain shut. He had to crouch down because the elevator wasn't fully on the ground yet. I started to turn to the entrance, but as quick as lightning, the pale man grabbed my arm, his grip as tight as steel. I tried to pull away, screaming as loud as I could. "You're not going anywhere." He spoke softly. A smile spread across his face. "Not until he has his way." His yellow eyes flicked to the elevator, which was deadly silent. Scared man had finally gotten them open and slithered out of the elevator. My heart thumped at 1,000 miles. "Rate." I scanned his desk and found a pencil. I stabbed him with it and he let go of his grip without a yelp, and I bolted toward the entrance door. Outside in the pitch blackness, I saw the blue underglow of a car in the distance. I ran as quickly as possible towards the car and threw the door open. A terrified Ella staring at me, a sandwich in her hand. "Floor it," I screamed, leaping into the car. Ella put the pedal to the metal and sped off as I collapsed in the back seat, never to see that apartment again.
It's a lovely day for apple picking. The sun shines high in the clear, blue sky, and the temperature is just right. So it's no surprise when Riley King picks up her woven basket and challenges her best friend, Iron Doll, to a friendly competition of collecting the juicy fruits. Riley King scrambles into her simple yet cozy jacket and her brown leather shoes. She then waits impatiently for her mother, who had insisted upon Riley bringing some treats for her companion. Her mother hands the pastries to Riley gingerly, who in turn does the exact opposite, mindlessly throwing them into her apple basket. She immediately sets off, maintaining a frenetic pace as if the world's tragic end depended on how long two 12-year-old girls meet in Cardoe Orchard. Leaves crunching under her feet. Her nostrils fill up with the unique refreshing air that only autumn provides. Riley looks up, a rainbow of colors, from ruby red to gold, takes the form of perfectly shaped leaves. Occasionally a cheeky one brushes the top of her head, but when she snaps her head up, it dives away, into the horde of colors. The dense amount of fallen leaves create a seemingly magical path for Riley, leaving her feeling like a special queen, the queen of autumn. Blame her over creative imagination. Riley King spots her friend from over 50 meters away. She calls to Iron and increases her speed. In a jiffy, she reaches her friend. They hug, greet each other, and do whatever friends do. "All right, we'll start now. 3 minutes on the clock." Riley tells Iron, who's jumping around while trying to balance her basket on her head. Of course, her basket refused to stay on her head, toppling with every little movement she made. If the basket did stay put on her head, it'll be legendary, and everyone would start trying to defy the laws of gravity. The two girls start to climb trees like nimble little monkeys, reaching for all the apples in their sight and stuffing them into their baskets. Riley climbed onto the highest branch on the highest tree and stole all the juiciest ones, however those quickly ran out. Time was sprinting out of their reach, like how sand trickles out through your fingers no matter how hard you try to contain it in. In a matter of seconds, time's up. Riley jumps off the tree and rushes to compare the results. "I have 22, she announces proudly. Iron counts hers, with Riley looking at her every movement to make sure she doesn't cheat. It's a tie. The two friends start collecting piles of dried up leaves, arranging them into two huge piles. Iron and Riley take their places, 3, 2, 1. They cannonball into the leaves, spraying them everywhere. No need to clean up, it's too much of a bother. They lean against a sturdy old tree in comfortable silence, calming down after all the excitement. Riley takes out her pastries and shares them with Iron, munching while they watch a nearby squirrel collecting nuts for the winter. Today's yet another splendid day for apple picking. Riley's aiming for big and juicy ones for her mother's apple pie. Apple pies are the best to keep one warm when the winter arrives. Riley, again, calls her best friend Iron to go with her. This time the two meet at Iron's house. They set off for Cardoe Orchard. Only patches of sky could be seen from the nature path, blocked by the natural patches of red, orange, and yellow. Leaves crunch under their boots as the soft and gentle wind caresses their faces. The autumn wind starts playing games with them, playfully sending leaves flying toward them, grazing their faces and landing in their apple baskets. The rich earthy smell surrounds them, along with hints of nuts and bark of trees. Like before, the girls compete in picking apples. Riley rushes around like a tornado, Iron calmly jogging. Riley drops half of all apples she picks, but is too anxious to put them back into her basket. Iron ends up intercepting those fruits, so it's really no coincidence that Iron Doll wins the competition by half a dozen. Defeated, Riley sank down, having wasted all her energy in a lost battle. Iron rests beside her, offering her prettiest apple for Riley to munch on. The girls race to the Cardoe stream, where they call it their heaven. The surroundings go well with the clear water, looking like a realistic oil painting from afar. This place really resembles heaven, it's so beautiful. Putting their hands under the mini cascading waterfall, the water parts outwards under their fingers, so soft it feels like nothing. Leaves float on the surface of the flowing river. Little animals are scurrying around, preparing for the mercilessly freezing winter. The girls happily listen to the calming rushing of water while soaking their bare feet in the cold water. How peaceful. Riley King and Iron Doll get up to leave. It had been a fun day, and it was now evening. Riley, still craving for some fun, spots a naughty squirrel hopping about, eyeing her basket of apples suspiciously. No, make that the nuts that are mixed inside. Then, without warning, the little fella lunges forward and topples the whole basket of food. It starts scurrying away, trying to escape from the site of the crime, but Riley excitedly follows behind it. Riley! Stop! It's too late, we have to go home. Today's the last day of autumn, if you get lost you'll probably freeze to death. Iron calls anxiously after her energetic friend. However, she has lost sight of Riley and has no choice but to follow them into the dark woods. It's been 5 minutes since the last time Iron had seen Riley enter the forest. Iron wanders in the dark, all alone, unsure of what was waiting for her deeper inside the large entangle of plants. All of a sudden she sees Riley. She had been waiting for Iron in a spot where all growing vegetation is removed. The bare soil makes a sharp and heated contrast with the lush greenery in the background. But, looking at Riley, Irene realizes her friend looks very different from her usual self with the messy plaits and a crumpled dress. She's floating in the air, emitting a strange and scary red light. Her hair floats around, and she's wearing a graceful long dress that swishes around her ankles. Irene looks down at Riley's feet. Barefooted. Her eyes, they're closed. Riley looks like an angelic devil, or the other way round. Come. A single shrill, high-pitched voice breaks the silence. Riley beckons Irene closer. In a trance, the girl obeys the orders. Together, we will again remove the beauty of spring, the comfort of summer, the fun of winter. We will rule together. My sisters shall not be more powerful than me. Autumn must remain the best season. With a flick of a finger, Riley, the queen of the autumn, changes herself back to the usual messy girl, and Irene is whisked back home. In the town, everyone's memory is erased and they rise from a slumber. It's yet another lovely day for apple picking. The sun emits a warm glow that plays a part in cooling down the weather, making it the perfect temperature for the activity. So it's no surprise when Riley King picks up her woven basket and challenges her best friend, Irene Dahl, to a competition of collecting the delicious fruit. The house is lonely without my sister here. I don't like being left alone with my thoughts, but she will be home soon. Sometimes, even when she is here, I see things, hear things. Earlier today I saw a flash of a car in a parking lot. The driver's door was open and there was a woman sleeping in the passenger seat. But then I was in my bedroom and knew I had had another one of the visions I talked to Dr. Turner about. I decide to take a bath while I wait for her to get home. I run the water and strip down before getting in. The tub is awkwardly shaped. I cannot lean back properly without my back sliding down, so I press more weight into my backside to keep me upright. This is an unsatisfying solution. The bathtub now subtly digs into me. I am squatting in the tub, an animalistic kind of squat, ready to leap. Gnarled talons on my feet dig stubbornly against the ceramic. I move one slightly, scraping the nails against the tub, a low cacophony echoing through the room. I blink. I am again seated. My arms are hanging limply over each side of the tub. I pull them into my torso, hugging my naked body slightly. Dr. Turner said the medication would stop the frequency of the visions, but I felt like they were getting more frequent. I firmly press my fingers into the wet skin of my arms, trembling slightly. I am in the basement. I hear whimpering and grin at the musicality of it. The thick, sweet scent of fear hangs heavy in the room and I shiver with pleasure. I am in the bathtub again. I dig my nails into my arm now. Phantom screams seem to echo from the basement as I try to focus on reality. I tell myself that the sounds that breathe in my ear are not real. Of course there is nothing coming from the basement. We don't even go down there. I wish for music to drown out my own mind. My claws curl more possessively over the arm they hold over the side of the tub. There is little left to hold it to the shoulder I tore it from. Blood oozes essentially out of it and I bring it back up to my tongue to lick up before tearing greedily into the flesh again. That lick used all the restraint I possess and I do not again take the time to savor the richness of the meat in my mouth before sinking my teeth in once more. My breath hitches in my throat. I hold my hands out in front of me, trying to focus on every line on each palm, the scar running down my right thumb from where I sliced it open as a kid. My sister and I were sneaking into the neighbor's yard through a hole in the fence and I had tripped on my way through and impaled it on a piece of metal wire in the neighbor's garden. I pull my thoughts to this memory, this scar. I try to focus on their realness. I run them through the water which has cooled to a lukewarm temperature, centering my mind on the sensations this brings. There is a torso in my arms, different to the one before. This one is very, very pale, as if it had not been outside for a very long time. I have already ripped off one of the legs that was attached to it. I look to where the remains of the last one lie, tossed next to the sink. I once again tear through flesh, gobbling with a deranged fervor, until little is left but bones, teeth, and tufts of hair, all with chunks of meat still attached to them. I do not pick them clean. I throw it, too, on the pile with the other one. The bath is now filled with blood a few inches deep. I scoop it up and drink it down as if it were my first and last drink. The whiteness of the walls is startling. Blood pounds in my ears and I feel my head begin to spin a lot. I once again tell myself to focus back on my surroundings, like Dr. Turner told me to. The slight yellowing of the grout between the tiles. The grayish tinge to the bath water. The obnoxious fluorescence of the light bulb. I tell myself to count things as I notice them, but I can't focus my mind. I want the visions to stop. I thought that they were going to stop. There is the leg from the last body, left to the side. I pick it up and tear chunks of it off with my claws. The viscous blood pours down my scaled skin. I finish it off quickly and throw the bones in the direction of the growing pile. It hits the wall and bounces off. I hear a noise elsewhere in the house. A sob rises in my throat. Salty tears begin to mix with the tepid water I am wallowing in. I put my head in my hands and feel the sobs reverberate through me. I smack the heel of my hand against my skull. Stop. There is more of the same noise. Footsteps. Someone is walking through the house. They are coming in my direction. The footsteps get louder now. Coming closer. Closer. I curl my knees into my body. They are outside the door. I cry louder. They are opening the door. The handle is turning. A blood-curdling scream tears through the room from the doorway of the bathroom. There is a sloshing sound as I leap from the bath that I am out of the bath. I sink my teeth into her throat. My mouth is full of blood that is not mine. A deep, satisfied groan rumbles from my throat and I go in for more. I'm driving home from the bar in my F-250. It's about 20 minutes from my old farmhouse. The LEDs shine brightly from my truck, lighting up the empty roads in front of me. The moon is full tonight, adding to the brightened up area around me. It's light enough to see the deer out in the fields. They are eating the corn that has begun to grow. If only it were hunting season. I see a nice buck out there. One I'd like to see on my wall. Right next to the others. I'm not sure the girlfriend would like that, but she also doesn't live there. Only visits on the weekends. I got the radio down low, humming along as I drive. I'm about 5 minutes from my farm, when something shines and my lights up ahead. My food presses lightly down on the brake. Right now it looks like a black blob, but the closer I get it looks like a car underside. I think I'm coming up on an accident. I slow to a stop in front of the car. Glass and shrapnel covered the ground. As it sits on its side you can see that the car rolled. It is crunched in at least an inch on each side. A tire is missing on the driver's side right. The undercarriage looks torn apart. Parts of the exhaust is ripped away, wires and plastics dangle towards the ground. I put my truck in park. As I open the door a hand reaches out the top. My breath is caught in my throat. The hand pats the side of the car. Then another one shoots out and they both try to grip. The car shakes as the person inside tries to heave themselves out. A dark-haired female emerges from the wreck. Blood running down the side of her pale face. Her eyes squint against my headlights. I wish I could dim them for her. I jump out and go to try and help her, but before I can get to her, her head is yanked back and she screams. A figure climbs up on the side of the car, using her hair like a rope. She holds on with one hand and the other trying to get the intruder off of her. I'm frozen where I stand. I don't know what to do. I need to call the police. I run back to my truck to get my phone. Then I hear her scream again. It's a blood-curdling scream. I trip over my feet trying to get back to her. But I'm too late. Her blood is streaming down the underside of the car and her hands are laying on the ground, blood pooling from them. I choke back my vomit and try to bring my attention back to her. Just in time to see the figure, with a black hood over its head, take a small axe and slam it down into her skull. He does this over and over until she stops screaming. Blood splattered everywhere. I could feel flecks hit my face. I know I would have to bleach this white shirt I'm wearing. I couldn't stop staring at the shattered mess that was once a young woman, laying in a heap on top of the crushed vehicle. I look to the person, the murderer, and my heart stops. They're staring at me. Their eyes are glowing a dark green. I don't know if it's from the truck lights or they're alien. Either way, they slides down the car and their boots hit the cement road with a thump. I have no way to fight them. Their footsteps leave bloody steps behind them. I back up, but am stopped by the door of my truck. I'm too afraid to turn my back to them. They could throw the axe into my back. So, I decide to slide against my door until I can back up again. He keeps moving closer. One step at a time. I clear the door in moments. I've never jumped into my truck so fast. I'm thankful I left it running. I put it into reverse and I peel out of there. I find a way to turn back around and I drive back the way I came. With better judgment, I look back over my shoulder. The bloody scene is still there, but the hooded person is not. At this moment I don't care. I drive. My foot to the floor. I don't jibe a damn if I'm speeding. I need to get out of here and find a cop. I drive all the way back into town. I barely slow down for the stop signs. I can see the police station not too far. I screech the truck to a stop out front. I slam the truck in park and jump out. I take the steps two at a time to the entrance. I almost break the glass doors as I open them. The cop on duty jumps in surprise at his desk. His magazine falls to the floor and his eyes go wide. My strides are wide and I'm at the desk in no time. There's been an accident and a murder on Meadow Road. I drove up on the accident, then I witnessed a murder. It was horrible, bloody, and she's dead. You got to go check it out. The person who did it is still out there. I rattle off. Whoa, calm down. You saw someone get murdered. On Meadow Road? The officer stood and asked. Yes. You have to go now. I shout. Let me see who's patrolling right now. I'll have them go take a look. Hurry. The guy is still out there. Near my house. I won't go home until he's caught. I pant, my breathing erratic. The officer nods to me and goes on the walkie. He speaks quickly and clearly. There is another officer that is about 10 minutes from the location and says he will go check it out. I begin to pace. I start biting my nails. I'm freaking out. I pause for a moment and look down to the floor. Not without taking notice of the blood on my shirt. Gosh, I wish I could go change. I wish I could go home. My adrenaline is through the roof. My heart feels like it's going to break out of my chest. It physically hurts as it pounds against my ribs. Then static rings from the officer's desk and I freeze, trying to listen in. Nothing, are you sure? I got a guy here covered in blood splatter and there is no wreck or body. The officer tries to be subtle, but I hear him loud and clear. Everything seems to blur and next thing I know I'm staring the officer in the face and I can feel the heat coming from my face. I'm sure I'm red as a tomato. What do you mean there's nothing? I want to scream but I just raise my voice up a notch. He found nothing. Not even a piece of glass. Not even blood. He tells me. I want to scream. I want to throw something. This can't be happening. How did the murderer clean it up? How could everything just disappear? I grip my hair and almost yank it out. I walk away before I do some damage. I know what I saw. I watched a girl get hit over and over with an axe. Sir, how much have you had to drink tonight? What? You think I'm drunk? I had like 2 drinks about over 2 hours ago. If I was drunk, I'm sober now. Watching someone die can do that to you. I slam my hands on the desk and the officer jumps again. Boy is he skittish. I have to give you a breathalyzer. He pulls out a small device and brings it up to my face. No. I'm not drunk. I know what I saw. Sir, I need you to calm down. I watch him reach to his side. He thinks I'm nuts. How can I stay calm when there is a murderer out there and a dead girl missing? There was no accident or body on Meadow Road. His voice raises this time. Yes, there is. He must not have driven down far enough. Tell him to go north and if he passes 1678 Meadow Road. He's gone too far. But he will see it before then. He's already up towards the highway. The officer sighs. Maybe he's on the wrong road. I question, shaking in my boots. He's not. Now sit down. Take my shirt and test it for DNA. You'll be able to find her that way. How do I know it's not your blood? It's not my blood. Do you see a cut on me? It was a dark-haired female, pale face. I think her eyes were blue. She was scared out of her mind and someone just came up behind her and slaughtered her to death. I think you need to see someone again. I back away from him. I'm not going back. I'm not crazy. I'm better now. I know what I saw. I have been good for 5 years now. I can't go back. I will not let this officer send me back. I know what I saw. My hands go back to the top of my head and I did my fingers into my skull. I saw a man with glowing eyes kill innocent women. Alex, have you been keeping up with the medication? The officer asks me. How do you know my name? My eyes go wide, staring at him. It's me, Alex. You know me. We have been friends for years. You're seeing things again, aren't you? He sets a hand on my shoulder. Staring back at me. And his eyes are glowing a dark green. I heard myself groaning as I glared at my watch for the 3rd time. It was 10:15 p.m. and there was no sign of the 9:55 train coming. This is ridiculous, I thought. Wasn't standard time developed to ensure trains ran on schedule? As I stood on the boarding platform at Clarksdale Station, my eyes followed the southbound tracks for as far as I could see, but the appearance of an oncoming train was not to be seen. Shit. It was another 10 minutes before the lights of the locomotive turned around the bend. As I stepped off the platform and into the waiting passenger car, I glanced at my watch. The numbers 10 verse 29 flashed back warning me I was late. Barring a miracle, there's no way I'm getting to Marlis on time. Forget getting a quickie. If anything, I'll be lucky not to get an ass chewing. Like the evening sun, I gave up my hopes to darkness. As I sat down, I noticed a peculiar thing. Though the layout of the passenger car was familiar, I was surrounded by silence, for no one was present but myself. It was then I heard the door chime ring, warning of the closing doors, and a moment later the train began to glide on its tracks. I hardly paid attention to it though. For some unknown reason, the absence of fellow passengers deeply disturbed me. As the train began to pick up speed, I walked to the door leading to an adjoining passenger car. As I peered through the window, my heart skipped a beat, for no one was sitting in the car either. When I attempted to open the door to inspect the next car, I discovered the door was locked. I pressed my weight against the door but failed to open it. Panic began to set in, and I rushed to the rear door hoping to escape my nightmare, but when I arrived, I was met with despair. Not only was this door locked as well, not a single person was present in that car as well. At that moment, the train whistle blew, warning those ahead of its approach, reminding me there's an end to this ride. So, I sat back down and decided to wait it out. I pulled out my iPhone and tried to distract myself with it, but it only took a minute to throw that idea out the door. No bars available, so no internet nor phone coverage. Shit. Resisting the urge to throw the phone against the wall, I tucked it back in my pocket and surrendered to my deepest thoughts. The first person who came to mind was Marla. It's only been 2 months since they met, and already we're talking about living together. At first, she resisted the idea of doing that, but being who I was, I wouldn't take no for an answer. My apartment was big enough to hold both of our stuff, but if it turned out it wasn't, I told Marla the Salvation Army would take whatever wouldn't fit. She wasn't too pleased about giving up anything she owned, but like I said, I won't take no for an answer, and if she does insist, it's all right. As my father always said, there's other fish in the sea. Placing Marla in the back of my mind, my thoughts wandered to my job. Most people think being an IT guru is the ideal job. You sit behind a desk all day writing code or fixing customers' computer problems, but in truth, I find it quite boring. Writing code gives me insomnia, and the idea of fixing computer problems for repulsing customers is like chugging castor oil. If there was a best time to be at work, it was when I went home for the day. Another blare of the train whistle told me time was passing on and it was time to get off, but when I looked at the time, I nearly slid off my seat. It was still 10:29 p.m. Disbelief settled in my bones, as I shook my watch hoping it was stuck. But being digital, shaking my watch had no effect. The watch continued to flash at 10:29. I began staring out the window hoping to see a familiar sight, but since the skyline was enveloped in the darkness of the night, I failed to see a thing. Panic began to creep in. Why hasn't the train stopped, even once? Then, a dark thought emerged from the shadows of my mind. How far can it go before running out of track? Considering how quickly it was rocking back and forth, I figured we were going at least 60 miles per hour. I pulled my phone out and watched my fingers tremble as I tried to dial 911, but like before, it failed to connect. How is this possible? My phone never had a problem calling from the train before. This time I succeeded in throwing the phone against the wall and watched it break into several pieces. There must be something I can do. Searching for any means of escape, I spotted the emergency stop switch. I braced myself to prepare for the sudden stop, but when I yanked down the handle, nothing happened. In fact, the train picked up speed. I lunged at the door and tried prying it open, but I only succeeded in twisting my fingernails back. It was hopeless. My shoulder slid down the door as I fell to my knees, and tears streamed down my cheeks. As I lay there curled up in the fetal position, I heard the door opening. When I discovered the silhouette of a man standing over me, I thought I was staring at a ghost. He was so thin and tall, and with his pasty pale skin taut around his face, I wasn't sure if he was even human. Still, I was relieved, for I wasn't alone. I pulled myself back up on my feet, faced my companion, and resisted the temptation of touching him to see if he was real. Instead, I heard myself asking him, "What's going on?" But of all the possible answers I could imagine, his was the farthest from my mind. "You're what's going on," he answered. Then he leered at me with his lifeless gray eyes and continued, "Do you remember what happened before you boarded the train?" It seemed like a simple enough question, but tried as I might, I couldn't recall. Until that moment, I'd thought something was happening around me, but now I had my doubts. Was it possible something was wrong with me instead? As if the tall man could read my thoughts, he replied, "Since you've reached the age of reasoning, there was only one person you ever loved, and that was yourself. Even when you bought your parents a gift, you knew eventually they would give you something back of greater value. And Marla? How long would it be before you'd break up with her? For 63 days you two have been together, but the longest relationship you had before her was 78 days. Do you think you'll make it to 79 days and break your record? I doubt it. This was the life that you have chosen, and now, you're going to pay the price for it. This is madness. How can this walking white 2x4 know so much about me, and how dare he threaten me like that?" The tall man continued, "Do you remember what happened when you left the office today?" As if the fog lifted from my mind, it came to me. I walked out of the office like I always do. It was drizzling rain, and I was in a hurry to get out of it. When I reached a crosswalk, a beggar came up to me and asked for $1. I told him sorry, but he pushed himself up against me and asked again. I pushed my arms out and thrusted him away. I remember saying something like, "Back up, dirtbag. I don't have time for your shit. I've got a train to catch." Then, the fog settled in again. Strange, I can't remember what happened after that. I'll tell you. George, that homeless guy you pushed. When he fell to the ground, he snapped. As you started to walk away, he walked up behind you and stabbed you in the back. As he ran off, disappearing in the shadows, you fell to the ground and bled to death before an ambulance arrived. You, my friend, are now living out your last wish. I heard myself whispering, "He stabbed me 3 times. And now you're on your train. I'm dead. It all makes sense." I forced myself to look at the tall man and dared to ask, "What happens next?" It was the first time the tall man smiled. "You'll ride this train, and if it ever stops, you can get off and go on from there." Will it ever stop? That's not for me to decide. But if it does stop, you'll be here to witness it. As if on cue, the train slowed down and came to a stop. The door opened, and the tall man stepped out. When I tried to follow him, he turned around and pushed me with all his strength, hurling me to the other side of the car. As I laid there sprawled on the floor, the last words he spoke to me were, "This isn't your stop." Before the door closed, I was able to see the sign displaying the name of the station. Clarksdale was written on it, and the digital clock next to the sign was flashing 10:29 p.m. Then, I heard the hissing sound of the brakes being released and the train began its ascent to 60 miles per hour. Trapped and alone, I had nothing but the pieces of my broken phone to keep me company. As I sat there, I came to realize I had an eternity to wrestle with my unanswered question. Will this train ever stop? I was afraid to hope, but at the same time, I feared sinking into despair. So, I sat there motionlessly, ever gazing out the window, watching the shadows of unrecognizable objects pass me by. Estate sale shopping, despite the morbid reason why the sale was happening in the first place, was a weekly Saturday ritual for Marcus. Even though he is just 17 years old, Marcus knew he could travel these estate sales to find the great deals from families needing cash just to pay their relatives' debts or just wanting to get rid of anything reminding them of their loved ones. Either way, with estate sales, the seller was desperate, and Marcus was eager to pounce. Marcus looked through the rows of goods laid out upon the driveway, with a much more organized than the typical estate sale that Marcus would stop and browse. There was a table for clothing, but it was clear that the clothes were for a man with a portlier build compared to Marcus's slender frame. Yet, Marcus's eye was attracted to a black t-shirt with that feature the logo from the King Crimson album, Lark's Tongue in Aspic. Lark's Tongue in Aspic is an album that, while not obscure, is not well known outside of fans of the rock subgenre known as progressive rock. Indeed, Marcus himself was wearing a shirt that read in large gray lettering, Van der Graaf Generator, a band of similar notoriety, particularly within the progressive rock fandom. Marcus and this dead guy, whoever he was, rest his soul, seemed to have the same tastes in music, which made Marcus excited when he saw a voluminous record collection a couple rows over that had to enumerate at least several dozen albums, if not over 100. While most estate sales don't turn up anything of interest to Marcus, there are some rare exceptions. Marcus once found an old Commodore Amiga computer from the late 1980s that he was able to repair with the help of some YouTube videos, an 8mm film reel of a recorded Doctor Who from the early 1970s, an unmarked 33 RPM record that turned out to be demo recordings from what would become Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, and a record player from the 1930s that he was able to renovate to make his primary record player with Bluetooth functionality. The musical synchronicity between Marcus and the decedent made the hairs on the back of Marcus's neck stand at attention at the thought of what treasure trove may await as he sauntered to the records table. The first record he saw made his heart sink, Peter Frampton's album, Frampton Comes Alive. Of course, the dead guy had this album, Marcus muttered to himself. Every estate sale with albums had this one for some reason. Not an album that interested him or could remotely be called a treasure. Maybe the next record would be better. Marcus moved the Peter Frampton off to the side, hoping that this album was just an aberration. The next album disheartened Marcus even more, Donna Summer's Bad Girls. A disco album? At least the Frampton album was rock. But this is frightening. How could a man who had a t-shirt of one of the heaviest rock bands of the 1970s also have a disco album? Marcus fingered his way through the albums hoping that the t-shirt was indicative of some sort of similar musical taste. But he kept finding albums that repulsed him. ABBA, Barbra Streisand, even a Tony Orlando and Dawn album. Each passing album only brought further pop or soft rock that had Marcus further questioning the decedent's auditory faculties. Marcus was about to just accept his fate of finding nothing of value in the record collection until finally, something caught his eye, a sleeveless album with a gray bold type on black background in the center emblazoned, The Beatles. But it was the rest of the text that truly caught Marcus's eye. It read in the same all-capitalized bold type, Dark Side of Winchester Cathedral. Even more intriguing was the much smaller text below that, copyright 1974. This made no sense to Marcus. The Beatles broke up in 1970. There was no album released by the Beatles in 1974. Marcus pulled out his cell phone and Googled Dark Side of Winchester Cathedral Beatles. With a name that terrible, there had to be some search results for this album. Yet, no results came up outside of photographs of Beatles taken at night at Winchester Cathedral. Marcus thought maybe a Wikipedia search would turn up results. Nothing. He then scrolled the Wikipedia page for the Beatles' discography, but no such album name appeared on the page. He even quickly looked through the discographies of all of the members and their related bands, but nothing. It was as if this album didn't exist. While Marcus assumed that this was probably some hoax album or some bizarre bootleg of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, he just couldn't shake the thought that he had stumbled upon some Beatles reunion demo tape, a holy grail in the Beatles collection communities that could net him potentially thousands of dollars. There was a man in his mid-20s wearing sunglasses, a polo shirt, and cargo shorts sitting in a lawn chair on the grass, monitoring all of the happenings on the driveway. Marcus yelled to this man, "How much for this?" The young man got out of his chair, not without a quick grunt, and sauntered over to Marcus. The man took the album and popped up his sunglasses to have a better look. His eyes widened and his arm quickly extended to give the album back to Marcus, like the arm was pulled back on a rubber band that had just been released. "Take it. Just take it." The man's voice quivered, barely below a scream. This is the album Papa was listening to, when we found him. Just his skeleton. Marcus swiveled his head, looking for any way out of this conversation. No flesh. Like he burned. He burned but nothing else did. Marcus started walking backwards. Thank you, I gotta go," walked a half-second, then paused and mumbled, "Oh yeah. Sorry for your loss." Marcus bolted out of there as quickly as was socially acceptable under the circumstances. He went into his car and drove home, ecstatic to figure out what he had sitting in his passenger seat. He knew it was probably a mislabel. But what if? What if he hit the jackpot? Forget the apocryphal chalice Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. What if this was truly the Holy Grail? When Marcus came home, he noticed that nobody else was home. His parents must have gone out to lunch. Marcus immediately went to his room, put the record in the player, put the needle to the outer edge of the album, sat in his gamer chair, and put on his Bluetooth wireless headphones. A high up-tempo synthesizer riff jolted out of the headphones, a sound not unlike an Electric Light Orchestra album. Then a blast of what sounded to be an orchestra playing came washed through his auditory canal. He closed his eyes, embracing the music. Suddenly, the sound started slowing down to the point where it felt like a note a minute. Marcus blinked and his room became colors that he had never experienced before. Shades of blue, purple, orange, white, yellow that he never comprehended possible flashed throughout the room. He felt like a bubble passing through a lava lamp. Marcus tried to move a muscle, any muscle, but none responded. He was frozen except for his eyelids. Marcus blinked again. He saw the room starting to twist in an S shape and being stretched, like it was paint on a swivel with the centrifugal force of the spin pushing the room out. Marcus blinked again. He was now in a bubble surrounded by an iridescent blue light, his room grainy like an image on an old well-worn Polaroid. Marcus blinked again. His room was back to normal, but he was immobile. Suddenly, the room started to burn from the edge, like someone lit a piece of projected celluloid film on fire. Marcus blinked again. He was outside his house, feeling a rumble below him. The ground fractured, opening a fissure in which the entire street was bifurcated. His body was the center point in which the fissure emanated from. His legs were being split by the separating earth beneath him. Marcus tried to will his legs to move to no avail. Marcus attempted to plant his feet, but again, there was no response from his legs. The earth kept sliding until his feet reached the end of both edges. He could see in his peripheral vision magma boiling below him. He could feel the heat. The earth slipped further and his feet fell off both of the newly created cliff edges, causing him to plummet. Marcus blinked again. Suddenly, he was floating in space. In his peripheral vision he could see the Earth's ocean blue below him. He saw the moon rising from the other side of the planet. Suddenly, a pure red centaur, with a tail bookend with an arrowhead, black hooves, and the face of Paul McCartney appeared. He turned to Marcus, gave a wry smile, chuckled, and stated, "Oh, you listened to the album that never existed, didn't you?" The Paul McCartney-faced created gave an ear-shattering chuckle and galloped away whilst singing the popular "Na na 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 na" refrain from "Hey Jude." Marcus blinked again. Suddenly, in front of him was a massive white star. The size of the star to him was how an ant must feel approaching Mount Everest. The light emanating from the star was brighter than any light he had ever seen. Marcus felt blinded by the light, except he could still see space in the periphery of his vision. Yet, that space was dissipating. Marcus felt unknown forces pull him towards the star. He didn't even think to move anymore as he knew resistance was futile. Within a few seconds, his entire vision was just the pure white of the star. Then, Marcus felt the solar heat. Marcus felt every atom within his being melting and evaporating. He couldn't see it, but he could feel his body turning into something finer than dust. He was no longer matter as he conceived it. Within what felt like minutes but must have been instantaneous, his body had become nothing more than residual radiation from what were the electrons and protons in his body bouncing all through the cosmos. Marcus's parents opened the door to their abode and stepped inside. Belinda, Marcus's mother, gave a quick sniff and asked her husband, "Robert, what's that smell? Don't you smell it?" Robert replied with a sigh, "He's probably smoking weed again." He then stated with a rising anger, "I thought we told him to knock that shit off. That doesn't smell like weed. Let me check." Belinda walked up the stairs and knocked on Marcus's door. "Marcus, sweetie." There was no response. She knocked again. "Marcus." Again, no response. She noticed there was a light smoke plume coming from the top of the door. She instinctively turned the knob and a plume of darkened smoke wafted in her direction. Yet, through the smoke, she could see exactly where it was coming from, Marcus's chair. "Marcus." Belinda whimpered, "Are you okay?" She then shakily pushed the chair around its swivel. What she saw made her shriek so loud, the neighbors could clearly hear it. There was a skeleton in Marcus's chair with smoke coming from the skeleton. Not a single bit of flesh on it. Yet nothing on his desk was burned. The only other items that even were burned were the earmuffs on his headphones were slightly melted and there were some singe marks on the white chair. If it wasn't for that and the smoke, one could have easily assumed it was a fake educational skeleton being used as a prank. Belinda's legs collapsed under her as she grew lightheaded. The last thing she heard was the thud of her body hitting the floor. "Ma'am. Ma'am. Stay with me now." Belinda awoke to a bright light shining in her eyes. "What?" Belinda stated groggily. The light stopped being shown in her eyes and she looked around. She saw Marcus's Legend of Zelda posters and realized she was still in his room. Yet there was a group of people milling about within the room. "How are you feeling, ma'am?" the voice came from her right. She saw a man with a military-style haircut squatting and looking at her. He wore a blue uniform that read Los Angeles County Fire Paramedic. "She's fine and awake. We need to ask her some questions." A man in a black suit with a black tie pushed the paramedic out of the way. He was skinny, middle-aged, yet his skin was shriveled in a way that made him look decades older. He then turned to Belinda and pointedly stated, "Now what did you see?" "Sir, we need to run concussion protocols on her," the paramedic almost shouted, the shock of him being pushed aside like that coursing through his veins. The man ignored the paramedic's pleas and put his right arm up as a brace to prevent the paramedic from talking to her. The man then repeated his question more slowly, with a hint of annoyance, "Now, what did you see?" Belinda whimpered, I saw nothing, except, Marcus, then she let out a squeal, oh God, before becoming unconscious again. He then rolled his eyes, muttering, 4. We've had 4 spontaneous human combustion incidents in this area and nobody thinks to call us until now when we get hysterical mom and oblivious dad. How are we supposed to stop this phenomena when we can't get any clues? Sponta, what? The paramedic stared at the agent perplexed. The man responded flatly, seemingly annoyed at the interruption. Spontaneous human combustion. When the human body disintegrates without any external combustion source. The paramedic's eyes shot wide open. That happens, he shouted, but the man did not respond. Agent, I think I found something. Did the Beatles ever have a record called Dark Side of Winchester Cathedral? Came from a blonde woman in her late 20s dressed in a navy blue dress and skirt standing near the record player and pointing at it. The agent turned to the woman, not in this reality. I think I would remember if the Beatles released an album with that atrocious of a name. You think it's a pro? She replied, enunciating the P, the R, and the O separately. A pro? The paramedic chimed in. A parallel reality object, the man flatly replied in his gravelly tone. A parallel reality object, the paramedic asked in a completely dumbfounded voice. The man sighed and responded clearly annoyed. An object that is within our reality that is not native to this reality. Now look, this doesn't look like a game show set and I'm busy, so please stop asking asinine questions that are clearly above your trade school education. He then pointed to Belinda. Go be useful and help her out. He then turned to his partner. Put that in the decontamination chamber. Way ahead of you, she replied, waving an ordinary Ziploc bag containing the record, pleased at her ability to anticipate what the agent would ask of her. Good, he mumbled. He clicked his tongue and said, let's get out of here. The two sauntered off to their car while holding the record player. Their car was a black Dodge Charger. The two partners strapped in their seatbelts with the man in the driver's seat and the woman in the passenger seat. The woman then asked the pertinent question, where exactly are we going with this? There's a site for storing pros right outside Edwards Air Force Base. Let's head there so the labs can examine this, the man spoke in a manner less brusque than with the others before. The car then sped away from the suburban neighborhood, its occupants hoping that this record could help piece together why matter from parallel realities can cross into our reality.
The exact time? Good heavens, my friend, why do you insist? One would think. But what does it matter? It is easily bedtime, isn't that near enough? But here, if you must set your watch, take mine and see for yourself. With that he detached his watch, a tremendously heavy, old-fashioned one, from the chain and handed it to me, then turned away, and walking across the room to a shelf of books, began an examination of their backs. His agitation and evident distress surprised me. They appeared altogether reasonless. Having set my watch by his, I stepped over to where he stood and said, "Thank you." As he took his watch and reattached it to the guard, I observed that his hands were unsteady. A slight pallor had come into his face. With a tact, upon which I greatly prided myself, I sauntered carelessly to the sideboard and took some brandy and water, then, begging his pardon for my thoughtlessness, asked him to have some, and went back to my seat by the fire, leaving him to help himself, as was our custom. He did so, and presently joined me at the hearth, as tranquil as if nothing unusual had happened. This odd little incident occurred in my apartment, where John Bartine was passing an evening. We had dined together at the club, had come home in a hack, and, in short, everything had been done in the most prosaic way. And why John Bartine should break in upon the natural and established order of things, to make himself spectacular with a display of emotion, apparently for his own entertainment, I could nowise understand. The more I thought of it, While his brilliant conversational gifts were commending themselves to my inattention, the more curious I grew, and of course had no difficulty in persuading myself that my curiosity was friendly solicitude. That is the disguise that curiosity commonly assumes to evade resentment. So I ruined one of the finest sentences of his monologue by cutting it short without ceremony. "John Bartine," I said, "you must try to forgive me if I am wrong, but with the light that I have at present, I cannot concede your right to go all to pieces when asked the time o' night. I cannot admit that it is proper to experience a mysterious reluctance to look your own watch in the face, and to cherish, in my presence without explanation, painful emotions which are denied to me, and which are none of my business." To this ridiculous speech, Bartine made no immediate reply, but sat looking gravely into the fire. Fearing that I had offended, I was about to apologize and beg him to think no more about the matter when, looking me calmly in the eyes, he said, "My dear fellow, the levity of your manner does not at all disguise the hidden impudence of your demand. But happily I had already decided to tell you what you wish to know, and no manifestation of your unworthiness to hear it shall alter my decision. Be good enough to persuade me to have a fresh cigar, and you shall hear all that I can tell you about the matter." "This watch," he said, "had been in my family for 3 generations before it fell to me. Its original owner, for whom it was made, was my great-grandfather, Bramwell Olcott Bartine, a wealthy planter of colonial Virginia and as stanch a Tory as ever lay awake nights contriving new kinds of maledictions for the head of Mr. Washington, and new methods of aiding and abetting good King George. One day this worthy gentleman had the deep misfortune to perform for his cause a service of capital importance, which was not recognized by those who suffered its disadvantages as legitimate. It does not matter what it was, but among its minor consequences was my excellent ancestor's arrest one night in his own house by a party of Mr. Washington's rebels. He was permitted to say farewell to his weeping family, and was then marched away into the darkness, which swallowed him up forever. Not the slenderest clue to his fate was ever found. After the war, the most diligent inquiry and the offer of large rewards failed to turn up any of his captors or any fact concerning him. He had disappeared, and that was all." Something in John Bartine's manner that was not in his words, I hardly knew what it was or how it manifested itself, prompted me to ask, "What is your view of the matter, Bartine, of the justice of it?" "My view of it," he flamed out, bringing his clenched hand down upon the table as if he had been in a public house dicing with blackguards, "my view of it is that it was a characteristically dastardly assassination by that damned traitor Washington and his ragamuffin rebels." For some minutes nothing was said. Bartine was recovering his temper, and I waited, and then I said, "Was that all?" "No. There was something else. A few weeks after my great-grandfather's arrest, his watch was found lying on the porch at the front door of his dwelling. It was wrapped in a sheet of letter paper bearing the name of Elizabeth Bartine, his only daughter, my grandmother. I am wearing that watch." Bartine paused. His usually restless black eyes were staring fixedly into the grate, a point of red light in each, reflected from the glowing coals. He seemed to have forgotten my existence. A sudden threshing of the branches of a tree outside one of the windows, and almost at the same instant a rattle of rain against the glass, recalled him to a sense of his surroundings. A storm had risen, heralded by a single gust of wind, and in a few moments the steady splash of the water on the pavement was distinctly audible. I hardly know why I relate that incident. It seemed somehow to have a certain significance and relevancy which I am enabled now to discern. It at least added an element of seriousness, almost solemnity. Bartine resumed. "I have a singular feeling towards this watch, a kind of affection for it. I like to have it about me, though partly from its weight and partly for a reason that I shall now explain, I seldom carry it. The reason is this. Every evening when I have it with me, I feel an unaccountable desire to open it and consult it, even if I can think of no reason for wishing to know the time. But if I yield to it, the moment my eyes rest upon the dial, I am filled with a mysterious apprehension, a sense of imminent calamity, and this is the more unsupportable the nearer it is to 11 o'clock, by this watch, no matter what the actual hour may be. After the hands have registered 11, the desire to look is gone. I am entirely indifferent, but then I can consult the thing as often as I like, with no more emotion than you feel in looking at your own. Naturally, I have trained myself not to look at that watch in the evening before 11. Nothing could induce me. Your insistence this evening upset me a trifle. I felt very much as I suppose an opium eater might feel if his yearning for his special and particular kind of hell were reinforced by opportunity and advice. Now, that is my story, and I have told it in the interest of your trumpery science. But if on any evening hereafter you observe me wearing this damnable watch, and you have the thoughtfulness to ask me the hour, I shall beg leave to put you to the inconvenience of being knocked down. His humor did not amuse me. I could see that in relating his hallucination he was again somewhat disturbed. His concluding smile was positively ghastly, and his eyes had resumed something more than their old restlessness. They shifted hither and thither about the room with apparent aimlessness, and I fancied had taken on a wild expression, such as is sometimes observed in cases of dementia. Perhaps this was my own imagination, but at any rate I was now persuaded that my friend was afflicted with a most singular monomania. Without, I trust, any abatement of my affectionate solicitude for him as a friend, I began to regard him as a patient rich in possibilities of profitable study. Why not? Had he not described his delusion in the interest of science? Ah, poor fellow, he was doing more for science than he knew. Not only his story, but himself was in evidence. I should cure him if I could, of course, but first I should make a little experiment in psychology. Nay, the experiment itself might be a step in his restoration. "That is very frank and friendly of you, Bartine," I said cordially, "and I'm rather proud of your confidence. It is all very odd, certainly. Do you mind showing me the watch?" He detached it from his waistcoat, chain and all, and passed it to me without a word. The case was of gold, very thick and strong, and curiously engraved. After examining the dial and observing that it was nearly 12 o'clock, I opened it at the back, and was interested to observe an inner case of ivory, upon which was painted a miniature portrait in that exquisite and delicate manner which was in vogue during the 18th century. "Why, bless my soul!" I exclaimed, experiencing the keenest artistic delight. "How under the sun did you get that done? Why, I thought miniature painting on ivory was a lost art." "That," he replied, gravely smiling, "is not I. It is my excellent great-grandfather, the late Bramwell Olcott Bartine, Esquire, of Virginia. He was younger then than later, about my age, in fact. It is said to resemble me. Do you think so?" "Resemble you? I should say so. Barring the costume, which I supposed you to have assumed out of compliment to the art, or for resemblance, so to say, and the no mustache, that face is yours in every feature, line, and expression." No more was said at that time. Bartine took a book from the table and began reading. I heard outside the incessant plash of the rain in the street. There was occasional hurried footfalls on the sidewalks, and once a slower, heavier tread seemed to cease at my door. A policeman, I thought, seeking shelter in the doorway. The boughs of the trees tapped significantly on the window panes, as if asking for admittance. I remember it all through these years and years of a wiser, graver life. Seeing myself unobserved, I took the old-fashioned watch key from the chain and quickly turned back the hands of the watch a full hour. Then, closing the case, I handed Bartine his property and saw him replace it. "I think you said," I began, with assumed carelessness, "that after 11 the side of the dial no longer affects you. As it is now nearly 12, looking at my own timepiece, perhaps, if you don't resent my pursuit of proof, you will look at it now." He smiled good-humoredly, pulled out the watch again, opened it, and instantly sprang to his feet with a cry that heaven has not had the mercy to permit me to forget. His eyes, their blackness strikingly intensified by the absolute pallor of his face, were fixed upon the watch, which he clutched in both hands. For some time he remained in that attitude without uttering another sound, and then, In a voice that I should not have recognized as his, he said, "Damn you! It is 2 minutes to 11. I was not unprepared for some such outbreak, and without rising, replied calmly enough, "I beg your pardon. I must have misread your watch in setting my own by it." He shut the case with a sharp snap and put the watch in his pocket. He looked at me and made an attempt to smile, but his lower lip quivered, and he seemed unable to close his mouth. His hands also were shaking, and he thrust them clenched into his coat pockets. The courageous spirit was manifestly endeavoring to subdue the coward body. The effort was too great. He began to sway from side to side as from vertigo, and before I could spring from my chair to support him, his knees gave way, and he pitched awkwardly forward and fell upon his face, dead. The post-mortem examination disclosed nothing. Every organ was normal and sound, but when the body had been prepared for burial, a faint dark circle, as if made by contusion, was seen to have developed about the neck. At least I was so assured by several persons who said they saw it, but of my own knowledge I cannot say if that was true, nor can I affirm my knowledge of the limitations of the principle of heredity. I do not know that in the spiritual, as in the temporal world, natural laws have no post facto validity. Surely, if I were to guess at the fate of Bromwell Olcott Bartine, I should guess that he was hanged at 11 o'clock in the evening, and that he had been allowed several hours in which to prepare for the change. As to John Bartine, my friend, my patient for 5 minutes, and, heaven forgive me, my victim for eternity, there is no more to say. He is buried, and his watch with him. I saw to that. May God rest his soul in paradise, and the soul of his unfortunate Virginian ancestor, if indeed they are two souls.
Sleep paralysis is a devastating condition. I was 7 when I first had sleep paralysis. My mother tucked me in that night. I could remember the citrus fragrance of her perfume. Her scent would always comfort me. After she tucked me in, I quickly drifted off to sleep. The night seemed quiet, but the peaceful atmosphere in my bedroom didn't last. I woke up around midnight. A smothering sweat drenched my little body. I couldn't move my arms and legs. I could only move my eyes and my lips. It took my eyes some time to adjust to the thick darkness in my room. While my eyes were struggling to see, that's when I heard it. I could hear it snorting. A dreadful feeling came over me when I heard the inhuman sound. I could see someone standing in my closet after my eyes adjusted. It peeked at me from behind my closet door. It stood there for a minute snorting at me. When it lurched out of my closet, I finally saw its full body shape. Its elongated arms stretched out like tree branches. It was tall, but it had a feminine shape. It looked like a deformed 7-foot-tall naked woman. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. It felt like something paralyzed my vocal cords. After this shadowy figure stepped out of my closet, it stood in the corner of my room with its arms out. It would release a guttural snorting sound every few minutes. The sound was sickening. It reminded me of someone hawking and spitting on the ground. I could see this figure. I'm listening to the horrible noises it's making while I'm paralyzed. The moonlight came in through my bedroom window. It illuminated a part of the shadow woman's arm. Her skin looked like mud. It didn't look burnt, just darker than dirt. All I could see was her one arm stretched out across my bedroom wall, bathed in the moonlight. My mind kept trying to figure out what she was. I thought I was looking at a demon for the first time. Or possibly, the devil. Movement occurred, but not from me. I still couldn't move my body, no matter how hard I tried. It felt like invisible hands were holding my arms and legs down. The movement came from the shadow woman. I watched in horror as she made a step toward the foot of my bed. She would take one step and then she'd hesitate for a minute before taking her next step. Her awkward hesitation sent more chills through my body than her measured baby steps. I knew she was gonna kill me if I didn't move. Frustration tortured me just as bad as my fear. I didn't know what this thing was or why it was in my bedroom. I didn't know what it wanted. The scary stories that my dad told me about the boogeyman came back to me. So I had this naked creature creeping toward me while I'm thinking about my dad's story and how he told me the boogeyman captures children at night and they never come back. Thanks a lot, Dad. I wanted to move so badly. I wanted to scream. It felt like I was fighting my body. The voice in my mind yelled at my body, telling it to move. The dark woman mocked me with her hesitant steps. She inched closer and closer to the foot of my bed with her arms stretched wide open. A crazy thought went through my head. Since I couldn't move my body, I thought maybe my feelings would be numb. I assumed the creature would viciously attack me, but at least I wouldn't feel the pain. I could see her long fingernails pointing out at me, and I knew those fingernails would be the first thing to dig into my body. No pain. Please, no pain. This is what I kept telling myself. Just be calm, Miranda. When the monster grabs you, you won't feel it. It won't hurt. Your body is numb, so you won't feel a thing. Tears were in my eyes while I was telling myself this. I wanted my mom to save me. I wanted to see my mom's face and I wanted to smell her perfume. I wanted to call out to my dad. My dad told me to never be afraid of anything, and that's what I tried to do. Time was running out for me. My urge to move was so strong that I started imagining that I could move my arms and legs. I thought I could move my arm, but it was just an hallucination. This was torture. Why was this happening to me? I was just a kid. I just turned 7 and now I was going to die on the day after my birthday. I'll never go to high school and meet new friends. I'll never graduate from college. I'll never get married. I'll never find out what it's like to be a mom. The best thing I could do was close my eyes. I didn't want to see it attack me. I just buried my eyelids in my tears. I said a prayer that my mother taught me. My lips and my voice were still useless, so I had to say the prayer in my head. The prayer repeated in my mind. My mom and dad taught me to believe in God. I needed God to save me. My mother always told me I was God's child and He had His angels watching over me. I wanted His angels to save me that night, and I didn't see them. A demon was lurking itself toward my bed, and God was just gonna sit there and watch this demon kill His child. My young mind couldn't understand what was happening. I thought the dark figure was a demon. A little girl who knew for sure she would die in her bed. More chills traveled up and down my spine when I opened my eyes to see the giant shadow woman standing over the foot of my bed. She changed her position. Before I closed my eyes, her arms were spread out as if she wanted to hug me. When I opened my eyes, she was standing motionless in front of me with her long finger over her lips. She was telling me not to make a sound. I couldn't make a sound anyway, so when I saw her holding her finger to her lips, it didn't matter to me. My situation turned upside down when I heard something else. Something unexpected happened. There was evil in my room. But the evil that stepped into my room was not the shadow woman. I remembered hearing the news reports of missing children in the town. My mom wouldn't let me out of her sight whenever we would go to the store. There were reports of a crazed man in a clown costume going around abducting children. The police were searching for him. They couldn't find him, but they found his aftermath. They found 2 missing children dead in a wooded area. As a child, I couldn't completely comprehend the danger. When you're a child, you want to play with your friends. I wanted to play with the other little girls in the neighborhood. But my mom would always keep me close to her side. On my birthday, I went to an amusement park, but I couldn't enjoy myself because I would go from being in my mom's arms to being in my dad's arms, constantly being carried around the park like a doll. I hated this smothering, overprotective behavior from my mother. She passed her paranoia to my father, who would normally allow freedom in my playtime. My childhood freedom ended for a little while because of this child-killing bastard. Somehow the killer entered our home through the basement window. He stayed hidden in our home for 2 days. This is how he broke into other people's homes, and he would hack into alarm systems and shut them off. Most of the missing children news reports involve children being taken from their homes in the dead of night without their parents even knowing what happened. A few days later, they'd find out that their child's naked body was found in a nearby pond or in a dumpster. Mothers and fathers were losing their babies to a middle-aged, 6'5", 250-pound psychopath in a clown outfit. We didn't know that the psychopath clown broke into our home 2 days ago and was hiding in the basement. I was the only child, so he thought one little girl in the house would be easy prey. He picked the wrong house that night. I heard him creeping down the hallway right outside my bedroom door. His footsteps were quiet but clumsy. The hardwood floor in the hall would always creak. My bedroom door creaked open and I saw this tall shadow, standing hunched over in my doorway. I remembered hearing my pounding heart. My eyes shifted between the killer clown and the dark shadow woman. I couldn't believe I was seeing these two nightmarish figures standing in my bedroom. One figure was evil, while the other was good. I saw his clown makeup. He had a red painted nose and he wore a pair of sunglasses over his chalky white face. I could see he had a beard. He had on a pink afro wig and he was shirtless. He had an opposing physique, like a wrestler. I also saw a massive tattoo of a wolf's face on his chest. The large butcher knife he clutched in his right hand immediately caught my eyes. Even in the darkness, I could see the knife's serrated blade gleaming. He was so big that he blocked out my doorway. I didn't know what to do. There was nothing I could do but just lay there, helpless. I started imagining that I could scream for help. My imaginations were cruel. I hated my body for not moving. I hated my voice for not letting me scream. He knew I was awake because he spoke to me. "Hi there, little princess. I'm your new friend. Your mommy went away and she asked me to take care of you." When he said my mom went away, my heart sunk deep into my chest. As he got closer to my bed, I could see something dripping off the knife and I didn't want to know what it was. When the child killer spoke to me, his voice didn't fit his body. His voice sounded androgynous. It had a deceivingly calm feminine quality. It's terrifying to see a mountainous man in clown makeup talk softly down to you through a teenage girl's voice. I kept thinking about Pennywise from the movie It. But imagine Pennywise if he was shirtless with the body of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I closed my eyes again when I saw the killer towering over my bed, getting ready to bring his butcher knife down on my face. I expected to feel cold, sharp steel slice through my nose, but none of that happened. I shut my eyes, but I couldn't keep them shut for long. The child killer had so much of my attention that I forgot about the shadow woman who was still standing at the foot of my bed. I remembered hearing the man scream out a curse word and then I heard a snap. I could still make out through the darkness what was happening. I saw the killer clown's arm hanging in another direction. I'll never forget his guttural, blood-curdling scream that pierced my ears. His scream echoed throughout our home. I thought that even the neighborhood could hear him. What happened next made me almost pass out from shock. I saw the dark shadow woman lifting the child killer by his throat. She hurled him into a wall, and a penetrating thud shook my bedroom. I kept hearing the man begging for his life, and he sounded so pathetic. He kept screaming out, "What are you? Please don't kill me, ma'am." But the dark woman had no mercy on him. She bludgeoned him with his knife. I watched her break both of his legs. She punched him in his chest so hard that I heard the bones in his chest cave in. I heard his rib cage cracking. After a few minutes, his verbal pleading became whimpering moans of agony. I didn't know that you could break bones in the human body in so many ways. After twisting the bones around in his arms and shattering the bones in his knees, I watched the dark woman raise the child killer off his feet again. She held him over her head before shoving the butcher knife into his throat and nailing him to the wall, literally. I never blinked as I stared at what happened to the killer. I almost felt sorry for the sick son of a bitch. No, not really. The dark lady made him pay for all the children he abducted, and she made him pay for his attempt to kill me. After the violence ended in my bedroom, I watched as the shadow woman moved toward my bed. She stuck out her arms again while moving toward me. It looked like she was floating in slow motion. My heart was still pounding, even when I felt her clawed fingers breezing through my hair. When she touched my face, I could smell a familiar fragrance. It was that citrus aroma from my mother's perfume. I couldn't understand why the shadow figure smelled like my mom. I didn't understand it until later. The shadow woman hovered over me. Her lips stroked my forehead. She caressed my face for a few minutes, and then she vanished when I heard my father's panicked voice coming from downstairs. I didn't want to believe that I saw blood on the killer's knife, but it was blood. It was my mother's blood. That asshole stabbed my mother to death right before he made his way up the stairs toward my bedroom. He left my mother's body lying in the kitchen. My father stepped out of the house to get a few things at the store. When he came back home an hour later, he found my mom's body lying in a pool of blood. Her lavender, sleeveless nightgown was soaked in red. My father cried out when he saw her body. I heard him running up the steps, crying out my name. When he bolted into my room, I was already in his arms before he could switch on my bedroom light. He saw the man's body nailed to my wall and he lost his breath. I told him what happened and what I saw. He couldn't believe it, but he had no choice. He knew that a little girl didn't have the strength to nail a 250-pound man to a wall. My father called the police, and when they arrived, they asked him a few questions. The police asked me some questions too, and they gave me some candy. I told them everything. Like my father, they stared at me. A policewoman caressed my face and she said, "It's okay, sweetie. You just had a traumatic experience. Who you saw in your bedroom was just a good Samaritan wearing a dark costume." None of the police officers believed that I saw a dark shadow woman. They all believed that my trauma caused me to hallucinate. They even told me I might have seen my father killing the man, and I told them that my father wasn't in the house. I heard him telling my mother that he was going to the store. I heard him kiss my mom before leaving the house. Those cops couldn't believe my story. They had tons of sympathy for me. But I wanted my mother more than their sympathy. I missed my mother and I couldn't stop thinking about her fragrance. I found the perfume she wore while moving some boxes around in my attic. That sweet fragrance took me back to that night. I believe the dark figure I saw in my bedroom that night was my mother. A dead version of her. I'm 36 years old now and I think about my mom every day. I got married to a kind and beautiful man and we had a son. My little boy is 5 years old and he has his mom's hazelnut eyes and his daddy's lips and dimples. I try to be an excellent mother and I'm very protective over my little one, just like my mother was protective over me. Every night I tuck my son into bed and I read him a bedtime story. One night I told him about what happened to his mom when she was 7 years old. He looked scared after I told him the story. My son is afraid of the dark, but I told him not to worry. I told him that a mother's love and protection can reach beyond death. I told him I'd always be there to protect him. I told my baby not to be frightened if he sees a dark, shadowy woman standing in the corner of his bedroom. I told him she'll watch over him while he sleeps. I also told him not to panic if he wakes up suddenly, unable to move his body. Sleep paralysis is scary at first, but I told my baby that his paralysis will be a sign, letting him know that the shadow woman is there to protect him from the things that go bump in the night. There was one thing I didn't tell my little boy. I didn't tell him that the dark, shadowy woman standing in the corner of his bedroom might be his mommy. If she dies the way her mother did.
Undoubtedly, I've always been fearful of my parents, my own flesh and blood. Perhaps it was the innocence that they had chosen to wield as their outerly persona, the charming personality of a person that was once there, that was once cognizant of their own actions. Perhaps it was the silence that they had decided to make, the cold demeanor that they now utilized as a way of escape from who knows what. I was fearful of the secrets and dark mystery that roamed the halls of our dark, vast manor. The dry air in which I breathed in daily, the chilled aroma of this now inhumane house sent a chill down my back. The tingling that my body produced seemed to put me on edge even more. My skin was crawling for the most curious of reasons, and I had no idea why. During this time, my parents had changed and become these puppets, never letting anything out, anything show. They had become the very thing they wished to stop, the very thing that they had tried their best not to become. They were always very lively. They always talked to each other, cracking jokes every minute. Now they were so ever silent, never speaking to one another. They acted strangely around me, never speaking to me. It made me curious about the thing that had caused this to become. The exact thing that had caused this to happen. It also made me angry with the way they were treating me. It made me feel a rage that I had never felt before. Why must they shut me out? Why must they treat me like such dirt? They treated me like I wasn't there, like I wasn't right in front of them. I didn't understand where this was coming from. I didn't understand what was going on. I watched them at the table, my parents seated there before my form, an empty look that swirled within their dark gaze. They made no effort to look back at me. They made no effort to talk to me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to talk to. How could I get my old parents back? I wanted them back. I wanted them to replace these cold-hearted ones. I wanted the life I had before. I wanted to talk to them again. A sudden shrill interrupted my meal, causing me to jolt in surprise. I could hear the strident, ear-piercing siren of a police car. The sound got closer and closer to my line of hearing, my body on the edge of my seat. Perhaps they had finally come to ask me about the sudden change of my parents, or maybe even take them down to the station for questioning. Maybe a person finally filed a complaint, worrying about my parents' absence in the social scene they'd always seemed to be caught up in. The sudden banging of my front door caused me to scramble to my feet, shuffling towards the sudden sound. My face sported a confused look, but my body was confident in my actions. I was confident in how this was going to play out. They'd come in here, ask for my parents, explain the worrisome note they had received from my parents' many friends. Then all would go back to normal and we'd continue on with our meal. As I opened the door, I was met with the front of a charred-colored firearm, the end of the weapon pointed at my skull. The eyes of my perpetrator was set in an enraged look, their eyes squinting enough to make me feel alarmed. I just stood there, my eyes gaped like a full moon in the night sky. Why were they mad at me? Why were they looking at me in such an accusing manner? They needn't say anything because their actions said enough. They forcefully sprang into action. They pushed my front door open, the side that's facing me now slammed against the dark-colored wall. They put their hands on me, leaving a bruise behind in their firm grip's place. They were hurting me, and I had no idea why. They had attached handcuffs to my limbs, keeping my arms in place behind my back. All the while my parents sat there watching the officers manhandle me. Why must they be so cruel? Getting led out to the police car was one of the strangest things. My frantic eyes scanned the neighborhood in which I inhabited. The people that I've known my entire life were out on their lawns. Their eyes pointed directly at me and their arms held their family members in tight grasps. Why did they look so scared? I should be the one that's scared. We arrived at the station a couple minutes after sitting in complete silence. I still didn't know why I was here, why I was cuffed like some animal. Like some criminal. The officers inside shot disgusted looks my way, not hiding their unknown distaste for me very well, and I wondered why I was receiving them in the first place. They were very obvious. They shoved me inside this cold room. The walls were blank, the empty space around me becoming more intimidating. There was a single table inside, 2 chairs pulled up to the empty table faced each other on opposite sides. The officer that had come in began asking me these very specific questions about my life, my family, any issues in my past, any needed anger management, any mental illnesses that ran in the family. The questions soon went south, now focusing around violence and homicide. It took a 30-minute questioning to find out as to why I was arrested. Why I was detained in the most pugnacious way. We are aware that you've murdered the 2 people that were sat at the dinner table, the officer started off. They looked at me with the utmost hatred that they could possibly let out. It took me so long to remember the exact time when I had slaughtered my own parents. I had set them up like a real family. I had directed my anger towards the freshly rotting corpses. I had been treating them like they were strange, but they were nothing like me, a murderer. Arachnophobia, more commonly known as the fear of spiders. It is said that roughly 1 in 5 people suffer from this fear. In some cases it just causes a slight discomfort in people when they see one of these creepy little critters crawling across their floor. In other cases, the fear is so overpowering that the person either goes into a panic attack or shuts down completely. In either case, the person can usually manage their fear or find ways to prevent spiders from invading their private domains. But what happens when the fear becomes more than just a fear? What happens when a person's mind is so overrun with the fear that they become convinced they're surrounded? One young woman was on the verge of finding out firsthand exactly what happens in just such a case. Her family had installed central air in their home just a few years prior and it had been a welcomed blessing. The feeling of walking into a nice cool house after a long and exhausting day at work seemed to be a little slice of heaven for the young family. Everything was all fine and dandy up until recent days, when one of the daughters became convinced there was something living inside the vents. She had been hearing scratching, almost like a soft clawing, coming from the air vent in the floor next to her bed. As the sound grew louder she became convinced that whatever it was had been coming for her and she had armed herself with 2 cans of insect killer. Hesitant green orbs peered over the side of her bed as the noises grew louder, the cans held close to her as she watched and waited. She held her breath, her gaze glued to the vent. She watched as 4 legs stretched out from the inside of the vent, searching and moving, trying to find a way to squeeze the body through. Strands of hair roughly 3 inches long covered each thin, brown leg and she could see glowing orbs through the open vents gazing back at her. Fear took over and she emptied both cans on the beast, causing it to let out a shriek as it retreated into the depths of the air ducts that now ran throughout the house. Fearing the creature would return, the young woman moved her bed away from the vent and sat down upon it, her head now in her hands as she tried to calm herself down. It seemed as though she had been seeing more and more spiders in recent days, and she had taken to keeping her closet fully stocked with as many cans of insect killer that she could fit in there. One would have to wonder how the daughter of a pest control specialist could be so afraid of spiders when her mother was one of the best exterminators in town. Even she wondered that at times, herself. The young woman laid down upon her bed and attempted to rest for the time being. Training had been cancelled that day due to a last-minute job on the far side of the city, so she had nothing planned for the rest of the day. As she allowed her mind and body to relax, she slowly became more and more aware of just how quiet the house was. Sitting up once more, she realized that she hadn't heard any sounds at all in over 2 hours. The dogs hadn't barked, she didn't hear her younger twin brothers arguing or watching movies, there were no video games blasting, and she hadn't heard her sister moving around or cooking. She knew the parents would be off on the job, but the rest should have been at home. Cautiously she stood from her bed and moved to her door, opening it slowly before hesitantly taking a step into the hall. Arachnophobia wasn't the only thing she suffered, she was also plagued by autophobia, more commonly known as the fear of being alone or abandoned. As she made her way through the house, she became painfully aware that she was alone. There were no signs anyone was home or had even been home at all. The laundry was finished and folded, there was no note on the table, and even the vehicles were gone from the garage. She could feel her heart beginning to pound in her chest as she began to panic but tried to hold it in. She turned and made her way back to her room where she grabbed her phone to call her parents. 3 rings later and she got an automated message saying that the number didn't exist. She tried to call everyone in the family but got the same message each time. The young woman felt the tears slowly fall down her cheeks as she frantically began to search her room, looking for anything that would have her family members' phone numbers written on it. When she could find nothing, her pulse began racing and her breathing became fast and shallow. Movement in the corner of her eye caught her attention and she whipped her head around, hoping it was her father or someone else in her family. Instead, she saw a massive spider, the size of a Great Dane, coming into her room. She realized it must have been the one trying to get in through her air vents and quickly looked for a can of spray, as the beast was between her and her closet now. When she could find none, she grabbed her pistol, only used for protection, and readied herself for an attack. More spiders of the same size entered the room and she quickly found herself wrapped in their silk webbing, unable to move. She was forced to watch as the beasts drug her from her home and into the depths of the forest, knowing she would never make it out alive. As the young blonde struggled to get free, she was unaware that her surroundings were not what she saw them to be. 2 figures stood on the opposite side of a plexiglass wall, a locked door keeping them safe from the young woman. She had no idea that what she perceived as spider silks was, in fact, a straitjacket. Likewise, she didn't realize the spiders she had been attacked by were actually her family, whom she had walked right past while searching the seemingly empty house for them. A man in a white lab coat stood beside the girl's father, both of them watching as the teenager continued to struggle and cry within the secured room. "I'm sorry, Mr. Martin," the doctor started as he turned his gaze to the man beside him. "I'm afraid your daughter is suffering from a level of psychosis that I haven't seen before. We will do everything we can, I promise you that, but I do not want to get your hopes up. I will start her on some medication and have a trained therapist try to talk her out of this mental state, but it seems as though her fears have completely overtaken her mind." As the doctor moved away to get the treatment plan in order, the young father stood watching his daughter. The others had gone home to straighten the girl's room back up so that it would be ready for her if she was ever allowed to come home, but he had opted to stay and talk with the doctors. Fearful green orbs soon caught his gaze through the plexiglass, and for a moment it seemed as if she recognized him, but then another scream ripped itself from her throat and he had to look away. Her future had been so bright only weeks ago, and now she had fallen to a place that he could not help her escape from. She was trapped within the depths of her own mind due to a psychotic break and inescapable living nightmares brought on by her fears. He knew that she would have to save herself this time. No one else would be able to help her until she was able to tell reality from illusion.
Everyone who has travelled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank little buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. For me, they have always had a very strong attraction, with the grey paling of split oak, the noble trees, the meres with their reed beds, and the line of distant woods. Then I liked the pillared portico, perhaps stuck onto a red brick Queen Anne house, which has been faced with stucco to bring it into line with the Grecian taste of the end of the 18th century. The hall inside, going up to the roof, which hall ought always to be provided with a gallery and a small organ. I like the library, too, where you may find anything from a Psalter of the 13th century to a Shakespearean quarto. I like the pictures, of course, and perhaps most of all, I like fancying what life in such a house was when it was first built, and in the piping times of landlord's prosperity, and not least now, when, if money is not so plentiful, taste is more varied, and life quite as interesting. I wish to have one of these houses, and enough money to keep it together, and entertain my friends in it modestly. But this is a digression. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house as I have tried to describe. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the building since the period of my story, but the essential features I have sketched are still there. Italian portico, square block of white house, older inside than out, park with fringe woods and mere. The one feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree growing within half a dozen yards of the wall, and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place, and since the moat was filled in and the Elizabethan dwelling-house built. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year the district in which the hall is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. It will be long, I think, before we arrive at a just estimate of the amount of solid reasons, if there was any, which lay at the root of the universal fear of witches in old times. Whether the persons accused of this offence really did imagine that they were possessed of unusual powers of any kind, or whether they had the will at least, if not the power, of doing mischief to their neighbours, or whether all the confessions, of which there are so many, were extorted by the mere cruelty of the witch-finders, these are questions which are not, I fancy, yet solved, and the present narrative gives me pause. I cannot altogether sweep it away as mere invention. The reader must judge for himself. Castringham contributed a victim to the auto da fe. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run of village witches only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. They did their best to testify to her character, and showed considerable anxiety as to the verdict of the jury. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell. He deposed to having watched her on 3 different occasions from his window, at the full of the moon, gathering sprigs from the ash tree near my house. She had climbed into the branches, clad only in her shift, and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife, and as she did so she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion Sir Matthew had done his best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise he had made, and all he could see when he got down to the garden was a hare running across the park in the direction of the village. On the third night he had been at the pains to follow at his best speed, and had gone straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house, but he had had to wait a quarter of an hour battering at her door, and then she had come out very cross, and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed, and he had no good explanation to offer of his visit. Mainly on this evidence, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial, with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures, at Bury, St. Edmunds. Sir Matthew Fell, the deputy sheriff, was present at the execution. It was a damp, drizzly March morning when the cart made its way up the rough grass hill outside Northgate, where the gallows stood. The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery, but Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life so in death, of a very different temper. Her poisonous rage, as a reporter of the time puts it, did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her, that she presented the living aspect of a mad divil. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law, only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect that, as one of them afterwards assured me, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon his mind for 6 months after. However, all that she is reported to have said was the seemingly meaningless words, "There will be guests at the hall," which she repeated more than once in an undertone. Sir Matthew Fell was not unimpressed by the bearing of the woman. He had some talk upon the matter with the vicar of his parish, with whom he travelled home after the assize business was over. His evidence at the trial had not been very willingly given. He was not specially infected with the witch-finding mania, but he declared, then and afterwards, that he could not give any other account of the matter than that he had given, and that he could not possibly have been mistaken as to what he saw. The whole transaction had been repugnant to him, for he was a man who liked to be on pleasant terms with those about him. But he saw a duty to be done in this business, and he had done it. That seems to have been the gist of his sentiments, and the vicar applauded it, as any reasonable man must have done. A few weeks after, when the moon of May was at the full, vicar and squire met again in the park, and walked to the hall together. Lady Fell was with her mother, who was dangerously ill, and Sir Matthew was alone at home. So the vicar, Mr. Crome, was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. Sir Matthew was not very good company this evening. The talk ran chiefly on family and parish matters, and, as luck would have it, Sir Matthew made a memorandum in writing of certain wishes or intentions of his regarding his estates, which afterwards proved exceedingly useful. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home, about 9:30 o'clock, Sir Matthew and he took a preliminary turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. The only incident that struck Mr. Crome was this. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped and said, "What is that runs up and down the stem of the ash? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now." The vicar looked and saw the moving creature, but he could make nothing of its colour in the moonlight. The sharp outline, however, seen for an instant, was imprinted on his brain, and he could have sworn, he said, though it sounded foolish, that, squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Still, not much was to be made of the momentary vision, and the 2 men parted. They may have met since then, but it was not for a score of years. Next day Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 in the morning, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. I need not prolong the description of their anxious listenings and renewed batterings on the panels. The door was opened at last from the outside, and they found their master dead and black. So much you have guessed. That there were any marks of violence did not at the moment appear, but the window was open. One of the men went to fetch the parson, and then by his directions rode on to give notice to the coroner. Mr. Crome himself went as quick as he might to the hall, and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. He has left some notes among his papers, which show how genuine a respect and sorrow was felt for Sir Matthew. And there is also this passage, which I transcribe for the sake of the light it throws upon the course of events, and also upon the common beliefs of the time. There was not any the least trace of an entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and to-night had not drunk it out. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury, a Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterwards declared upon his oath before the coroner's quest, discover that any matter of a venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural, in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbours of poison. The body was very much disordered as it lay in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as gave too probable conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony. And what is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both sad persons, and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me in a great pain and distress, both of mind and body, saying, what was indeed confirmed upon the first view, that they had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with their naked hands, than they were sensible of a more than ordinary violent smart and aching in their palms, which, with their whole forearms, in no long time swelled so immoderately, the pain still continuing, that, as afterwards proved, during many weeks they were forced to lay by the exercise of their calling, and yet no mark seen on the skin. Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, who was still in the house, and we made as careful a proof as we were able, by the help of a small magnifying lens of crystal, of the condition of the skin on this part of the body, but could not detect with the instrument we had any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia, with other known specimens of the horrid act of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiment, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there be anything of value therein. There was on the table by the bedside a Bible of the small size, in which my friend, punctual as in matters of less moment, so in this more weighty one, used nightly, and upon his first rising, to read a set portion, and I taking it up, not without a tear, duly paid to him, which from the study of this poorer adumbration was now passed to the contemplation of its great original. It came into my thoughts, as at such moments of helplessness we are prone to catch at any the last glimmer that makes promise of light, to make trial of that old and by many accounted superstitious practice of drawing the sorts, of which a principal insurance, in the case of his late sacred Majesty the blessed martyr King Charles and my Lord Falkland, was now much talked of. I must need admit that by my trial not much assistance was afforded me, yet, as the cause and origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results, in the case it may be found that they pointed the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words, from Luke 13:7, cut it down; in the second, Isaiah 13:20, it shall never be inhabited; and upon the third experiment, Job 34:30, her young ones also suck up blood. That is all that need be quoted from Mr. Crome's papers. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth, and his funeral sermon, preached by Mr. Crome on the following Sunday, has been printed under the title of The Unsearchable Way, or England's Danger and the Malicious Dealings of Antichrist, it being the vicar's view, as well as the most commonly held in the neighbourhood, that the squire was the victim of a recrudescence of the Popish plot. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and estates, and so ends the first act of the Castringham tragedy. It is to be mentioned, though the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died. Nor indeed was it slept in by any one but an occasional visitor during the whole of his occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase slightly as time went on. Those who are interested in the details will find a statistical account in a letter to the Gentleman's Magazine of 1772, which draws the facts from the baronet's own papers. He put an end to it at last by a very simple expedient, that of shutting up all of his beasts in sheds at night, and keeping no sheep in his park. For he had noticed that nothing was ever attacked that spent the night indoors. After that the disorder confined itself to wild birds and beasts of chase. But as we have no good account of the symptoms, and as all-night watching was quite unproductive of any clue, I do not dwell on what the Suffolk farmers called the Castringham sickness. The second Sir Matthew died in 1735, as I said, and was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out of the north side of the parish church. So large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersole, the position of which was accurately known, thanks to a note on a plan of the church and yard, both made by Mr. Crome. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, who was still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed, and the feeling of surprise and indeed disquiet was very strong when it was found that, though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside it of body, bones, or dust. Indeed, it is a curious phenomenon, for at the time of her burying no such things were dreamt of as resurrection men, and it is difficult to conceive any rational motive for stealing a body otherwise than for the use of the dissecting room. The incident revived for a time all the stories of witch trials and of the exploits of the witches, dormant for 40 years, and Sir Richard's orders that the coffin should be burnt were thought by a good many to be rather foolhardy, though they were duly carried out. Sir Richard was a pestilent innovator, it is certain. Before his time the hall had been a fine block of the mellowest red brick, but Sir Richard had travelled in Italy and become infected with the Italian taste, and, having more money than his predecessors, he determined to leave an Italian palace where he had found an English house. So stucco and ashlar masked the brick. Some indifferent Roman marbles were planted about in the entrance hall and gardens. A reproduction of the Sibyl's temple at Tivoli was erected on the opposite bank of the mere, and Castringham took on an entirely new, and I must say a less engaging aspect. But it was much admired, and served as a model to a good many of the neighbouring gentry in after years. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. It had been windy, and his chimney had smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that he must keep up a fire. Also, something had so rattled about the window that no man could get a moment's peace. Further, there was the prospect of several guests of position arriving in the course of the day, which would expect sport of some kind, and the inroads of the distemper which continued among his game had been lately so serious that he was afraid for his reputation as a game preserver. But what really touched him most nearly was the other matter of his sleepless night. He could certainly not sleep in that room again. That was the chief subject of his meditations at breakfast, and after it he began a systematic examination of the rooms to see which would suit his notions best. It was long before he found one. This had a window with an eastern aspect, and that with a northern. This door the servants would be always passing, and he did not like the bedstead in that. No, he must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun could not wake him early, and it must be out of the way of the business of the house. The housekeeper was at the end of her resources. "Well, Sir Richard," she said, "you know that there is but one room like that in the house." "Which may that be?" said Sir Richard. "And that is Sir Matthew's, the west chamber." "Well, put me in there," for there I'll lie tonight, said her master. Which way is it? Here, to be sure. And he hurried off. Oh, Sir Richard, but no one has slept there for these 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there. Thus she spoke, and rustled after him. Come, open the door, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber, at least. So it was opened, and indeed the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, and impatiently, as was his wont, threw the shutters back and flung open the casement. For this end of the house was one which the alterations had barely touched, grown up as it was with a great ash tree, and being otherwise concealed from view. Air it, Mrs. Chiddock, all to-day, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. Put the Bishop of Kilmore in my old room. Pray, Sir Richard, said a new voice, breaking in on this speech, might I have the favour of a moment's interview? Sir Richard turned round, and saw a man in black in the doorway, who bowed. I must ask your indulgence for this intrusion, Sir Richard. You will, perhaps, hardly remember me. My name is William Crome, and my grandfather was vicar here in your grandfather's time. Well, sir, said Sir Richard, the name of Crome is always a passport to Castringham. I am glad to renew a friendship of 2 generations standing. In what can I serve you? For your hour of calling, and if I do not mistake you, your bearing shows you to be in some haste. That is no more than the truth, sir. I am riding from Norwich to Bury St. Edmunds with what haste I can make, and I have called in on my way to leave with you some papers which we have but just come upon in looking over what my grandfather left at his death. It is thought you may find some matters of family interest in them. You are mighty obliging, Mr. Crome, and, if you will be so good as to follow me to the parlour and drink a glass of wine, we will take a first look at these same papers together. And you, Mrs. Chiddock, as I said, be about airing this chamber. Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Yes, the tree, perhaps, does make the place a little dampish. No, I do not wish to listen to any more. Make no difficulties, I beg. You have your orders. Go. Will you follow me, sir? They went to the study. The packet which young Mr. Crome had brought, he was then just become a Fellow of Clare Hall in Cambridge, I may say, and subsequently brought out a respectable edition of Pollianus, contained among other things the notes which the old vicar had made upon the occasion of Sir Matthew Fell's death. And for the first time Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical Sortes Biblicae which you have heard. They amused him a good deal. Well, he said, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice. Cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, he may be rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of catarrhs and eggs was never seen. The parlour contained the family books, which, pending the arrival of a collection which Sir Richard had made in Italy, and the building of a proper room to receive them, were not many in number. Sir Richard looked up from the paper to the bookcase. I wonder, says he, whether the old prophet is there yet. I fancy I see him. Crossing the room, he took out a dumpy Bible, which sure enough bore on the fly-leaf of the inscription, To Matthew Fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldous, 2nd September, 1659. It would be no bad plan to test him again, Mr. Crome. I will wager we get a couple of names in the chronicles. What have we here? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Well, well, your grandfather would have made a fine omen of that, hey? No more prophets for me. They're all in a tale. And now, Mr. Crome, I am infinitely obliged to you for your packet. You will, I fear, be impatient to get on. Pray allow me another glass. So, with offers of hospitality which were genuinely meant, for Sir Richard thought well of the young man's address and manner, they parted. In the afternoon came the guests, the Bishop of Kilmore, Lady Mary Hervey, Sir William Kentfield, etc. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Next morning Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun with the rest. He talks with the Bishop of Kilmore. This prelate, unlike a good many of the Irish bishops of his day, had visited his see, and indeed resided there for some considerable time. This morning, as the two were walking along the terrace and talking over the alterations and improvements in the house, the bishop said, pointing to the window of the west room, You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard. Why is that, my lord? It is, in fact, my own. Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree, and you have a fine growth of ash not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps, the bishop went on, with a smile, it has given you a touch of its quality already, for you do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest as your friends would like to see you. That, or something else, it is true, cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it. I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage. Your lordship is right, I think, but I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on, no doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass, that kept me open-eyed. I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard. Here, you see it from this point. None of these nearest branches can even touch your casement unless there was a gale, and there was none of that last night. They missed the panes by a foot. No, sir, true. What then will it be, I wonder, that scratched and rustled so? Aye, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks. At last they agreed that the rats must have come up through the ivy. That was the bishop's idea, and Sir Richard jumped at it. So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms, and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The room is over the kitchen, and the night outside still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head rapidly to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which moved back and forward, even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion. Is it nothing more? There. Something drops off the bed with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another, 4, and after that there is quiet again. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard, dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected air, all these and more guesses were hazarded, and the Bishop of Kilmore looked at the tree, in the fork of whose lower boughs a white tom-cat was crouching, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly it got up and craned over the hole. Then a bit of the edge on which it stood gave way, and it went slithering in. Every one looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were. The witnesses are not sure which, and then a slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Hervey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kentfield stayed. Yet even they were daunted, though it was only at the cry of a cat, and Sir William swallowed once or twice before he could say, "There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I am for an instant to search." And this was agreed upon. A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and looking down the hollow could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern, and let it down by a rope. "We must get at the bottom of this. My life upon it, my lord, but secret of these terrible deaths is there." Up went the gardener again with the lantern, and let it down the hole cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and saw his face struck with an incredulous terror and loathing, before he cried out in a dreadful voice and fell back from the ladder, where happily he was caught by 2 of the men, letting the lantern fall inside the tree. He was in a dead faint, and it was some time before any word could be got from him. But then they had something else to look at. The lantern must have broken at the bottom, and the light in it caught upon dry leaves and rubbish that lay there, for in a few minutes a dense smoke began to come up, and then flame, and to be short, the tree was in a blaze. The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire. So it was. First at the fork they saw a round body covered with fire the size of a man's head appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a similar ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. The bishop went as near as he dared to it, and saw what but the remains of an enormous spider, venous and seared. And as the fire burned lower down, more terrible bodies like this began to break out from the trunk, and it was seen that these were covered with greyish hair. All that day the ash burned, until it fell to pieces. The men stood about it, and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and they cautiously closed in and examined the roots of the tree. They found, says the Bishop of Kilmore, below it a rounded hollow place in the earth, wherein were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had plainly been smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den against the wall was crouching the anatomy or skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair, which was pronounced by those that examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years.
The house I grew up in was always creepy. Even having lived in it for my entire life, it still was unsettling. The classic Victorian architecture mixed with the dark academia decor always seemed wrong, like 2 puzzle pieces fit together making the wrong image. As children, we thought nothing of it, but when we started to realize how unsettling it was, then we began to laugh at our own mind-made fears. My brother and I would always joke about the zombies in the basement or the ghosts upstairs. Sometimes we would even swear we had heard screaming. At first, we thought it was childish banter that would fade as we realized what really was happening, but an explanation never came, so even as teenagers, we were hesitant to go anywhere without each other. It didn't help that the lights flickered as if it were a bad rave, or that the walls had a tendency to be too weak to hold paintings, causing them to fall randomly, but the worst was the groans and creaks of the house sounding like the gates of hell opening up to swallow us whole. I first thought that it was the house settling. After all, it was ancient. Though the pieces never fit firmly, because a setting house doesn't equate to long claw-like tears in the wallpaper, of pictures torn from the frame while it still hangs on the wall. Though we felt invincible, 2 teens back to back while fighting against the world. Even as children, W stayed back to back, eyes wide open at every flicker, noise, or shudder. We were prepared to fight and win, but we never were ready to lose. We played games while we would sit on his bed, telling stories about how we would defend ourselves from the big bad monsters. Always swearing to stay together and use teamwork to defeat the evil that lurked below. We never liked being alone, but now I had to be. It was sudden, his death, an accident causing another, causing another, causing another. I never knew that humans had that much blood inside of them, but now I wish I didn't. Even though the floors had long since been cleaned from the blood splatters, the smell of iron and the sticky warm fluid still seemed to be stained in my mind. Being alone in the house felt terribly surreal. I always tricked myself into believing I was still safe because he was right in front of me, his form clear and flickering, but I knew it was wrong. I knew my mind was tricking me into feeling comfortable so I don't have to face the truth. I couldn't not be alone in the house, because he was all I had. The fact that I was nor totally and completely alone seemed terrifying. Sometimes I swear I can still hear him screaming while the garbage disposal runs, clunking with every failed attempt to slice the bones of his hand. Sometimes I feel happy with the hallucinations because he was alive, and could be saved now that I know the outcome, but his screams always make me realize it will end the same. The house only seemed worse after it. Every flicker of light caused my heart to stop, and with them happening more, it was a miracle my heart hadn't exploded. The falling paintings seemed more violent as they shattered and flew across the room in their downward tumble, and the creaking didn't sound like wood anymore. It sounded like deep gurgling moans of my brother. I tried and convinced myself it wasn't real, and that tea was a trick of the light, or my mind playing games, but his screams were real, and the terror I felt never subsided when I tried to check to see if it was wrong. I could barely move from his bed, remembering how he told me, if you ever are scared, imagine a circle of light protecting you from all the bad things. I sat and I imagined, and I hoped and I prayed. Nothing got better. There was a symphony of screams and shattered glass, and the imaginary circle did nothing tease my worries. My heart rate spiked as another shattered picture frame hits the floor, and I try to remember his voice, his smile, and the comfort he always gave me. Strength in numbers, he swore. Now there's barely strength in me. The jokes we made as kids seemed terrifyingly real as another photo slammed to the ground, thoughts of zombies, ghosts, and aliens clouding my mind. I didn't even notice when the hellish symphony finally quieted, as if the entire house was taking a deep breath. Someone was there, in front of me, hiding from my sight. I'm sorry. I cried to the unknown object, begging for forgiveness and mercy. I don't want to die. Memories of my brother's death flashed in my mind, his screams, the blood, and the demonic laugh that echoed throughout the empty room. My body rocked back and forth while I clutched my hair, almost trying to tear it from its roots. Silly, my brother's voice echoed out, and I froze in terror at the familiar voice I had last heard screaming, "You're safe as long as you stay in the circle." He laughed lightly, but his normally happy voice deepened to a demonic level, before snapping back to the normal boyish chuckled, "Besides, I could never hurt you." He raises his left hand, and I noticed how horribly mutilated his left arm was. His palm gently pressed against a dome that surrounded me from the imaginary surface, and he smiled. "We used to joke about all the bad things here, but don't worry. They can't hurt you as long as I'm around." He smiled gently, and I knew that I was going to be all right. It was some twisted story of an angel, but I knew that I would be safe as long as my twisted guardian angel was watching over me. I raised the bottle to my lips. The smell of cheap peat and smoke entered my nose, sliding its misty fingers into the back of my brain. The amber washed over my tongue, sliding down my throat where it set up shop. Fire sale. Everything must go. That's when the terror stops. The ghosts have been chewing at me for a while now, eating away at my sanity, seeping through the air ducts while I sleep, hiding in the dark corners of my room, watching me as I sleep. When I wake, their eyes gleam through the muddy darkness. I rise from my bed at 3:45. I've only been asleep for roughly 90 minutes. My vision sways as I swim through the air towards the washroom. They watch me tiptoe as the carpet fluff squeezes through the spaces of my toes. My identity has been erased. Who am I? It takes me a second to find the greasy spot on the wall where my hand rests every time I come in here drunk off my ass, barely hitting the toilet bowl. When I'm not drunk, I can smell the walls. A faint ammonia-like smell wafts into my nostrils. An alarming signal that I need to clean the bathroom. A sip of cheap scotch will fix everything. It always does. The ghosts are in full force before 1 p.m. In the early morning is when they are hungriest. A constant vibe of darkness lurks behind my skull. I cook at the busiest restaurant in town. It's a good living, but they dangle the carrot in front of me, ensuring I never leave. Every night, I try to subconsciously recreate the adrenaline rush of a busy service by slamming endless amounts of alcohol back into my skull. I'm not the only one. The rest of the cooks, save for a few old-timers who can't drink anymore on account of the fact that it will kill them, rest their grease-coated arms against the cold marble of the bar top at the end of their shifts. A cool grounding, giving them a moment of reprieve before they enter Shot City, blasting away at their brain cells like a game of Space Invaders. For me, the Space Invaders are those pesky little memories I cannot seem to shake. One shot, boom, away goes the time I shaved my father's face before he succumbed to cancer. He was unable to, due to the stroke that had decimated his former self, leaving him a shell of a man. Boom. Another one. There goes my mother's suicide attempt when I was 11. I was home that day, just so happened to pick up the distress call to my father. I've done something bad. That ghost loves to sink its claws in, as pools of blood form around the wounds and drip down into the base of my brain, drowning any form of a normal childhood one might experience. By the time we exhaust the cold beer supply at home base, we sprawl into the night, loading up the local bars, ensuring their staff will make bank. With each drink, we keep the enemy line tight. The ghosts stay back, transparent bayonets in hand pointed directly at us, waiting for the right time. The main residence, our home away from home, is where we go at the end of the night. We are welcome here because we empty the fridges and fill the tills. This is when the real party begins. This is also when I see him. The bloodthirsty monster that feeds off my waning sobriety. I load up a shell, cock back, and boom. He's gone. The cocaine obliterates him. In steps an impeccably dressed, Oxford-patched professor. A ghost accountant of sorts. He's here to take inventory. To present my trauma as facts, instead of feelings. This is about the part of the night I try to forget. This is when I become the ghost. I attack my pals with one sad, depressing thing after another. Raising the hairs on the backs of their necks, unaware of the damage being done. My brain keeps cool, ejecting one hot shell after another, as the smoke rises into the air, choking those who haven't left already. Happy faces morph into sinking heads that bog down into the fog that spews from my mouth. I have become an exhaust pipe. Existing without any purpose but to rid myself of the fumes. The remaining men have scattered into the early morning, most likely to escape the toxicity of my past. I flush the empty, white-coated baggie, along with my shame from the evening. I look towards the ceiling vent. It'll be crawling out of there any time now to feed on my sleepless anxiety. I've become a delicacy for these creatures, as my brain prickles and buzzes trying to count the sheep that bounce along in my head. The only one I don't see is the one in the corner. I've stayed up too long for the shadows to hang around. As the ghosts approach my bed, their fingers claw at the floor as their contorted bodies slide along, leaving trails of green-tinged blood. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, avoiding the thought of what they might do to me. My heart pumps faster and sweat begins to emanate from my pores. I bring the duvet closer to my chin, raising it over my face like a child would do when threatened by a monster. The scratching stops. The room is silent. I hear no movement as I stare into the darkness covering my face. I slowly lift the blanket and I see them. Crowded around my vision, eating at my guts. Taking any semblance of my sanity with them, bite after bite. I am devoured. I am alone. I think of that day as the best day of my life. I would not be here if it had not happened. As I walk around the house now, making coffee at the hour that I used to fall asleep, the scariest thing I can imagine is the thought of my 2-year-old toddler accidentally grabbing my privates in her death grip, asking me to pick her up from the floor and love her a little more. She shines a light so bright that those monsters don't get close anymore. I have no time to drink, so I must live with them. They stay in the vents, and in the walls. Watching. Waiting. Scared shitless of that bright little star that throws goldfish crackers all over the house. She has become their ghost. After walking to the very end of the platform, to the very last car, Vera slides into the very last row of seats. The seats that faced backwards from the way the train was moving. Most people get sick from backwards motion, but really, Vera preferred it this way. She always does this because the last car is always empty, and Vera needed to be alone for this journey. Vera shoves her bag into the overhead, and plops down next to the window. She is clammy. She had to speed walk from the parking lot to catch the final train this evening, to a place she very much did not want to go. As the train begins pulling out of the station, Vera rests her forehead on the cool window, watching as they exit the blackened tunnel and enter the night beyond. The time was 9:57 p.m. and she wouldn't reach her destination until the early morning, 5:15 a.m. or so. Vera is startled by the train whistle, not realizing she had fallen asleep against the window, and hits her head against the glass. She closes her eyes and sighs, an oncoming headache imminent, she thinks to herself. She glances down at her phone, 11:03 p.m., it's barely been an hour. This is going to be a long night. Vera wishes they would turn off the lights in the car so she could fall back to sleep, and so the night could go by as quickly as possible. Although maybe she didn't want it to go by too quickly, the end of this trip was the beginning of something much more painful and tiresome. The night outside the window is inky black. They've already passed outside of city limits and now they are trekking through the countryside with no stops at all. No one else boarding, and no one leaving, at least not until her final destination. Vera takes off her jacket, the car is still very warm, and rolls it up to use as a pillow. She again leans against the window, now with a bit of cushion so she doesn't knock her head a second time. Staring into the darkness, something catches her eye. She blinks a few times, focusing her vision and realizes that what she is seeing is the reflection of a man in the car with her. That's strange, she could have sworn she was alone. He must have come in when she fell asleep. The man is wearing a long, tattered brown trench coat, and a dark wool deerstalker cap, not quite as charming as one would imagine Sherlock Holmes looking. It was odd, the man was not sitting in a seat. He was standing at the opposite end of the car, facing the corner. Vera was watching him through the reflection in the window, wondering what the man was doing, why he wasn't sitting. How long had he been there? That's when she heard, was he pissing on the floor? She watched as his shoulders relaxed and heard him zipper up his pants. She quickly averted her eyes from the man in the reflection as he turned, hoping he wouldn't catch her. She pretended to be asleep as she felt him stalk to the back of the car, almost ghost-like, towards where she was sitting. Please no, the entire fucking car is empty, she thought to herself. The man chose his row, behind Vera but diagonally opposite of her. Why did he have to sit so close? She could smell an odor wafting over from him, stale cigarettes and something that reminded her of the musty mop head when she would have to clean the floors at the end of her shift at the restaurant. The smell of a dirty, wet, overused sponge. After a moment, Vera realized that added to the stale cigarette smell was freshly burning tobacco as well. The man lit a cigarette and was smoking in the train car. Fucking hell of a journey this was turning into. Vera turned closer towards the window, trying to sink as far away from the man as physically possible. She pulled her sweater up over her mouth and nose, and was tempted to pull her knees into her chest, but decided against it. She pulled out her wireless headphones to drown out the situation around her, only to realize that they were dead. Wonderful. Needing to use the toilet, she turned her head around trying to catch a glimpse of the man. She didn't want to leave her bag alone with him in the car, but she really had to go. She'd have to wait until he fell asleep before she'd attempt getting up. Vera settled back in, hoping that time would come soon. 11:55 p.m. and she heard soft snores coming from behind her. Thank goodness, she didn't think she could hold her bladder any longer. She quietly got up and tiptoed to the bathroom at the other end of the car, shutting the door as silently as possible. After finishing, Vera wandered 2 more cars ahead in search of the food and beverage car. Oddly enough, the train had gone from boiling hot to frigid in the 2 hours she'd been riding, and she wanted something to warm her up. Just a tea or even a hot chocolate if they had it. Unfortunately for her, the counter was closed when she got to it. Making her way back, she slid open the door to the car, her car, and immediately stopped before entering. The lights had all gone out. She peered again behind her to see if other cars were dark, maybe it was a midnight thing, but it seemed that only her car had been unlit. Trying not to jump to conclusions, she took her phone out and clicked on the flashlight to find her way back to her seat, momentarily forgetting about the sleeping man. It must just be the quiet car, or the sleeping car, Vera thought to herself. That's probably why this guy came back here in the first place. She once again settled herself in and hoped to finally get some shut-eye. That smell. It hit her again, this time rousing her from her slumber. It was stronger this time. Opening her eyes, she was startled to turn and see the man, sitting in the seat right next to her. Inches away, she could feel the smell soaking into her clothes. What the actual fuck was going on? He seemed to be asleep again, but why was he sitting next to her now? And why didn't she wake up and hear him again? It was as if he moved like a dark shadow, silent and discreet. Vera needed to move, but didn't know how to escape her seat. Maybe she could climb over the top to the seat behind. His legs were too long to step over, he was a tall man, and for some reason nagging the back of her skull she was afraid to wake him. At least the seats were wide enough that their thighs weren't touching. She pulled out her phone to text her friend the bizarre situation, but there was no cell service. Although she was incredibly uncomfortable and honestly a little spooked, her eyes were beginning to feel heavy again. She really wished the dining car had been open so she could have had a coffee to keep her awake. The last thing Vera wanted to do was fall asleep with this creep next to her. She feared sleep was drawing near though, and soon she wouldn't be able to overcome the pull into dreamland. Once again, the train whistle jostled Vera from her sleep. Damn it, she wasn't able to stay awake, but soon realized the man was gone from beside her. In fact, as she took a look around, he was nowhere to be found at all. Her attention then turned to what woke her. The train whistle ceased, but they had stopped moving. Why had they stopped moving? They still had hours until their final destination, and there weren't supposed to be any other stops. She peered out the window and didn't see a train station. Vera didn't see anything at all. No lights, no signs, no railroad crossing. Just the black abyss on the other side of the freezing cold glass. After a few seconds, which felt more like minutes, the train jolted hard. It was almost as if it were stuck. It jolted again, and it reminded Vera of a time she had gotten her beat-up old station wagon stuck in the mud on a hiking trip. Rev the gas, knock forward, rev the gas, inch a little more. As the train continued its lurching, the car lights began to flicker on and off. Maybe it's an electrical thing. She wondered. The jolting and the flickering continued on and on, Vera's heart picking up speed. Even though the car was still ice cold, beads of sweat began to line Vera's brow. Vera whipped her head around, the door at the opposite end of the car slowly slid open. The man in the brown coat appeared on the other side. The car behind him was now darkened too, with the lights flickering just as they were in her car. He was holding something in his right hand, but she couldn't make it out. His shirt sleeve was long and covering past his wrist. She looked back up at his face and they locked eyes. He was staring directly at her, head cocked to one side. What the fuck is going on? Was that blood on his coat? Vera peered behind the man, trying to glimpse someone, anyone else on the train. Now that she thinks back, she didn't remember seeing anyone on her walk to the dining car. The man started walking down the train, slowly due to what seemed to be a limp. How was he limping and still moving so quietly? Vera pulled her phone back out, but still no bars. She typed up text after text, to her friend, to her mom. Nothing was loading, nothing was going through. He inched closer, close enough for Vera to see that in his hand he held a knife. A long, bloodied kitchen knife, dripping on his coat with the fresh slick of wherever his last victim was. "Please! Stay away from me!" she shouted, crouching into her seat. He was standing above her now. "Help! Help!" Vera bawled, but there was no one to hear her. The man raised the knife above her. Vera screamed, closing her eyes and covering her ears. The train whistle screeched its own tune. This was it. Vera's head hit the window. She jolted awake. Her heart was racing, sweat dripping down her temples and neck. She looked around, alone in the train car. The sun was cresting the hills out the window, and her watch read 5:10 a.m. "This is the conductor speaking. We should be pulling into our final stop in just about 5 minutes, folks. Thank you for riding with us this evening." It was August when they found her, skin pale and lifeless. Her eyes frozen in momentary fear and blood tinting her blonde hair to a disturbing shade of pink. Her death was brutal according to the daily paper, but of course there were no details. Everyone wanted the details, everyone except me. I didn't want to think of the strangled screams and pleas of life that she gave. I really didn't want to think at all. The first letter came to me in August, blood-stained and torn. 2 words written that sent shivers down my spine. Letters continued to come after the first, each one just as disturbing. The cops didn't believe me and my mind was beginning to lose itself. Why wouldn't anyone believe me? Why couldn't they see the proof? This letter was different, and if they couldn't believe me after this, I had no doubt that I wouldn't survive. I'd be the one with pale skin and lifeless eyes. He was coming for me and I'm confident that he would win. I read the letter again with shaking hands, dialing the 3 numbers that had failed me so many times before. I heard the female voice ask what my emergency was, but what would I say? Hello. I got a letter saying that I was going to be killed tonight, be brushed off. It was Halloween and operators were dealing with hundreds of false alarms and prank calls. I convinced myself it wouldn't work and hung the phone on the hook gently. I sit slowly at the old mahogany table and stare at the words on the paper again. I was going to die tonight, there was no doubt. Each letter before had said my time was coming and it was finally here. Would it be quick? Painless? Or would he torture me and drag it out? No one would care about screams, they'd think it was for the occasion. It was genius and I had to give the credit where it was due. I shakily write a letter of my own. Dear whoever finds me, I hope that you aren't traumatized by the scene before you, but I have something to get off my chest. I am guilty and have always been. I know who is coming for me, and because I am selfish, I do not want them to be caught. Please understand that they aren't aware of what they are doing, and that it is all my fault. I made them this way with reckless decisions and selfish behaviors. I did something terrible and they blame themselves. 3 years ago, I strategically arranged a murder, and got away with it. I let him into my home with the promise of love the way it once was. I only wanted to make things go away. He wasn't always this way, I swear it. I watched silently as life left his eyes and his last breath left his lips. I allowed myself a moment of peace before the hard work had to be done. I cooked dinner, drank wine, and read my favorite self-help book. After I was relaxed, I pulled his lifeless body to the backyard and started digging. You can find him under the pecan tree where the peace lily grows, or you can leave him. It was his favorite spot to watch stars from anyhow. I feel no remorse for my actions and I do not feel that it is appropriate to say sorry to anyone. I will however say that I wish it didn't have to happen the way that it did and that I never used any of the money I inherited. You will find it under the floorboard of the master bedroom. Use it for my funeral please, his too if you must. Goodbye. Marie. I gently poured myself a glass of wine and placed the letter in the mailbox. Someone would find it soon enough. I let my mind drift off to a better place, a place where the sun never sets and the gentle sounds of the ocean soothes my racing mind. I deserve this moment of peace before my never-ending torment in hell fire. Maybe it isn't true and there is simply nothing after you are gone. The clock reads midnight when the lights shut off. I gently bring the wine to my lips with a trembling hand. I can hear the footsteps pounding louder than my heart, but I won't run. It was time. I see the reflection of the knife glistening in the moonlight and I welcome it. I wished the theatrics would end, I wanted to see his eyes once more. A youthful reflection of my own, dull and gray. I smile gently as he stands in front of me, before carelessly lighting the end of my cigarette. I am not afraid like I should be, like anyone else would be. I stare at my mirror and smile. The reflection smiles back at me and carefully runs glove-covered fingers through my hair. I wonder where he will run away to after his grand finale, maybe France. I heard that Italy was beautiful this time of year. I imagine myself walking down marble halls in an extravagant dress, the eyes of every man lusting after me. I see him standing beside me in a tailored suit, he was the most handsome one there. I would glare at every woman that looked at him because they couldn't give him the same satisfaction that I could. Only I could take him to that place, just as I had with the man who wore the face first. I am ready. I whisper to him. He doesn't speak, just as I expected. I feel burning heat as the shining carbon steel breaks through my skin. I don't cry or scream because I know it's what he wants, what he needs. I was too stubborn to give him the satisfaction he was after and he was becoming angry. After the third entry into my stomach I don't feel the burn anymore. I don't really feel anything. He doesn't stop there, and I know that he won't stop until I am no longer breathing. I consider holding my breath and ponder if he would make a mistake and leave me alive. I don't deserve the luxury though. Instead I let my mind travel to the many nights we shared together doing things that could ruin us forever. If only we weren't caught. This wouldn't be happening I assume. We would still be spending nights together whispering I love yous and sharing touches in the dark. I allow my eyes to look at the protruding vein in his forehead and gently rub it with my thumb. I always hated when it appeared. I frown as he jerks away from my touch, his bloodshot eyes holding disgust. I feel my own water at this, he had never looked at me that way. I watched through blurry eyes as he lifted my left hand and sliced my ring finger off. The pain is unbearable but I knew he was almost done then. The crimson blade raised high in the air confirmed this for me. I look into my eyes that he wore so well and offer my last words, bury me under the peace lily next to your father please. Carlos discovered the puppet under a pile of shoes in the back of his grandmother's closet. Although covered in years of dust and grime, the herbs inside gave off a mephitic odor that was amazingly pungent. At the ends of the limbs, the material used to make the doll had unraveled, the hands and feet appearing hairy and disheveled, a child's nightmare 7 inches long. He put it into his backpack and stood up, a little lightheaded from the dust and smell. He heard his father calling for him to come downstairs. They'd already loaded a couple of tables, chairs and an old cherry bookcase from Grand's library onto his dad's Nissan truck. His father rescued an old photo of his parents, taken after the Vietnam War, and added it to the pile. "Did you find anything upstairs you wanted to keep?" his dad asked. "Not really, just a book or two," he lied. "I couldn't find the weird picture of the woods she promised me." Carlos didn't mention the puppet his grandmother had promised him to. "Well, she always indulged your weirdness, didn't she? I wish she hadn't. You'd be more like me, you know, normal and what you'd probably call boring." And that's a good thing. Although Carlos knew his father was a repository of knowledge on certain subjects and he'd certainly come to know life well, he couldn't possibly keep up with his son verbally. Not ever. And he knew it angered his father that Carlos was far more articulate than him. They closed up the old house and climbed into the truck. The trip home was uneventful, although he could smell the poppet through his backpack and wondered if his dad could too. The waitress at the Denny's they stopped at on Route 15 had wrinkled her nose when they sat down. She must have smelled the poppet as well. By the time they made it back to Lufton, they were both bushed. After his dad went to bed, Carlos examined the doll more closely. It was obviously quite old, the facsimile of a human artfully created by weaving coarse brown and yellow cloth through sticks and grass fibers to form the appendages and torso. There was a small head, painted brown and red. 2 small seeds, shiny and greasy in appearance, made up the eyes. He took a picture and loaded onto his computer to look for internet images of similar dolls. Wikipedia gave him this. In folk magic and witchcraft, a poppet, also known as a poppet, is a doll made to represent a person, for casting spells on that person or to aid that person through magic. These dolls may be fashioned from such materials as a carved root, grain or corn shafts, fruit, paper, wax, a potato, clay, branches, or cloth stuffed with herbs with the intent that any actions performed upon the effigy will be transferred to the subject based on sympathetic magic. The next day, after school, he stopped by the New Age store downtown to see if he could find more information about the doll. He almost brought it with him to school, but something told him to leave it at home, safely hidden under his bed. The odor of patchouli and lavender greeting him upon entering the store. "May I help you, young man?" The middle-aged woman behind the counter was arranging crystals and small, cheap bracelets covered in gemstones. Soft flute music played in the background. "I was wondering if you could tell me anything about poppets." His voice sounded nervous and high-pitched. He needed to act cool. He was not a child and didn't want her to treat him as one. "Well, poppets can transfer both good and bad magic. Generally, the creator of the poppet will add something that belongs to the intended recipient. It could be something as small as a lock of hair or a piece of cloth. As long as it is attached to the poppet, the intent, as far as the spirits are concerned, is clear. Whatever happens to the poppet happens to the intended. The poppet should always be hidden from non-believers." He thanked her and left before she had any questions he didn't want to answer. He had a lot to think about on his walk home. Decisions were settled for him the next day. He was late to his trig class on Tuesday and Mr. Mortimer, always one to pounce on a teenage victim, let him have it. "Late again, Vega. That's you, isn't it? Late for school, late for class, late for life. You'll be left behind before you know it. I've learned a lot about you from fishing with your dad. He wanted a son better than you. He wanted a son that's athletic, smart and good-looking. Instead he got you. Pathetic." Carlos flashed red, not with embarrassment so much as rage. How dare old Mort mention all this in front of this class of jocks, weirdos, and losers? He imagined these two sad fishing buddies discussing his faults while getting drunk on the pier. Unbelievable. As he sat there in rage, he formulated a plan for revenge. Old Mort left him alone after that, and Carlos was slow to leave the trig class. Susan Collins, dim-witted but most certainly a hard worker, was asking him a question about homework when Carlos got to the front of the room. Collins and Mortimer were facing the board. Mortimer's handkerchief sat on the edge of his desk. Carlos grabbed it without either of them noticing his exit. His dad was gone to a meeting that night, and Carlos fixed a TV dinner for himself. He decided tonight was as good of a night to experiment as any. After dinner he tied the handkerchief around the doll with his fingers. It was harder than he thought it would be, for the puppet was small and stiff. Thinking out loud he said, "So Mort's a great fisherman, huh? Maybe he needs to see the world from the fish's perspective." He dropped the shrouded doll, now resembling a superhero, into the toilet. He smirked and added, "Good luck, Superman." So much happened after that. Thursday's local paper headline said, "Popular high school math teacher found dead at Lake Lufton." The paper went on to report that the teacher drowned in shallow water just off the edge of the pier. He wondered if his father would inherit Mort's fishing poles. Inside himself, though, he really wondered how magic worked. Would there be a price for what he did? He didn't believe in hell, but now he wasn't so sure. Something so small had this much power. It was terrifying, well, just a little. Friday night, his dad, now a little drunk on Carlsbergs, asked him some questions while they were watching Grimm. "Have you heard anything about Mr. Mortimer's death at school? What do the kids think?" "That asshole deserved it. What a prick." The beer can just missed his head, for his dad's name wasn't there after 5 beers. "Don't you ever talk about him that way again. He wanted to fix you right, just like I do." "Don't worry about it, Dad, we'll never speak of him again." At that, Carlos picked up the can and left for his bedroom. On his way up the stairs, moonlight entering the living room window made it seem almost pretty, not the tragic, tacky room it appeared during the day. He could have a good life, he just needed to plan for it. He decided, as he climbed up the last steps, he'd visit his dad's tackle box this weekend. Maybe he'd find something fun to stick on the poppet. Why in the hell did I ever move to Chicago? I mutter to myself as I cross the open-air parking lot. I've worked late, and it's about 5 minutes before midnight. It's Friday the 13th in February, and I can barely keep my eyes open because the wind is sandblasting snow into my face at about 40 miles an hour. On top of that, I parked my car at the end of the lot. All the other cars are gone. Only shallow squares in the snow mark the spot where they were parked. Clutching my top coat tightly at my throat, I lower my head and push on. The wind is just ripping through me, and I feel like I am standing behind a jet plane about to take off. I turn my back to the wind just to catch my breath, my hair blowing into my face. I stand for a moment until I finally take a big gulp of air and turn around to face the wind again. But wait. What's this coming at me through the snow? I shield my eyes from the snow and wind with my hand to determine what it is when it stops at my feet. It looks up at me with knowing yellow eyes. It's a freakin' black cat. I screw my face up angrily and take a kick at it only to miss and nearly fall on my backside. The cat shoots off into the darkness and snow. I don't consider myself a superstitious man, but I believe that all superstitions somehow have their roots in the truth. For example, a pig in a poke and the cat's out of the bag. At one time, some poor local yokel was talked into buying a pig in a sack, but when he got home and opened it, a cat jumped out. It's been used for years as a lesson to teach not to spend your money foolishly and know what you are buying. Well, the same thing is true about black cats crossing your path. It must have happened to someone, and the myth is that it is bad luck to have it happen to you. Cats, black or otherwise, have no power to cause chaos or harm in any way. Thus convincing myself, I decide it's time to move ahead because I'm freezing. I sigh deeply and let my shoulders slump as I notice the tiny imprints of cat paws crossing my path in the snow. I hesitate and decide that the snow will soon cover these and they will no longer be crossing my path. Once again, I turn my back to the wind and snow and count to 60 by Mississippi's. Finally, I turn around and stop dead in my tracks. Oh, horror! My heart skips a beat and then, with a mighty thud, starts pounding in my chest. I suck in copious amounts of freezing Arctic air, causing my lungs to burn with pain. My eyes are so wide open that they are tearing, immediately freezing at my temples. There, right in front of me, sits the cat. The halogen lamp of the parking lot casts a 10-foot-long shadow of it across the snow. I scream, "What do you want? Just leave me alone, will ya?" Instead, it just sits there unperturbed by the howling wind, the same wind that just now pushes me back a foot or two. I see my car's tires are buried halfway up with snow. It is about 50 yards from me. As I look, the lamps at that end of the lot go out, and the one nearest me starts to flicker. Still the cat sits watching. Finally, I close my eyes and think. Cats are just cats. They are neither good nor bad luck. They haven't any mythical powers that allow them to harm. They are just goddamn cats. I've once again convinced myself that I'm just being silly and need to go straight to my car and go home. I'll have to pass through the cat's unbelievably long shadow though. When I realize I'm thinking this, I say, so what? It's just a stinking shadow. I ball my fist and lean forward, but my legs won't move. They are stuck there, frozen in fear. Try as I might, I can't get to my car. Shaking my fists in the air, I growl through my clenched teeth, I'm being such an idiot. The cat is in front of me, licking its paw nonchalantly. I can't believe I'm letting you control me like this. It's stupid, stupid, stupid. Man, I hate you so much I could kill you. The cat stops mid-lick and fixes me with its narrow yellow eyes. I feel a pain in my chest, for my heart has stopped for 3 long beats. I fall to my knees, clutching my chest. I'm panting, trying to catch my breath, but the wind keeps snatching it away. Slowly, I regain my strength and, despite the freezing temperature, I am drenched in sweat. I struggle to get back on my feet and mop my brow with the sleeve of my tweed topcoat. I wonder to myself how this situation ever came to this. The wind, the snow, and the black cat all seem so unreal. And when did I become so superstitious? I'll admit I've always disliked cats, but this is ridiculous. This is more than superstition. This is abnormal or perhaps paranormal. Suddenly I have an idea occur to me and yell to the cat, "You know what I'm going to do? I will return to the office lobby and spend the night there. What do you think of that, I laugh out loud at my own cleverness. The cat looks at me with those hideous yellow eyes, and I swear I see amusement dancing behind them. I turn swiftly and start stomping my way back to the office building. The wind, which has never let up, seems to increase in strength and is beating, buffeting, and pushing me so hard that I'm slipping and sliding all over the place. While trying to keep my balance, I trip over one of the parking lot jersey barriers. I fall hard and sprawl in the snow. I push myself onto my haunches and look at my scraped and bloodied hands. Raising my head a little, I see a pair of large black paws about the size of my hands. Its dagger-like claws slipped in and out. I drop my chin to my chest and begin to whimper pitifully. Oh, God. This can't be real. Oh, God. Early Saturday morning of the following day, Mary Wilkins pulls into the parking lot at work. She notices a car covered in snow at the far end and thinks that perhaps someone couldn't get it started and had to walk home. I hope they made it all right, Mary thinks. She's here today to pick up some paperwork she forgot to bring home. Walking cautiously through the drifted snow, she comes across an imprint that looks like someone may have fallen. Oh my, she exclaims and feels the need to step around it. As Mary rounds the corner, she is frozen in place, unable to process the scene before her. Suddenly a scream erupts from her throat. Her vision fades, and her knees turn to rubber. Afraid she may faint, she steadies herself by leaning against the brick building. There, propped up in a corner of the doorway, is Brad Ellis, one of the junior accountants, dead. His head is thrown back with his mouth hanging open. His eyes have rolled up into his head. From beneath his overcoat emerges the black cat that looks at Mary with menacing yellow eyes before it saunters off into the snow. A little girl sat on a park bench, hands in the pockets of her small double-breasted coat, feet swinging over the edge of the seat lazily. She was all rosy cheeks and pale skin in the breath of autumn. All around her, the park's landscape turned a pinky-orange color with the sun's fading light. Long shadows crawled across the neatly trimmed grass and sidewalks, one such shadow cutting the bench in half right over the girl's frame. There were only a few people other than her in the park, two lovebirds strolling through the common, a runner and her furry companion, a group of university students crossing through the park to get their caffeine fix on the other side, and a lone man watching her. He had been watching her for quite a while. The best description of him was, quite simply, average. Though a little on the gaunt side, he was nondescript with a straight nose and frown lines and the sort of gaze one would shy away from. He walked up to her. "Hey, little miss, why are you out here alone?" he said, smiling at her with pearly teeth. "I'm waiting for Mommy," the girl answered. She pushed her flaxen bangs out of her face. "She's gonna meet me here after she gets done shopping, and we're gonna go home and make dinner for my little brother. He's home alone right now, so we've got to get home soon. I hope she doesn't take too long. It's boring waiting." The man noticed a bag of groceries at her feet. In it were some vegetables and a carton of broth. "Do you want any candy?" he offered, pulling a cherry lollipop from his coat pocket. The girl blinked and shook her head. "Candy's bad for your teeth." He smiled at her again, but this time it didn't quite reach his eyes and a slight tick commenced in his left eye. "I can take you home, so your brother isn't alone. How does that sound?" "I don't know," the girl said. Her brows pinched together in a way that only a child's can. "Mommy said to wait for her." His tick worsened. "How about I call her then?" The girl nodded and enthusiastically listed off a string of numbers in a rhyming poem when he asked. The girl watched him press a few buttons on an old phone and caught a glimpse of his home screen as he put the phone to his ear. "Hello." A pause. "Hi, I'm with your daughter and was wondering if it'd be okay if I took her home." A longer pause. "You're stuck waiting in line and aren't going to get here soon." A shorter pause but still longer than the first. "It is? Great, we'll just meet you at your house." The man turned back towards the girl. "Your mother said to go ahead and take you home to start on dinner." "Okie dokie artichoke," she sang sweetly and started swinging her legs in the same direction. When both legs were fully extended, she swung herself off the bench and grabbed the grocery bag. The duo started off towards the parking lot, the girl running and jumping between shadows, giggling to herself. When they reached the tree-lined path that led to the exit, she skipped next to the man. A low whine sounded behind them, and they turned to the sound. The runner and her dog had come up behind them, but the dog had stopped. Tail between its legs and backing up slowly, the large retriever pulled his fighting owner away from the pair. The man frowned, but flighty animals weren't his problem. He had much more important things to worry about. "So, mister, what's your name?" "I'm Jane Margaret Bleecker." The girl, Jane, blinked up at him. He said simply, "It's George." They walked for a little while in silence until they reached the car. She said suddenly, as if the silence spooked her, "Did you know that odontophobia is the fear of teeth? I can't imagine being afraid of teeth. They're just bones you can see." She pulled on her lips and smiled wide so that Herney could see all of hers. George unlocked his van. The decal on the side read HNO Dry Cleaners in a pleasant navy. Just like him, the van was something nobody would look twice at. In fact, George liked it that way. The man opened the back door and ushered Jane inside. Upon contact with the van's interior, she wrinkled her nose. An unusually pungent smell of cleaning products pierced the air. The car ride was mostly filled with Jane's one-sided conversation, her fantastical rendition of In the Hall of the Mountain King, and her giving landmark-based directions to the driver. After one particularly awful encounter with a construction worker whose machine was eating the pavement like a piranha with flesh, his radio, which had previously been spouting the news, became static. He turned it off, glancing at Jane through the rear view. She was smiling at him. The roads became thinner and less well-used. Fences pressed in from either side, corralling him towards his destination. After he took the last hairpin turn off the side road, George saw the house. It was made of gray stone and was vaguely thin compared to its height of 3 stories. Much love had gone into the making of the house, but now it seemed to be losing a battle to age. Adorned with elaborate bargeboard, high-peaked gables jutted out of the roof. An iron-railed widow's walk topped the house with fleur-de-lis-shaped spindles. Ornate finials decorated the gables of the house like sinners' hands reaching toward heaven. 2 large bare oaks with their bark mottled and splotched framed the gated driveway. Clumpy combs of wet moss dangled from the tree's boughs while a single crow blinked owlishly back at George through the windshield. In the last vestiges of sunlight, they looked otherworldly. George shivered. When he parked in front of the large double doors, Jane got out of the car without any prompting from the man. She walked the path pebbled with white rocks shaped like shattered glass. "So," the man started, eager to get into and out of the house. "Where is your brother? I can go get him while you start unloading your groceries." "Oh, he's probably around somewhere. You should check his room, though. It's the first door on the left when you go up the stairs." George got out of the car. "I'll go get him. What are you making anyway?" "Mommy's gonna make meat stew when she gets home." Jane opened both of the double doors. The darkness of the foyer seemed to swallow her small frame whole. George stopped in front of the steps. "Do you already have meat?" "Yes." Jane looked down at him. "I've got it." The last lances of sunlight disappeared behind the gnarled oaks, leaving only the faint glow of the moon and dim fluorescent lanterns to light up the house. No lights were on inside. George looked at her grocery bag and back up to her face. Her pale skin suddenly seeming far too pale. She was still smiling that crocodile grin. George backed up a few steps as she was suddenly right in front of him, but something small and fleshy in his way made him fall onto the sharp pebbles. No, not pebbles, more like shattered ivory. Like shattered bone. George scrambled to his feet and a slow turn later, A skinny boy with flaxen hair and ghostly eyes gazed up at him. The boy grinned at him, shining teeth proudly on display. "You know," the girl's voice whispered, "it hasn't been this easy to get a meal since the 70s. My name is Stephen Prescott. I'm an aspiring ghost story writer. I've just finished English literature and was looking for a place to stay online. I found a house, just a couple cities over, that had its price drop quite a lot. After searching around some more, I found out that it was based on several deaths within the premises. I thought it would be a great place to gain inspiration for some stories and maybe ask around about the people who lived in the house. So, I packed my stuff and headed out to the new house. I traveled to the city, or I guess it's more of a town. People seemed to be friendly, at least until I mentioned the house. Apparently, the house has become a taboo. Every single person who ever lived there in the last 200 years has died, either suicide, murder of some undisclosed way. But long story short, the house had gotten the name, the Damned House. After hours of wandering, since nobody would give me directions, I found it. The house was a 2-story Victorian-style house. It's old, run down. You can see where the previous owners tried to fix it and recolor it, but it seems like they did not manage to finish it. The windows and doors, thought dirty, were not broken nor even cracked. And just as his eyes gazed upon the house, he noticed a shadow in the room on the second floor, but just as he tried to focus on it, it disappeared. Oh boy, this seems like it will be fun. As the door creaked open, the sight to the glorious hall opened up. The long staircase leading to the second floor, the chandelier hung atop the hallway. The dining room was fully set with 6 chairs, the dining room table, candelabra, and cupboards with dishes. The kitchen was heavily outdated. Even the oven was still wood-heated. People who have been here, apparently have never lived long enough to finish any repairs, improvements, or modifications they had planned. Plastic covers, white drapes covered most of appliances and furniture. This is going to take a lot of work, but I think I can manage it. After spending 2 hours cleaning the house and listening to the music, I saw the door to the main hall open. "Hello? Is anybody here?" A weak voice came from the entrance. "I'm your neighbor." The soft voice belonged to the neighbor girl Hannah, who had moved here less than a year ago. Yes, come in. I'm cleaning up the place a bit, so sorry for all the dust." I walked quickly over to the door to welcome the visitor. The girl standing in the door stunned me for a second. Her beautiful red hair, beautiful blue eyes, and her soft smile charmed me as I saw her. "Oh, it's all right. I recently moved here as well. I know the struggle of the mess the old residents may leave." She chuckled. "My name is Hannah, but people around here just call me Han." "What's your name?" I dusted my hands against my clothes and offered an awkward handshake. "Prescott, Stephen Prescott." "At your service." "Well, Stephen Prescott, as I see you have a lot of work to do right now, how about I take you around the town tomorrow?" Losing myself in her eyes, I couldn't say no. "I would love to." "Well then, see you tomorrow then." She turned and left, her aroma still lingering in the air behind her. The morning came faster than I expected. The house was clean, well presentable as long as you stick to the ground floor. As the morning came, I was awoken by the shouting coming from downstairs. "Stephen Prescott, are you here?" The same soft voice was echoing the halls as it did yesterday. Hearing the voice, I woke up and checked the time. Bloody hell, it's only 6 a.m. I grunted. Gathering any energy my body could muster at this ungodly hour, I rose from the bed like a zombie slowly being resurrected. "I'm coming, I'll be down in a bit." All dressed up and ready to go, after meeting with Hannah, we headed out. Excuse me for saying this, but why in God's name did you come by at 6 in the morning? She just laughed it off. Haven't you heard, early bird gets the worm? In many other situations, I would be annoyed by this, but somehow, she made it more charming than anything. As she led me through the town, showing the must-see spots and where to get all that I need. My excursion started with a market owned by Lydia, a lovely older woman with a bright smile. I was then led to the town hall. The town hall was at the center of the town. Every road you would take could lead you here from any part of the town. The building itself was larger than any in the town. It was 3 stories long with a clock bell tower on top of it. The bell would ring only once a day, right at noon, as to protect the bell from unnecessary damage. She showed me the shopping street. It was so called because, well, the whole street was nothing but little shops and services. If there's anything you need, anything you want, or just looking for something new, this is where you go. There was even a movie theater that would show up to 3 movies every few hours. But as she led me through the town and introduced me to everyone, nobody would still tell me anything about the house. No matter how chatty, nice, and friendly some people were, the moment the name of the house came from my lips, their smiles would turn to frowns and not a single peep would come from them. It had been good 6 hours since we started. We sat down at a nice cafe Hannah introduced me to on the shopping street to have some lunch. "So, what do you think of our little town?" "It's truly a lovely place. And people are exceptionally nice, but I do wonder, why does nobody want to talk about the house?" Hannah gave a sigh and smiled. "Honestly, I don't know myself. I moved here a year ago and the house was already empty at that time. I asked some people, but seeing their reaction, I just gave up on finding out. So, nobody talks about it. All I know is, nobody has lived there for more than 2 weeks without anything bad happening to them, and people here think it's cursed and don't talk about it. By the way, I forgot to ask, how did you get inside this morning? I'm sure I locked the front door when I went to sleep." "Oh, it was wide open." That one line shook me a lot, but I didn't press the matter as to not stress the girl out. After our walk, I returned home to continue cleaning. This time, as I cleaned the house, I could feel something watching me. Not only that, I could hear some rattles or board creaks from around the house, but as I would look or search for the source of the sound, I would find nothing. I woke up next morning feeling a chill. As I got dressed and walked down, I saw that the front door was wide open. What the hell? I locked the door and went on preparing some breakfast. As the kettle was boiling, and I was frying my morning omelette, I heard a creak come from the front hallway. The door had once again creaked open, if only just slightly. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me this day either. As I removed a lot of older furniture, the house would creak and rattle more and more. It felt like the house itself was not approving of the change. The evening came very fast, the darkness covered the whole house. I brushed my teeth in the candlelight since I haven't been able to fix the electricity yet. As I was looking into the mirror, I saw something in the mirror's reflection, but as I focused, it moved aside, and the moonlight could be seen shining through the window once more. The night was troubling. The sleep would not come even though I was exhausted from all the cleaning and moving of the furniture. The reason was the weird chill covering my body and random intervals. I had checked the whole house for opened windows or doors, but I would find nothing, until around 3 a.m. when I felt something touch me, and I opened my eyes in the alarm. As I sat up in alarm, I saw something arm pull back, and a figure covered in dark disappear in the shadows of the room. I got some of my clothes and crossed over to Hannah House. She was not very happy to be disturbed in the middle of the night, but she allowed me to stay the night on her couch. "So, what happened to you last night?" "I was kind of out of it, so I didn't really listen much to what you said." "Well, remember how you said that people had died in the house?" "Yes." "Well, I think I saw what caused it. I saw this long dark scaly hand try to reach for me." Her eyes popped open from imagining that. What was it?" "I have no idea, and since no one is talking, I don't think I'll be able to find out." "What will you do?" "Well, I plan to write ghost stories for a living, and I've seen many ghost movies, read ghost stories, and just a lot of creepypastas online. I know exactly what I have to do." "Well, all right then, I hope it works out." "Thank you." After Hannah went off to work, I traveled to the shopping street to buy the items I required. I returned home at around 11 in the morning and went on with my business. I spent 5 hours preparing all the items for what I had planned. As I double-checked that everything was there, I hopped into my car and shouted, "Bon voyage, you fucking creepy damn house. And hello as far as I can freaking get from here." I stepped on the gas and never looked back. Ever since I left, I have not had any supernatural encounters. Some of you might think that I chicken out. I should have tried to see what it was and make a story about it, but you see people, I decided not to be dumb and just live.
Wanted, sir, a patient. It was in the early days of my professional career, when patients were scarce and fees scarcer, and though I was in the act of sitting down to my chop, and had promised myself a glass of steaming punch afterwards, in honour of the Christmas season, I hurried instantly into my surgery. I entered briskly, but no sooner did I catch sight of the figure standing leaning against the counter, than I started back with a strange feeling of horror, which for the life of me I could not comprehend. Never shall I forget the ghastliness of that face. The white horror stamped upon every feature, the agony which seemed to sink the very eyes beneath the contracted brows. It was awful to me to behold, accustomed as I was to scenes of terror. "You seek advice?" I began, with some hesitation. "No, I am not ill." "You require, then—" "Hush!" he interrupted, approaching more nearly, and dropping his already low murmur to a mere whisper. "I believe you are not rich. Would you be willing to earn £1,000? £1,000? His words seemed to burn my very ears. "I should be thankful if I could do so honestly," I replied with dignity. "What is the service required of me?" A look of intense horror passed over the white face before me, but the blue-black lips answered firmly, "To attend a deathbed." £1,000 to attend a deathbed? Where am I to go, then? Whose is it? "Mine." The voice in which this was said sounded so hollow and distant that involuntarily I shrank back. "Yours? What nonsense! You are not a dying man. You are pale, but you appear perfectly healthy. You—" "Hush!" he interrupted. "I know all this. You cannot be more convinced of my physical health than I am myself. Yet I know that before the clock tolls the first hour after midnight, I shall be a dead man." "But—" He shuddered slightly, but stretching out his hand commandingly, motioned me to be silent. "I am but too well informed of what I affirm," he said quietly. "I have received a mysterious summons from the dead. No mortal aid can avail me. I am as doomed as the wretch on whom the judge has passed sentence. I do not come either to seek your advice or to argue the matter with you, but simply to buy your services. I offer you £1,000 to pass the night in my chamber and witness the scene which takes place. The sum may appear to you extravagant, But I have no further need to count the cost of any gratification, and the spectacle you will have to witness is no common sight of horror. The words, strange as they were spoken calmly enough, but as the last sentence dropped slowly from the livid lips, an expression of such wild horror again passed over the stranger's face that, in spite of the immense fee, I hesitated to answer. "You fear to trust to the promise of a dead man. See here, and be convinced," he exclaimed eagerly, and the next instant, on the counter between us lay a parchment document, and following the indication of that white muscular hand, I read the words, "And to Mr. Frederick Reed, of 14 High Street, Alton, I bequeath the sum of £1,000 for certain service rendered to me." I have had that will drawn up within the last 24 hours, and I signed it an hour ago, in the presence of competent witnesses. I am prepared, you see. Now, do you accept my offer or not? My answer was to walk across the room and take down my hat, and then lock the door of the surgery communicating with the house. It was a dark, icy cold night, and somehow the courage and determination which the sight of my own name in connection with £1,000 had given me flagged considerably as I found myself hurried along through the silent darkness by a man whose deathbed I was about to attend. He was grimly silent, but as his hand touched mine, in spite of the frost, it felt like a burning coal. On we went, tramp, tramp, through the snow, on, till even I grew weary, and at length on my appalled ear struck the chimes of a church clock, whilst close at hand I distinguished the snowy hillocks of a churchyard. Heavens! Was this awful scene of which I was to be the witness to take place veritably amongst the dead? 11, groaned the doomed man. Gracious God! But 2 hours more, and that ghostly messenger will bring the summons. Come, come, for mercy's sake, let us hasten. There was but a short road separating us now from a wall which surrounded a large mansion, and along this we hastened until we reached a small door. Passing through this, in a few minutes we were stealthily ascending the private staircase to a splendidly furnished apartment, which left no doubt of the wealth of its owner. All was intensely silent, however, through the house, and about this room in particular there was a stillness that, as I gazed around, struck me as almost ghastly. My companion glanced at the clock on the mantel-shelf, and sank into a large chair by the side of the fire with a shudder. "Only an hour and a half longer," he muttered. "Great heaven, I thought I had more fortitude. This horror unmans me." Then, in a fiercer tone, and clutching my arm, he added, "Ha! You mock me, you think me mad, but wait till you see, wait till you see." I put my hand on his wrist, for there was now a fever in his sunken eyes, which checked the superstitious chill which had been gathering over me, and made me hope that, after all, my first suspicion was correct, and that my patient was but the victim of some fearful hallucination. "Mock you?" I answered soothingly. "Far from it. I sympathize intensely with you, and would do much to aid you. You require sleep. Lie down and leave me to watch." He groaned, but rose, and began throwing off his clothes, and, watching my opportunity, I slipped a sleeping powder, which I had managed to put in my pocket before leaving the surgery, into the tumbler of claret that stood beside him. The more I saw, the more I felt convinced that it was the nervous system of my patient which required my attention, and it was with sincere satisfaction I saw him drink the wine, and then stretch himself on the luxurious bed. Ha, thought I, as the clock struck 12, and instead of a groan, the deep breathing of the sleeper sounded through the room. You won't receive any summons tonight, and I may make myself comfortable. Noiselessly, therefore, I replenished the fire, poured myself out a large glass of wine, and, drawing the curtain so that the firelight should not disturb the sleeper, I put myself in a position to follow his example. How long I slept I know not, but suddenly I aroused with a start and as ghostly a thrill of horror as ever I remember to have felt in my life. Something, what I knew not, seemed near, something nameless but unutterably awful. I gazed round. The fire emitted a faint blue glow, just sufficient to enable me to see that the room was exactly the same as when I fell asleep, but that the long hand of the clock wanted but 5 minutes of the mysterious hour which was to be the death moment of the summoned man. Was there anything in it, then? Any truth in the strange story he had told? The silence was intense. I could not even hear a breath from the bed, and I was about to rise and approach when again that awful horror seized me, and at the same moment my eye fell upon the mirror opposite the door, and I saw— Great Heaven! That awful shape! That ghastly mockery of what had been humanity! Was it really a messenger from the buried, quiet dead? It stood there in visible death clothes, but the awful face was ghastly with corruption, and the sunken eyes gleamed forth a green, glassy glare, which seemed a veritable blast from the infernal fires below. To move or utter a sound in that hideous presence was impossible, and like a statue I sat and saw that horrid shape move slowly towards the bed. What was the awful scene enacted there, I know not. I heard nothing except a low, stifled, agonized groan, and I saw the shadow of that ghastly messenger bending over the bed. Whether it was some dreadful but wordless sentence its breathless lips conveyed as it stood there, I know not, but for an instant the shadow of a claw-like hand, from which the third finger was missing, appeared extended over the doomed man's head, and then, as the clock struck 1 clear, silvery stroke, it fell, and a wild shriek rang through the room, a death shriek. I am not given to fainting, but I certainly confess that the next 10 minutes of my existence was a cold blank, and even when I did manage to stagger to my feet, I gazed round, vainly endeavouring to understand the chilly horror which still possessed me. Thank God! The room was rid of that awful presence. I saw that, so, gulping down some wine, I lighted a wax taper and staggered towards the bed. Ah, how I prayed that, after all, I might have been dreaming, and that my own excited imagination had but conjured up some hideous memory of the dissecting room. But one glance was sufficient to answer that. No, the summons had indeed been given and answered. I flashed the light over the dead face, swollen, convulsed still with the death agony, but suddenly I shrank back. Even as I gazed, the expression of the face seemed to change. The blackness faded into a deathly whiteness. The convulsed features relaxed, and, even as if the victim of that dread apparition still lived, a sad, solemn smile stole over the pale lips. I was intensely horrified, but still I retained sufficient self-consciousness to be struck professionally by such a phenomenon. Surely there was something more than supernatural agency in all this. Again I scrutinized the dead face, and even the throat and chest, but, with the exception of a tiny pimple on one temple beneath a cluster of hair, not a mark appeared. To look at the corpse, one would have believed that this man had indeed died by the visitation of God, peacefully, whilst sleeping. How long I stood there I know not, but time enough to gather my scattered senses and to reflect that, all things considered, my own position would be very unpleasant if I was found thus unexpectedly in the room of the mysteriously dead man. So, as noiselessly as I could, I made my way out of the house. No one met me on the private staircase. The little door opening into the road was easily unfastened, and thankful indeed was I to feel again the fresh wintry air as I hurried along that road by the churchyard. There was a magnificent funeral soon in that church, and it was said that the young widow of the buried man was inconsolable. And then rumours got abroad of a horrible apparition which had been seen on the night of the death, and it was whispered the young widow was terrified and insisted upon leaving her splendid mansion. I was too mystified with the whole affair to risk my reputation by saying what I knew, and I should have allowed my share in it to remain forever buried in oblivion, had I not suddenly heard that the widow, objecting to many of the legacies in the last will of her husband, intended to dispute it on the score of insanity, and then there gradually arose the rumour of his belief in having received a mysterious summons. On this I went to the lawyer and sent a message to the lady that, as the last person who had attended her husband, I undertook to prove his sanity, and I besought her to grant me an interview, in which I would relate as strange and horrible a story as ear had ever heard. The same evening I received an invitation to go to the mansion. I was ushered immediately into a splendid room, and there, standing before the fire, was the most dazzlingly beautiful young creature I had ever seen. She was very small, but exquisitely made. Had it not been for the dignity of her carriage, I should have believed her a mere child. With a stately bow she advanced, but did not speak. "I come on a strange and painful errand," I began, and then I started, for I happened to glance full into her eyes, and from them down to the small right hand grasping the chair. The wedding ring was on that hand. "I conclude you are the Mr. Reed who requested permission to tell me some absurd ghost story, and whom my late husband mentions here." And as she spoke, she stretched out her left hand towards something, but what I knew not, for my eyes were fixed on that hand. Horror! White and delicate it might be, but it was shaped like a claw, and the third finger was missing. One sentence was enough after that. "Madam, all I can tell you is, that the ghost who summoned your husband was marked by a singular deformity. The third finger of the left hand was missing," I said sternly, and the next instant I had left that beautiful, sinful presence. That will was never disputed. The next morning, too, I received a cheque for £1,000, and the next news I heard of the widow was that she had herself seen that awful apparition, and had left the mansion immediately.
I sat down on the couch with a bottle of wine. It was my second glass and I needed to not feel anything after several stressful days of moving. I was proud of myself for saving up money so I could move out of my parents' house. I was proud that I had a stable income. When my parents kicked me out of their home after I came out as a lesbian, I was ready. The move was not immediate, I still had a couple of days. They thought I wouldn't make it on my own. But I outwardly laughed in their faces when they found out I was already prepared for that day. My girlfriend, close friends, and I splurged hard on the alcohol and spirits. We had whiskey, vodka, rum, and wine. My girlfriend Bonnie stumbled over and fell on top of me on the couch. Her long, raven hair was plastered on her face. She giggled and kissed me passionately. "I'm so happy," she slurred. She clutched Sailor Jerry's in her hand and half of the bottle was gone. I smiled at her, not quite feeling the alcohol in me just yet. I snuggled her. She had a hard time with her family as well, and I could feel the weight of the pressures of her anxiety slipping away as I held her in my arms. One of my friends stood up. She tried to get all the girls' attention. The laughter and commotion died down. "I'd like to make a toast," my friend and I exclaimed, raising a glass to the air. Everyone followed suit. My girlfriend clumsily raised her bottle with an awkward grin. She looked at me. I smiled back. Nye continued. "To new beginnings." "To new beginnings," everyone echoed loudly. And we all drank. I'm so glad everyone came. I moved everything out of my house. Every single thing, I said, beaming at all of my loving friends. "Y'all helped me a lot. Every single one of you." "You did all of the work, Giselle," one of my friends said. She was biracial, African American and Caucasian. Coils of her beautiful dark blonde curly mane bounced around her face. Bonnie looked from me to Giselle warily. She protectively cuddled close, like a cat protecting its owner. I gave my girlfriend a look. "Chill," I said, patting my girlfriend on the back. "You know you have nothing to worry about." We spend the rest of the night watching James Bond movies. We laughed at the cheesy over-the-top action scenes that would be so unrealistic in real time. My friends fell asleep on the mattresses in the floor. Everyone woke up with excruciating headaches, except me. When we were watching movies, I drank a lot of water. And had to use the bathroom a lot. My friends left, giving us both hugs and wishing us luck in our new life together. Bonnie and I stayed in the house all day. She wasn't fully awake. We were glad we made our first payment of the month. I had been very excited to work while living in a new place, with the person that I loved. It was heaven. We passed the time getting comfortable and cozy in our new home. Until later on. I carried Bonnie to the bedroom so she could get some more rest. I had decided to take a hot bath. I adored the bathroom. It was clean and had a nice shower. I filled the bath with water. I couldn't wait to soak my weary body into the water. I hadn't fully soaked in the tub when I felt a cold draft and what sounded like a long sigh of exhaled air. My left shoulder was covered in the cold draft. It was as if the hot water wasn't touching it. I saw something in my peripheral vision that looked like a shadowy outline of a body standing near the shower curtain. It was probably Bonnie. I smiled. "If I had known you had wanted to join me, I would have made room," I said. But I was met with silence. "Bonnie," I called. The figure of what I thought was Bonnie stood there silently. The shower curtain moved as air pushed and pulled from the figure. She, or it, was breathing. Even though the bath was warm, I was cold. I froze. My heart beat quickly. I know it's stupid, but I wanted to see if the figure would disappear as soon as I pulled back the black and white striped shower curtain. Or if I closed my eyes, it would vanish. It didn't take any of that to make for the terrifying figure to disappear. I sank back in the tub, not daring to move. It took a moment for the rush of fear to wash over me and subside like a tide in the sea. Diana. The voice of my love broke through my fear. It was muffled, due to the door being closed. She knocked on the bathroom door. Even though she could just walk in, she still made it a habit to knock. Yeah. I responded, my voice cracking a little. You okay? You've been in there for a long time. I ordered food for us an hour ago. We got Chinese. Yours is gonna get cold. My body was still immersed in the water. I hadn't fully wound down. Had it been hours? Surely, it hadn't. Maybe she woke up as soon as I stepped in the tub. She was known to be a light sleeper, even when drunk. Oh, my head is killing me. I heard Bonnie exclaim. She still hadn't gotten over her hangover. Go back to bed. I shouted. You didn't even drink any water so you can prevent your hangover. I'm fine, my girlfriend shouted back. Her voice was a little raspy. I sighed. She was so stubborn, never listening to me or anyone. Headstrong woman. But I wouldn't have her any other way. That evening, we ate our takeout Chinese. I was staring straight ahead at the show we were watching. After a moment of mulling it over, I decided not to tell Bonnie what I saw, or what I thought I saw. I still didn't think it was real. I hadn't realized how little I had eaten. I almost wolfed down my meal, causing my girlfriend to stare at me. I covered my mouth and looked at her sheepishly. I haven't had any good meal in a while since we started packing, I said. She didn't have to say anything to me with words. I already knew what she was thinking when she looked at me. She giggled. I know, she replied. I just think you're cute gobbling up the food like that. Weirdo, you like looking at me gorge on food, I cracked up laughing. Bonnie pouted at me. How dare you laugh at me? I love everything you do. She hit me playfully and gently with a throw pillow. Then her face frowned. Ugh, I have work in the morning. I slept all day. I know I'm not going to be able to sleep at all tonight. I ate the last of my sweet and sour chicken. Just lay down and don't watch the scary gaming videos you like so much. But, Diana, that's how I wind down, she whined. No, that's how you stay up all night and get nightmares, I retorted. Bonnie huffed. I'm desensitized to that stuff, she said, looking away and folding her arms. Ugh, I'm gonna get an Advil. Want anything from the kitchen? More wine. She smirked. As if I hadn't driven myself to drink enough already. I responded, rolling my eyes. She moved to the kitchen. And don't even think about getting yourself some either, I admonished. Bonnie sighed. Yes, Mom. I heard glasses clinking and pills clacking as she rummaged through the kitchen. Maybe a shower would do me some good, she said. She moved toward me as I was finishing my meal. She towered over me and began to straddle me. She clutched a small glass of water and some Advil in her hand. I know you just took your bath, but if you want to have another one, you know you're welcome to join me, she cooed. She bent down to kiss my neck. Her long, wavy hair gliding on my skin. I giggled. Go on, you naughty thing, I replied. She moved away from me, leaving her lasting imprint on me, before moving to the shower. I heard the shower running. And moments later, heard a scream. I jolted upright and quickly made my way to the bathroom. Good thing she didn't lock it. I opened up the bathroom. There were 2 figures in the shower. I saw Bonnie's, but the other one. My heart leapt in my throat. "Bonnie, don't move," I said, hating that my voice was cracking. "Diana, the shower is cold," I heard Bonnie whimper. "I've got you," I said, moving closer. I closed the distance between me and the bath and pulled the curtain. Bonnie was against the shower wall, frozen in fear. But the other one standing there was gone. I helped Bonnie out of the tub. Now that she had seen whatever that was, it was time for me to tell her. But I had to get her to the bedroom. After a trying time getting her to calm down, we both walked in the bedroom. She clung to me tightly, trembling in my arms. I debated telling her that I saw this shadow, again, behind me. Am I crazy? It must be the stress. Got me seeing scary things, she murmured. Yeah, probably, I muttered, rubbing her back. We must have seen the same thing. I felt Bonnie stiffen as she looked up at me. What? She exclaimed. You saw that thing too? I nodded. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to worry you, I said desperately. Besides, it's probably nothing but stress. Bonnie sat up, folding her arms. I just spewed out everything, from the first moment I saw the woman to the moment she checked on me. She relaxed after I told her. We held each other and fell asleep once our nerves settled. We slept a little restlessly. I had a disturbing dream, and yes, the woman was involved. She was young with matted hair and glassy eyes that horrified me. Bonnie's alarm woke me up at 8 in the morning sharp. She was groggy when she woke up, but she still kissed me good morning before rolling off the bed to gather her work clothes. It feels like the nightmare I had won't let me go, she said, a bit too hauntingly for my taste. She looked at me and groaned. Don't tell me you had the same dream. I did, but I wanted to be quiet about it. Something was going on, but I wanted to focus on our life together. Yet, I could never hide my emotions from her. Bonnie fixed us some eggs, bacon and toast. Food will do us some good, she said, milling about in the kitchen. Unfortunately, mine will have to be to go. Bonnie was wearing her business suit for her secretary job. It was a black blazer with a matching skirt and pumps. Her hair was curled in little tight coils that draped over her shoulders and down her back. She wore lipstick the color of red wine. I sipped my coffee while watching her, and checking emails on my phone. She glanced at her watch and made a noise of exclamation. She pecked me on the cheek and said, "Gotta go," before rushing out of the door. I sat down in front of my laptop on the desk in our room. I began to boot it up so I can start my work. I put my headset on and opened the phone software used for my job. I was busy answering calls and solving customer problems when I heard a creak behind me. I moved my head toward the noise and noticed that the closet door was ajar. I quickly finished the call, happy that it was short and sweet, and switched the phone to auxiliary. What the hell? I wondered. An object thumped from behind the closet, causing me to jump back. Did a mouse find a hole and made a way inside our room? I looked down and saw what seemed to be a diary. I opened the door and picked up the book. Maybe this was Bonnie's. If it was, I didn't want to snoop. I took the book with me to my desk, grabbed my cell phone, and texted her, asking if she was trying to hide her personal diary. A few moments later, a message popped up. No, and if it was, why do you have it? I replied to the message telling her that I found a slightly worn diary in our wardrobe. She responded by telling me she had to go to a meeting. We sent heart emojis to one another, and I moved in front of the computer to get back to work. It was break time. My curiosity was piqued, so I opened the diary. Maybe it belonged to the last tenant. I opened the diary. There was slight yellowing of the pages. I read some of the entries. This woman, Maria, as told by the diary, was a beautiful, good-natured soul. But she had a history of depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts. She suffered greatly at a young age. It seemed life took its toll on her, as demonstrated by the final journal entry. June 6, 2014. Well, I think I'm going to do it, finally. I think I'm going to end it all. I'm going to show them. I'll show them that they cannot hurt me any longer with their words. I'm just contemplating how I'm going to do this. I broke down in tears and had to call in for the rest of the day, telling my supervisor that I was having a panic attack. She was a little irked, but let me off that day. I decided to go to the landlady, Sylvia's office. I carried the diary with me. I knew she might think me crazy, but I had to see if Maria was whom Bonnie and I saw, and why she never told us about the tragedy that happened in this room. Luckily, she was in. She was a kindly, middle-aged lady with a youthful face. She was on her computer. "Hey darling, how are you liking the place?" she asked me, smiling. "It's fine, except there's a ghost in my apartment," was what I wanted to tell her. I just had some questions about who else lived here. "I found this diary, from a girl named Maria," I said. My phone suddenly buzzed, alerting me of a message. Bonnie was home and asking where I was. "'Excuse me," I said. "You're fine," Sylvia said cheerily. But Maria, poor girl. Her family didn't treat her right. It wasn't my place to intervene either, her parents made sure of that. She died, but I don't know how. Must have drowned accidentally, because her body was really wet when the paramedics came. "Why do you ask?" "I just found something of hers," was all I said. I clutched the book by my side. I would tell my girlfriend what was going on later, about the ghost girl in our shower. From the basement, I take the stairs to the ground floor. When I enter, there's a creature in the corner. Its putrid breath reaches me. I tremor in horrifying terror as it exhales death and rot into my face. It pierces me with large red eyes, then scuttles off along the ceiling, gone as if it never existed. It's freezing cold, and there is no power to the building, after a small fire on the third floor damaged the wiring. So far tonight, I've checked through the basement where all the staff lockers, changing rooms and showers are located, plus the staff cafeteria and a temporary office for security, since the control room is out of order. There is an indoor swimming pool, sauna and a gym for tenants only. It's rather fancy, considering it's one of the oldest apartment buildings in town. Some cosmetic work has been done to bring it into the 21st century. Basement completed, I write on my checklist. Something touches my hand and I yelp in fright, but try to ignore it. It was probably a spider. The ground floor hosts a lavish restaurant, a cocktail bar and a gift shop, though it has no apartments. I check these are secure, and tick them off my list. Something is following me. I can hear it, the noises it makes sends needle-sharp prickles upon my body. I point the flashlight behind me, but there is nothing there, though I hear loud footsteps pounding the floor. It rushes me, then backs off. I reach the stairwell to ascend to the first floor. I push through the door as something grabs at my arm, making me drop the flashlight. What I catch in the light is something god-awful terrifying. It's a swirling black mass of distorted faces. My mind cannot fully comprehend what I am seeing. Scooping my flashlight up, then pushing through the door to the staircase, the door slamming behind me gives me a scare. I stand against the door, trying to catch my breath, because I feel a panic attack coming on. I entered this building at sunset. For a minute I'm lost in the memory of the golds and magentas, spreading their fingers across the sky. It was breathtaking. Now I have no idea what time it is. I've accidentally left my cell phone at home. Somehow, all the clocks I've come across have been showing different times. Weird. Funnily enough, my watch has stopped at 6 p.m. when I entered this hellhole of a building. It seems to be eating up time. But it must be well after midnight, judging by the darkness which smothers the windows. A cold, empty chill has set in. I'm here because of the murders that occurred 3 nights ago. 8 tenants were murdered in cold blood. The police have cordoned off the areas where the shootings took place. The security firm I work for got the contract to secure the premises, and to ensure explorers and thrill seekers stay off the property. Over the past 3 nights, I've had to run off a couple of paranormal investigation teams, who begged me and offered me money to let them in for a tour. The boss would have my head on a stick if I let them in. The apartments have been left abandoned, and the tenants are not permitted back until the investigation is through. The police emptied the place when they got the emergency call about a gunman walking through the building shooting people with a rifle. My brother Colton is a cop, and when he found out I was coming here to do security detail, he called me immediately. "Hey Gabe, how's it going?" "Good, thanks." "What's up?" I asked. "I'm wondering if you want to catch up in the weekend, have a game of basketball. I'll book us in if you want." "Sounds good, bro. How's work?" "The murders at the waterfront apartments are keeping me up at night, I tell you." He exhales and I can tell he is shaking his head. "I know my twin brother very well." "Are you any closer to catching the bastard who did it?" "No, we've not caught him yet, but we know who he is. It's been a difficult investigation, with all the camera footage destroyed, you know, after he shot the security guards." Colton goes quiet. "Yes, poor old Bobby Ray, he didn't deserve that." "And Luke McGee has a baby on the way," I said. "Please don't do it, bro. I heard you were replacing them. I know you probably feel obligated, you and Bob were good friends. But it is dangerous there. I have heard all sorts of things about the place from other cops, really scary stuff. Even some of the squad refuse to enter it now." "Colton, you know I don't believe in that crap, ghosts and demons, goblins and ghouls, it's utter rubbish. Just be careful. Sometimes murderers go back to the location of the crime, for the thrill and to marvel in the destruction they caused. He is a sick bastard whoever he is. Look, I've got to go, but I'll give you a call tomorrow. I'll see you at the BB Court at 10 a.m. on Saturday." "Okay. See you then, bro. You don't need to call to check up on me. I can look after myself, always have." This makes us both laugh. Chills afflict me as I recall the conversation, and goose pimples give me the jitters. I shake a vision away, me lying there dead in a pool of my own blood. I am jolted out of my reverie when I glance something big and black down the staircase. I'm in the stairwell, trying to make it to the first floor. I run up the stairs, because I can feel something behind me. It's all in my imagination, I reassure myself. Places like this give me the creeps, not from the dead, who I don't believe in, no, it's the living I fear. I walk the corridor and check all the rooms on this floor are secure. I check this off my list. The murders began on the 3rd floor, then it carried on to the 4th floor, and then the basement. There are 8 floors all up. It's a huge place to secure, and I wish there was someone else with me. This is the first place I've done security alone. I think of Bob and how he was murdered when he went to investigate the commotion on the 3rd floor. He was shot dead, then the murderer used Bob's keys to enter the control room, where he found Luke and ended his life. He destroyed the camera screens and the footage, obviously so he couldn't be recognized. I get a jolt when I hear the door at the far end of the corridor slam shut. Hello, is there someone here? This place is off limits, you aren't allowed in here, I say trembling. No one responds. The hallway is in complete darkness, except for my flashlight. It's a standard police-issued torch that can be used to hammer someone in the head, I suppose. If it comes to that, I'll save my own life in whatever way possible. I hear a female scream, it assaults my ears, making me drop the flashlight again. I'm all thumbs tonight. This place is freaking me out, and I seem to be chasing shadows. In the corners the blackness is deep and whole, it seems to go on forever. Like I already said to Colton, I don't believe in ghosts, never have, and tonight is no exception. The scream pierces the air again, but now it is closer, almost right next to me. A cold shiver feathers down my back. There is no way anyone could get in here. I checked all the entry and exit points as soon as I'd arrived. Though now the camera screens have been destroyed, there is no way for me to confirm this. I direct my light up and down the corridor as I make my way to the staircase to go up to the second floor. Something touches my shoulder and I jump out of my skin in fear. Turning abruptly, I search with my light, there is no one there. This place is playing tricks with my mind. The second floor has a heaviness that leaves me momentarily dizzy, and I feel eyes watching me, but I can't explain it. I've never been a nervous person, but tonight something inside me is telling me to run and hide. Although the foreboding feeling is strong, I manage to check all the rooms are secured, I tick them off my list. There are guest bathrooms, I check these off too. I make it out onto the landing, and start climbing towards the third floor. On the previous nights I've been here, I couldn't get to that floor as the police forensic team were still investigating. As I reach the door to the floor, a cold blast of freezing air hits me with full force in my face. I'm suddenly tired in my bones, finding it hard to lift my feet. I feel a heavy pressure on my chest, but I keep going, hoping to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to admit it to myself, I am terrified. I scan the area with my flashlight. There is evidence that the police and the forensics team have been here. Crime scene tape has cordoned off some of the corridor, and a couple of apartments. A sound somewhere behind me has me turning. I hear screams. My teeth are chattering, not from the cold. Something isn't right. I hear gunshots coming from somewhere inside the building, but that doesn't make any sense, perhaps it came from outside. Regardless, I pull my taser out of my utility belt, only to be used under special circumstances, and this is one of those moments. It's the only thing I have to protect myself. Unaware of where the noises, gunshots and screams are coming from, I walk deeper into the building. I step over the yellow and black tape, as bursts of gunfire shatter the silence. I know in my bones this isn't right, the shots blast all around me, though they hit nothing. A huge black shadow darts past, setting my nerves on end. I carry on, I need to get this done. I check all the apartment doors on this floor and they are locked up and secure. I check the guest bathrooms, they are empty. It is getting challenging to ignore all the noises coming from every direction. I need normal noise, I start humming, that doesn't last long, I hear a loud crashing sound. With my flashlight I search the hallway, only to find all the apartment doors are wide open. What the fuck? I yell, confused. The murderer could still be here, like Colton warned me. A vision of the madman bursts inside my head. Him killing his girlfriend, and then his mother, only an evil prick can do something like that. Him shooting 2 kids and their parents on the 4th floor. I hear giggling behind me, I'm stopped dead in my tracks when I spot 2 small shadows dart past in my peripheral. It chills me to the core. I walk faster along the corridor, and come to the spot where Bobby was killed, there is still blood dried to the carpet. Something shoves me hard, and I fall to my knees. Perhaps I just tripped on something. There shouldn't be anyone here but me. My adrenaline is spiking through the roof. More gunshots has me off the ground, bolting up the stairs to the 4th floor. It is dark and eerie, bitterly cold. As the door shuts me in, I feel hands all over my body, but there is no one there. I cry, petrified. I move away from the door and make my way towards the second crime scene. I'm really not supposed to be on this floor, but I need to check I am actually alone. The pressure is back on my chest. I feel hands around my throat, so I can't scream for help, though there is no one to yell for anyway. I'm trying to catch my breath, when it tightens its hold around my neck. My scream reverberates down the corridor when I am released. I fall to the floor and I don't have the strength to get up. Pure fear grips me hard. I thought I could do this, but it is getting nearly impossible to maintain myself. I get off the floor and pull myself together. I'm trying to remember what happened, but it seems my memory has stopped working. Suddenly, I am in full throttle terror. I can't remember arriving here. Something inside my head feels broken. I remember arriving in my ute. I can visualize the last thing I saw before I entered, the sunset. As I catch my breath I try to remember, but it's useless. I can't even remember what day it is. I don't know what is going on, but I feel like a different person, like I'm walking around in someone else's skin. Something scuttles towards me. I can hear its claws scratching on the walls. Pointing my light towards the sound, I see it. It's horrid and ghastly. It's clinging to the ceiling upside down. Its arms are so long, they nearly touch me. As quick as humanly possible, I hoof it down the corridor to the other side of the floor. There are doors I should check, but I am too terrified to continue. In a fear so total, I make my way to the staircase. I want out. I quit. I'm done. I have never been so scared in my life. What I just saw confirms, I should not be here, especially alone. Suddenly I am livid at Bobby for getting himself killed. Now I have to deal with this shit. A memory implodes inside my mind, something Bobby had said the last time we spoke, that was a few weeks ago now. I've barely slept since I started working here. I've been carrying around this ominous feeling and it's been messing with my head. I can't remember much of anything, and although my memory is unreliable at the moment, I do recall what Bobby had said about this building. It was his 2-year anniversary working here, and I said I was happy for him. But then he said something bizarre, that it's not been too good recently. He was seeing a counselor about the things that had been happening in his life, and his job here. His life has been falling apart. I tried to remind him, he has a loving wife, Nellie, and 3 great children. He said, the job is getting to him and that he is sure he is being haunted. That he sees things in the corner of his eye. Shadows seem to be following him everywhere. Not just at work, but they seem to have followed him home. I laughed at him, saying he obviously needs a holiday. When I make it back to the office, I am shaking and sweating all over. Cold chills attack me. I stuff my gear into my backpack, getting ready to leave. 3 knocks on the office door has me freaking out. But it could be someone coming to replace me from the graveyard shift. Or the police could be here to resume their investigation. When I open the office door, there is a man standing there with a rifle pointed at me. I gasp in a frightened breath, waiting in quiet torment for him to pull the trigger. When it happens I am not surprised. I look at him, deep into his eyes, they are soulless and black. He smiles as the trigger releases and the pain hits me an instant later. I come to and the man has vanished. I check myself over, to be sure, I appear to be okay. I get up, heading for the front doors. I try to get out, but the key I used to get in is no longer working. What the hell is going on? I start running when I hear more gunshots from the floors above. I run to the other exits, but I can't escape. I look back and see the hole in my stomach as I lay in a pool of blood. I am distraught. After everything I've been going through, one bullet ended my life. Now I will never see my brother Colton again. I should have listened to him. He has always been the logical one out of the both of us. Our parents will be gutted. I don't think they will be able to handle this. I'm lost and all alone. Dying is not what I had expected. No cracking open of heaven, the earth still spins. Lost in the memory of what happened, a vision nudges me as I am taken under. I see what actually happened. In my mind it plays out like a horror movie, over and over repeating itself, until I grasp the reality. I am dead. Finally I stop running. There is a tunnel and I decide to follow the light. I see Bobby Ray. He tells me to go back. I ask back where. And I wake in the hospital attached to monitors. Relief floods me. Colton is holding my hand, crying, and our parents are sitting either side of me. I am alive. I survived the graveyard shift from hell.
When I drew nigh the nameless city, I knew it was accursed. I was travelling in a parched and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw it protruding uncannily above the sands, as parts of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great-grandmother of the oldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had ever dared to see. Remote in the desert of Araby lies the nameless city, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sands of uncounted ages. It must have been thus before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbaked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name, or to recall that it was ever alive, but it is told of in whispers around campfires, and muttered about by grandams in the tents of sheiks, so that all the tribes shun it, without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul al-Hazred, the mad poet, dreamed on the night before he sang his unexplainable couplet, that is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had good reason for shunning the nameless city, the city told of in strange tales, but seen by no living man. Yet I defied them, and went into the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it, and that is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine, why no other man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles the windows. When I came upon it, in the ghastly stillness of unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert's heat. And as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it, and stopped still with my camel to wait for the dawn. For hours I waited, till the east grew grey and the stars faded, and the grey turned to roseal light edged with gold. I heard a moaning and saw a storm of sand stirring among the antique stones, though the sky was clear and the vast reaches of the desert still. Then, suddenly, above the desert's far rim, came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away, and in my fevered state I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal to hail the fiery disk as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang and my imagination seethed as I led my camel slowly across the sand to that unvocal stone place, that place too old for Egypt and Meroe to remember, that place which I alone of living men had seen. In and out amongst the shapeless foundations of houses and palaces I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of those men, if men they were, who built the city and dwelt therein so long ago. The antiquity of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign or device to prove that the city was indeed fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the ruins which I did not like. I had with me many tools and dug much within the walls of the obliterated edifices, but progress was slow and nothing significant was revealed. When night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city. And as I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the grey stones, though the moon was bright and most of the desert still. I awaked just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering redly through the last gusts of a little sandstorm that hovered over the nameless city and marked the quietness of the rest of the landscape. Once more I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre under a coverlet, and again dug vainly for relics of the forgotten race. At noon I rested, and in the afternoon I spent much time tracing the walls and the bygone streets and the outlines of the nearly vanished buildings. I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the sources of its greatness. To myself I pictured all the splendours of an age so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and thought of Sarnath the Doomed, that stood in the land of Manar when mankind was young, and of Ib, that was carven of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff, and here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the antediluvian people. Hewn rudely on the face of the cliff were the unmistakable facades of several small squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of ages too remote for calculation, though sandstorms had long since effaced any carvings which may have been outside. Very low and sand-choked were all the dark apertures near me, but I cleared one with my spade and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw that the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, and niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no sculptures nor frescoes, there were many singular stones, clearly shaped into symbols by artificial means. The lowness of the chiselled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly more than kneel upright, but the area was so great that my torch shewed only part at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggested forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made and frequented such a temple. When I had seen all that the place contained, I crawled out again, avid to find what the other temples might yield. Night had now approached, yet the tangible things I had seen made curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long moon-cast shadows that had daunted me when first I saw the nameless city. In the twilight, I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage, crowded with obscure and cryptical shrines. About these shrines I was praying, when the noise of a wind and of my camel outside broke through the stillness, and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primeval ruins, lighting a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong but decreasing wind from some point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter, when I chanced to glance up and saw that there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me and made me fearful again, but I immediately recalled the sudden local winds I had seen and heard before at sunrise and sunset, and judged it was a normal thing. I decided that it came from some rock fissure leading to a cave, and watched the troubled sand to trace it to its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of a temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Against the choking sand cloud, I plodded toward this temple, which, as I neared, it loomed larger than the rest, and shewed a doorway far less clogged with caked sand. I would have entered, had not the terrible force of the icy wind almost quenched my torch. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sand and spread about the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more and more still, till finally all was at rest again. But a presence seemed stalking among the spectral stones of the city, and when I glanced at the moon, it seemed to quiver as though mirrored in unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder. So as soon as the wind was quite gone, I crossed into the dark chamber from which it had come. This temple, as I had fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and was presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and altars were as low as those in the other temples. On the walls and roof I beheld, for the first time, some traces of the pictorial art of the ancient race, curious curving streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away, and on two of the altars I saw with rising excitement a maze of well-fashioned curvilinear carvings. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and I wondered what the prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skill must have been vast. Then a brighter flare of the fantastic flame shewed me that for which I had been seeking, the opening to those remoter abysses whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door, chiselled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel, with the roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous, and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time, I hardly knew whether to call them steps or mere footholds in a precipitous descent. My mind was whirling with mad thoughts, and the words and warnings of Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert, from the lands that men know to the nameless city that men dare not know. Yet I hesitated only a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage, feet first, as though on a ladder. It is only in the terrible phantasms of drugs or delirium that any other man can have had such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led infinitely down, like some hideous haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths toward which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction and of steepness, and once I came to a long, low, level passage where I had to wriggle feet first along the rocky floor, holding my torch at arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that were more of the steep steps, and I was still scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice it, I was still holding it high above me, as if it were ablaze. I was quite unbalanced, with that instinct for the strange and the unknown, which has made me a wanderer upon earth, and a haunter of far, ancient, and forbidden places. In the darkness, there flashed before my mind fragments of my cherished treasury of demoniac lore, sentences from Al-Hazred the Mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, and infamous lines from the delirious Image du Monde of Gautier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts and muttered of Afrasiab and the demons that floated with him down the Oxus, later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of Lord Dunsany's tales, the unreverberate blackness of the abyss. Once, when the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in sing-song from Thomas Moore until I feared to recite more. A reservoir of darkness black as witches' cauldrons are when filled with moon drugs in the eclipse distilled, leaning to look if foot might pass down through that chasm I saw beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just varnished o'er, with that dark pitch the sea of death throws out upon its slimy shore. Time had quite ceased to exist when my feet again found a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms in the two smaller temples, now so incalculably far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright, and in the dark I shuffled and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage whose walls were lined with cases of wood having glass fronts. As in that Paleozoic and abysmal place, I felt of such things as polished wood and glass. I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently ranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move 2 or 3 for further examination, I found they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so floundered ahead rapidly in a creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness, crossing from side to side occasionally to feel of my surroundings and be sure the walls and rows of cases still stretched on. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pictured the endless corridor of wood and glass in its low-studded monotony as though I saw it. And then in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight, I cannot tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead, and all at once I knew that I saw the dim outlines of the corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while, all was exactly as I had imagined it, since the glow was very faint, but as I mechanically kept on stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realized that my fancy had been but feeble. This hall was no relic of crudity, like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural painting, whose lines and colours were beyond description. The cases were of a strange golden wood, with fronts of exquisite glass, and contained the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of these monstrosities is impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with body lines suggesting sometimes the crocodile, sometimes the seal, but more often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist ever heard. In size they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and evidently flexible feet, curiously like human hands and fingers. But strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biological principles. To nothing can such things be well compared. In one flash, I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bulldog, the mythic satyr, and the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and protuberant a forehead, yet the horns and the noselessness and the alligator-like jaw placed the things outside all established categories. I debated, for a time, on the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial idols, but soon decided they were indeed some Paleogean species which had lived when the nameless city was alive. To crown their grotesqueness, most of them were gorgeously enrobed in the costliest of fabrics, and lavishly laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of the crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first place among the wild designs on the frescoed walls and ceiling. With matchless skill had the artist drawn them in a world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps shewing the progress of the race that worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to the men of the nameless city what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast is to a tribe of Indians. Holding this view, I thought I could trace roughly a wonderful epic of the nameless city, the tale of a mighty sea-coast metropolis that ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggles as the sea shrank away and the desert crept into the fertile valley that held it. I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterward its terrible fight against the desert, when thousands of its people, here represented in allegory by the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down through the rocks in some marvellous manner to another world whereof their prophets had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent I had made was unmistakable. I even recognized the passages. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelt in the nameless city and the valley around for 10 million years. The race whose souls shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock those primal shrines at which they never ceased to worship. Now that the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and, remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondered upon the customs of the nameless city. Many things were peculiar and inexplicable. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea. Yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as were related to wars, violence, and plagues, and I wondered at the reticence shewn concerning natural death. It was as though an ideal of earthly immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Still nearer the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance, contrasted views of the nameless city in its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm or paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. In these views the city and the desert valley were shewn always by moonlight, a golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls and half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shewn spectrally and elusively by the artist. The paradisal scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day, filled with glorious cities and ethereal hills and valleys. At the very last, I thought I saw signs of an artistic anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful, and much more bizarre than even the wildest of the earlier scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with a growing ferocity toward the outside world, from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away, though their spirit, as shewn hovering above the ruins by moonlight, gained in proportion. Emaciated priests, displayed as reptiles in ornate robes, cursed the upper air and all who breathed it, and one terrible final scene shewed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer of ancient Irem, the city of pillars, torn to pieces by members of the Auda race. I remembered how the Arabs fear the nameless city, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceiling were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I had approached very closely the end of the low-ceiled hall, and was aware of a great gate through which came all of the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud in transcendental amazement at what lay beyond, for instead of other and brighter chambers, there was only an illimitable void of uniform radiance, such as one might fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon a sea of sunlit mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down from the passage into the abyss was the head of a steep flight of steps, small numerous steps, like those of the black passages I had traversed. But after a few feet, the glowing vapours concealed everything. Swung back open against the left-hand wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-reliefs, which could, if closed, shut the whole inner world of light away from the vaults and passages of rock. I looked at the steps, and for the nonce dared not try them. I touched the open brass door, and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflections which not even a death-like exhaustion could banish. As I lay with closed eyes, free to ponder, many things I had lightly noted in the frescoes came back to me with new and terrible significance. Scenes representing the nameless city in its heyday, and the vegetation of the valley around it, and the distant lands with which its merchants traded. The allegory of the crawling creatures puzzled me by its universal prominence, and I wondered that it should be so closely followed in a pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes, the nameless city had been shewn in proportions fitted to the reptiles. I wondered what its real proportions and magnificence had been, and reflected a moment on certain oddities I had noticed in the ruins. I thought, curiously, of the lowness of the primal temples, and of the underground corridor, which were doubtless hewn thus, out of deference to the reptile deities there honoured, though it perforce reduced the worshippers to crawling. Perhaps the very rites had involved a crawling, in imitation of the creatures? No religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passage, in that awesome descent, should be as low as the temples, or lower, since one could not even kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures, whose hideous mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that except for the poor primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting, mine was the only human form amidst the many relics and symbols of primordial life. But, as always in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out fear, for the luminous abyss and what it might contain presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that flight of peculiarly small steps I could not doubt, and I hoped to find there those human memorials which the painted corridor had failed to give. The frescoes had pictured unbelievable cities, hills, and valleys in this lower realm, and my fancy dwelt on the rich and colossal ruins that awaited me. My fears, indeed, concerned the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in that cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes, miles below the world I knew, and faced by another world of eerie light and mist, could match the lethal dread I felt at the abysmal antiquity of the scene and its soul. An ancientness so vast that measurement is feeble seemed to leer down from the primal stones and rock-hewn temples in the nameless city, while the very latest of the astounding maps in the frescoes shewed oceans and continents that man has forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outline. Of what could have happened in the geological eons since the painting ceased, and the death-hating race resentfully succumbed to decay, no man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns, and in the luminous realm beyond. Now I was alone with vivid relics, and I trembled to think of the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent and deserted vigil. Suddenly there came another burst of that acute fear which had intermittently seized me ever since I first saw the terrible valley and the nameless city under a cold moon, and despite my exhaustion I found myself starting frantically to a sitting position and gazing back along the black corridor towards the tunnels that rose to the outer world. My sensations were much like those which had made me shun the nameless city at night, and were as inexplicable as they were poignant. In another moment, however, I received a still greater shock, in the form of a definite sound, the first which had broken the utter silence of these tomb-like depths. It was a deep, low moaning, as of a distant throng of condemned spirits, and came from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew, till soon it reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of an increasing draught of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnels in the city above. The touch of this air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed served to reveal the hidden tunnels to me. I looked at my watch and saw that sunrise was near, so braced myself to resist the gale which was sweeping down to its cavern home as it had swept forth at evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel broodings over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into that gulf of the inner earth. I dropped prone again, and clutched vainly at the floor, for fear of being swept bodily through the open gate into the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and as I grew aware of an actual slipping of my form towards the abyss, I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies. Once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only other human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race. For, in the fiendish clawing of the swirling currents, there seemed to abide a vindictive rage, all the stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad, but if I did so, my cries were lost in the howl-born babble of the howling wind wraiths. I tried to crawl against the murderous, invisible torrent, but I could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably toward the unknown world. Finally, reason must have wholly snapped, for I fell to babbling over and over that unexplainable couplet of the mad Arab Alhazred, who dreamed of the nameless city that is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. Only the grim, brooding desert gods know what really took place, what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, or what Abaddon guided me back to life, where I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion, or worse, claims me. Monstrous, unnatural, colossal was the thing, too far beyond all the ideas of man to be believed, except in the silent, damnable small hours when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacodemoniacal, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of desolate eternities. Presently, those voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me, and down there, in the grave of unnumbered eon-dead antiquities, leagues below the dawn-lit world of men, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous ether what could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor, a nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate-distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent, devils of a race no man might mistake, the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-peopled blackness of earth's bowels, for behind the last of the creatures, the great brazen door clanged shut with a deafening peal of metallic music, whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world, to hail the rising sun, as Memnon hails it, from the banks of the Nile.
My name is Larry, and the guys I work with are making my life a living hell. My home is my sanctuary, and the only place I can be calm and deal with my psychopath. I sit in my room to let my day pass and my blood pressure comes down. I see flashes of the psychopath I have locked in a box in my mind. I see what he wants to do. I see him getting out and harming anyone and everyone that has done me wrong. He sits in his box and sees my bosses and my coworkers that bully me every day. He sees what it does to me day in and day out. And when I get home at night, he sits by and waits for his time to be released upon the world. He wants blood, and a lot of it. He shows me the horrific images of what he would love to do to those that have harmed me. I do my best to keep him locked up, but it takes everything that I can summon to do so. When I can get a few hours of sleep, he whispers, "Let me out. Let me out." I can feel his rage as he claws at his cage. He wants to kill and will if I can't stop him and keep him at bay. Some of the images he sends out are bloody and barbaric. The images are about going to everyone's house and taking them into the night, for their demise and his pleasure. The images show him nailing these people that have created turmoil in my life, nailing them to the wall one by one. The images show him putting a gag in their mouths. They can see everything that is being done to them but can't scream. As each one of them opens their eyes, the psychopath, my psychopath in the box, slowly skins them alive. When they lose consciousness, he wakes them and continues what he is doing until he has extracted the payment in flesh from them. Only when they try to cry out, "I am sorry," does he end their torment, and then ends their pain as he cuts off their appendage and super glues one of the others in their mouths before cutting out their heart. As each expires, he forces them to look him in the eye as he tells each one that they should have paid attention when I told them I had a psycho in a box in my mind, and he was hoping to get free. There are other images besides this that my psychopath in the box sends to me. Another image I see in the eye of my psychopath in the box is being at work. He is out of the box and finally breaks free. He jumps over the sales desk, taking each one out in turn. As each wake up, they find themselves tied to a table as a small incision is cut into their bellies. He reaches in and starts to pull out enough of their intestine to horsewhip them until they expire. After each is dead, he cuts off their heads and uses them for dart practice. It is bedtime and I try to sleep as the psychopath continues to rattle his cage inside my mind. I consciously place another padlock on the cage. It is getting harder and harder to keep him locked up. My psychopath starts to talk to me again, and I try to ignore him as I walk into the kitchen for a drink. I decide to sit at the table in the dark. "Let me out, let justice be served for you," he said in my voice. I needed to keep him locked in my mind, even more so now that he is speaking with my voice. I don't know how much time had passed when I realized there was a knife in my hand. I don't know how it got in my hand or why. Somehow, my psychopath had me pick it up from the knife rack. In the darkness, I see the glistening of the knife. It feels like an old friend in my hand. I touch the blade with my finger, feeling the sharpness on my skin. The knife nicks my finger and I see the blood glossy like red paint, and I see him in my mind smiling. Then I realize it is me smiling as I look at my finger and the pool of my essence on the floor. My lifeblood, no, my life force. At that moment I can see my hand plunging the blade into the heart of my enemies. No, maybe somewhere else. I feel a wave of pleasure visualizing the red lake that contains the depleted element. My smile soon fades with the realization of my blood loss as a result of my mental picture. I have stabbed myself in the arm. I walk over to the sink and cleanse the wound and bandage it. As I am doing this, I can hear him laughing at me while scratching at his cage. As my wound heals, I continue to struggle with my psychopath locked in a cage in my mind. The images continue more and more each night as my stress and blood pressure build up. It is getting harder and harder to find the strength to keep him locked up in his cage. It's just a matter of time for the judgment he is planning, and will use my hand. The psychopath in a cage in my mind will get his justice, but will not be on the news. It is I who will be there and will have to take responsibility for his actions. I often think that maybe I should just let him out and see the show. Then after it is over, I just claim I don't remember anything and plead insanity. Insanity from all the stress that I have been given. Psychosis because it got to be too much. He sits in his cage laughing because he knows that it will be sooner than later when I finally break and hand him the key. He wants to be free to run and rampage. He is just biding his time till then and looks out with his black eyes and his evil hell-like grin, knowing that freedom is just around the corner. Freedom to do what I could not do. This was supposed to be a calming trip. I guess it could have been with just a couple different decisions. Maybe one could have been going to a hotel instead of bringing my own tent, but no, I just had to camp in a forest. I don't even know why. That was nothing like me. I haven't been camping since I was a little girl, and after this experience I can promise, I will never do it again. If I even survive this. It didn't start out bad. Really, it started off as a quick break from people with a relaxing trip to a forest. That clearly didn't go as planned. When I first got here it was simple. I set up my tent and made a nice fire, getting ready to cook a couple of hot dogs when it got a little dark. Well, it got more than a little dark very quickly. Before I knew it, the sun was down, the stars were out, and the forest was unnaturally quiet. Not a single bird sung, not even a cricket chirped. I stood up to check my surroundings but found nothing. I put out the fire and retreated into my tent. I admit I haven't been camping in a while, but still I don't remember the forest ever being this way. I held my flashlight close while falling asleep. Eventually, as much as I tried to fight it off, sleep took me. I was awakened sometime through the night by soft, almost undetectable, footsteps pacing outside. The forest was silent in a way that made me want to scream just to change it. I strained my ears to listen to whoever was outside my tent. I don't remember anyone camping around here. In fact, I didn't think there was anyone within 10 miles of where I had chosen, but that would have been impossible, so there was clearly someone close by. I kept thinking they might have gotten lost and needed directions. I mean, honestly, how are you supposed to ask someone sleeping in a tent for directions without seeming like you are going to kill them? I did my best to ignore the fact that pacing outside didn't give the best impression either. I also tried not to think about the fact that I am alone in the middle of the woods. If I went missing, no one would know until 3 days later, because that's when I am supposed to be back. I reached for my phone even though there would be no service, and silently searched in my bag, bringing out my knife and bear spray. Apparently, I wasn't silent enough because the footsteps went quiet. I got a sudden fear that something was very wrong. It was silent until the footsteps went back into the forest. That gave me some sense of relief. Maybe it was just an animal, startled by my movement. That made perfect sense. My mind was obviously just blowing it out of proportion. I kept telling myself that until something broke through the silence, making my heart stop. Hey! It's strange how such a simple word made me terrified to my core. There is no way someone was out there, I was sure of it. There was no one else in this forest for miles, yet how else would someone have called out from the forest? It didn't make me feel any better when I think of how long they could have been circling me while I slept. My eyes focused on the entrance of my tent, which I could see was sealed shut, but really how hard would it be to open from the outside? It's just a zipper, and even if for some reason they can't get that open, the next thing they would need is a knife. That was a new fear I hadn't thought of. What if they were armed? Hey! I heard again. The same word repeated. There was no denying it now. There was definitely someone out there, and they are trying to get me out of my tent. My mind was spiraling, trying so hard to find what I should do. At one point I thought about cutting a hole in the back of my tent, but that was a bad decision. If they heard my bag, they would no doubt hear me trying to escape. I could have just made a break for it, run to where I parked. It wasn't too far away, maybe only a 5-minute walk. I was confident I could make it. "Hey, are you there?" My fingers tighten around my knife, fresh fear washing over me. "What do you want?" My voice is shaking slightly and my words are a little rushed, but the message was clear. I waited for a reply until the voice called back, "Hey, are you there?" The voice seemed like it's moved, but I couldn't tell in what direction. I took a deep breath. I had two choices: stay here and let them have every advantage, or go out there and fight as hard as I could. It wasn't even a question, really. I stood up, my hands shaking as they reached for the zipper. I began to unzip it while holding my flashlight at the ready. As soon as the flap was down, I would shine my flashlight at the brightest setting to where it would flash in the person's face, theoretically leaving them in shock. That would have given me time to run to my car. I counted silently in my mind to 3 before bursting out of the tent and shining my flashlight the way I planned. Except it didn't go as planned. Instead, when I shined my flashlight, the flashes only showed something out of a nightmare. It was tall, but hunched over. Its skin was pale and thin, like it was stretched too far, but that wasn't the truly terrifying part. No, the face is what got me. Its eyes were dark and beady and stared at me far too long without blinking. Its nose looked like it didn't even exist, and its mouth was hanging open, showing its razor-sharp teeth. I just stood there stupidly, as if waiting to wake up. But this wasn't a dream, and I needed to move. I took off through the forest in the direction of my car, knowing that the countdown had begun. It was me against this thing. I was armed with a flashlight, a knife, and a lighter that I forgot to take out of my pocket. Despite my lack of defensive tools, I told myself I would win because honestly, I didn't want to think about what might happen if I failed. My feet pounded on the forest floor and I heard a scream that was definitely not human. The only thing that made me feel a small bit of victory was that it sounded like it hadn't moved to catch up to me. That thought stuck with me until I heard a twig snap behind me, then another. It was right behind me. I ran through the forest until there was nearly no breath left in my lungs. Tears trailed down my face, but I kept going. My eyes caught a glimpse of red between the trees, which meant I was only a few moments away from my car and safety. I pushed myself to make it through the last bit of trees. The thought suddenly hit me that I heard no more footsteps behind me. Did I actually lose it? No, that was too simple. The thing that I was too afraid to admit was that it didn't even seem to be trying. Like if it truly wanted to, it would have gotten me by now. A small branch hits me in the face as I burst into the empty lot and beeline it to my car. The keys were in my hand, the door was unlocked. All that was left was to get in and drive away. I reach for the handle and throw it open as a bony hand closes around my ankle, dragging me to the ground. My hands patted down my pockets searching for my knife, but I must have dropped it. I looked over to see that I was eye level with a small bottle of bug spray. I snatched it from the cubby of my car door and prayed that the lighter was still in my pocket. I struck it as the creature was towering over me and sprayed the bug spray, shooting the flames into the space in front of me. It screamed and I wasted no time closing my door, locking it, and starting the car. It tried to stop me, but my foot pressed on the gas, tires squealing out of the parking lot, leaving a nightmare that will haunt me forever. I still remember that night. I killed him. It was dark, the moon hanging over the mountains in an indigo sky. The tombstones lined up, one after another. He was weeping for his lover. She had passed away the day before. A gunshot to the head. No one knew who did it. No one except me. I was the murderer. She'd been home alone, baking her dear husband apple pie, and I'd arrived and shot her in the head. It wasn't like I had no reason to. There were many occasions that led up to this event. First, she would make fun of my glasses in front of everyone. Then, she would make fun of my virginity. Once, she even had the audacity to make fun of my deceased grandmother, because, somehow, she thought that my pain and loss were hilarious. Finally, I'd followed through with my plan. I knew Arthur wouldn't be home yet. He always worked late on Fridays, tying up loose ends. I had a key because she trusted me. I brought a gun, I walked in, I shot her in the head, and she fell to the ground. I took the apple pie out of the oven so poor Arthur wouldn't have to deal with it, and that was that. I hate to admit this, but the sound that the gun made when it killed her actually satisfied me. I felt immensely powerful and immensely proud of myself for what I'd done, but only for a split second. After that, I realized that I was very wrong to kill this woman. I was in the graveyard at midnight with Arthur because I'd talked myself into killing him too. I'd told myself that, somehow, he would be happier if he was with her. That's how my sick mind used to work. I was killing him because it was in his best interest. He'd be too lonely here on earth, without his wife. I'd say that they were both going to heaven, but, I'm afraid, they'd actually both be going to hell because I was convinced she was evil. I still remember my fingers pulling the trigger. The shadow of a man falling to the ground. The silence that followed. I remember throwing the weapon on the ground, putting my head in my hands, and letting the tears stream down my face, wondering what the hell I'd done. By the luck of the draw, I suppose, if one can call it luck, I've never been behind bars. They weren't well known in the neighborhood. No one knew who did it. I'd worn gloves and hidden the gun so they couldn't trace my DNA to them. I thought getting caught would be the worst punishment on earth. Trust me, it's not. I almost wish I was behind bars. I wish someone knew my secret. I wish someone knew what I had done to these people. That I, Thomas Macerson, am a murderer, through and through. Their ghosts still haunt me to this day. I see the blood as they fall to the floor every night in my nightmares. At first, I was afraid of getting caught. I would have nightmares about a police officer showing up and cuffing me, sending me straight to prison. Now, I am scared of going to hell. I am alone in this cabin in the woods. No one knows who I am. I have a bottle of whiskey to keep me company every night. No friends. No family. I don't deserve them. No one should know who I am. No one deserves to. I still have the gun I used to commit murder, right by the rocking chair. I use it for deer now, if I'm really angry. I have a good aim, but, more often than not, the blood is too much for me to bear these days. I hide out in these woods, hoping no one will ever find me, but any murderer will tell you, anyone with a semblance of empathy at least, that it is impossible to escape a guilty conscience. It's impossible to escape the dreams that refuse to stop haunting you, to see the life leaving someone's eyes, even if that someone was your worst enemy. It is impossible to escape the shame of taking another person's life. It is impossible not to hear the voices of what you have convinced yourself are these people's ghosts, taunting you constantly about how evil you are. When I go back to the graveyard, it's worse. I can swear that I see their apparitions, but they fade away the minute I reach out my finger to touch them or ask them a question, or try to apologize. They haven't forgiven me. They never will. How could they forgive me for cutting their lives short? Something only God has the right to do. How could they? I haven't even forgiven myself. I stare at the moon rising over the mountains and urge myself to look at their graves, daring their spirits to come out. I punish myself this way. I feel that I deserve some kind of punishment, yet I can't even begin to think about turning myself in. If other people knew what I'd done, if I couldn't take walks in these mountains, I don't know if I could bring myself to live another day. They whisper to me that I am a sinner, that I will go to hell, that they will never stop haunting me. An apology begins to leave my lips, a hope in my chest that, somehow, they can forgive my unforgivable act, yet, before I can utter one, they disappear into the night. I sit and I hold my head in my hands, rocking back and forth, desperately fighting the tears that burst through my eyes, moaning, not caring if anyone hears me. A police car passes on the street. It doesn't stop. I don't know whether to feel relief or torture. The pit in my stomach gets bigger. I try to escape these demons by going back to my cabin, but they will continue to haunt me for the rest of eternity. I'm sure of it. That's what I deserve. The flickering of the library lights was tantamount to blaring alarms. Larissa groaned internally as she brought her head up from the desk. It was well past midnight at this point, not an unreasonable time for somebody her age to be awake, but unpleasant nonetheless. Once she spotted it, she had no idea how long the shadow had been there. The shadow was tall and flickered along with the yellow library lights. She had to turn her head only slightly to see what, or rather who, cast it, a tall man as disheveled and tired as she. He met her eyes with a sheepish grin and small hand wave. His dark clothes were wrinkled, like they'd been slept in. His tawny hair wasn't much better, much like he'd been running through wind. She could practically smell the caffeine rolling off him. "Sorry," he said. "I hope I didn't scare you." Rolling his bag off his shoulder, he slunk into a seat across from her. The only thing Larissa had to fear was embarrassing herself in front of this oddly attractive stranger. He wore circle-lensed glasses that would make anybody else look dorky. On him, they looked sophisticated and mature, even with the small crack running through one lens. His eyes, bloodshot as they were the most startling green Larissa had ever seen. The way the lights wavered seemed to set his features in uncertainty, like his eyes wouldn't be in the same place if she looked away and back. Or maybe it was her lack of sleep that made her think that. "Not at all," she said, pushing a hand through her black hair. Hand to her mouth, she stifled a yawn. That made the stranger smile. "You, too, huh?" Larissa nodded. "You know how it goes," she said, raising her arms in a stretch. "What class are you studying for?" The man reached into his bag and produced a human brain, plopping it down on the table with a satisfied smile. "Neuro 320. I have to be able to name every line and squiggle on this thing by tomorrow." Larissa eyed the model. Perfect timing, huh? To be carrying around a brain, I mean. The stranger's eyes crinkled as he smiled. "I guess so," he said. "This is about as much as I'm getting into the holiday spirit." "What?" Larissa asked. "No trick-or-treating?" He shook his head. "I wish," he said. For some reason, people are a lot more comfortable with little kids knocking on their doors at night than with grown men. "You could knock on my door. I wouldn't mind." The man smiled, that same crinkle around those gorgeous green eyes. A blush grew across his cheeks and his gaze alternated from the table to Larissa. "Oh. I'm flattered." Larissa sat blankly for a moment. Had he just read her thoughts? Just what was he studying in that neuroscience class? "Huh?" she asked. He raised a hand to the back of his neck. "I mean, I hope it was a compliment," he said. All Larissa could hear was the insufferable buzz of the lights and her own heart. She counted 7 beats before she came to the awful realization, one more terrifying than any amount of Halloween staples. Did I say that out loud? The man's eyes opened a little wider. Did you not mean to? He asked. Larissa considered hiding under the table. Her hair fell into her face as she withdrew on herself. I'm so sorry, she said. I'm just super tired and sometimes I say things without thinking and dash. Don't worry about it, the man said, cutting her off before she could dig that hole any deeper. Really? He paused. You could knock on my door, too, he added, his voice softer now. If she hadn't been able to focus before, there was no way she'd be able to now. It took her a moment to build up the courage to look the man in the eyes. I'm Darren, by the way. Larissa, she said. That moment right there could have made up for all the sleeplessness in the world. Could have. It ended too soon. Muffled words of alarm rang out from somewhere in the library. Larissa's head flit toward the noise. Around a shelf hurried a group, talking frantically in hushed tones. Their shadows passed them, also distorted by the bad lighting. She watched Darren's neck crane towards them as they walked past, then returned to her once they'd gone. What do you think that was about? He asked. Occam's razor said there were a multitude of sane reasons college students could be acting as they were, but the worry on their face was far too severe for a bad test score. I don't know, Larissa admitted, watching the way they'd left. She turned back to Darren. Do you think we should be worried? She asked. I hope not, he said, dark brows knitting together. Shootings don't really happen in the middle of the night, right? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. He pressed it once, twice, but nothing happened. It's dead, he cursed. Do you have your phone on you? Larissa shook her head, embarrassment setting in. I forgot it at home. Of all the days to come unprepared. Darren pursed his lips. I'll be able to find the news on a school computer, he said, rising swiftly from his seat. Wait here, he said, hands outstretched. Where else would she go? Leaving her corner of the library seemed not only stupid but terrifying as Darren strode to a wall of monitors and aggressively wiggled the mouse. He smacked on the keys like they owed him money, mouth moving almost imperceptibly every time it took more than a second for something to load. Had the flickering always been this loud, or was fear just making it more perceptible? Darren read something. He had to have. What other reason would there be for the way his face blanched and body tensed? He looked toward her, dread etched on his handsome face. He froze completely. The only things moving were the shadows that hitched in sync with the lights. Larissa hadn't realized how noisy the lights were until they were all off. Darkness overtook the building. No light. No more buzzing. But there was still sound, the slap of frenetic footprints disappearing down a black hall. Larissa sighed and rose from her seat. This certainly threw a wrench into things. Stalking past the computers, she didn't have to wonder what had sent Darren into such panic. She knew exactly what she'd see if the screen lit up, an alert of some kind. An APB. Was that what they called it? It didn't matter. She knew what would be in it regardless, a name. Cynthia Barlow. Next to the name would be a picture. A mugshot, to be more specific. It would be of a pale young woman with long, black hair and big brown doe eyes. Cynthia reached into the pocket of her pants where the knife had practically been burning a hole. Its weight in her hand, she felt much better. She stretched stiff legs as she haunted down the halls. With that insufferable buzzing gone, it was easy to listen for footsteps. Her mouth split into a smile, no laugh escaped her lips. She doubted Darren could hear her, but whispered the words anyways, trick or treat.
The little boy had long known that there are no monsters, nor witches, nor zombies or vampires. As a courageous kid, he wasn't afraid of ghosts or aliens, although he had seen a picture of the latter. It had large, black, scary eyes, but his daddy reassured him that it's not real, that aliens don't exist. He was no longer afraid of the dark either. He had slept through the nights peacefully, until one night, when he had to go to the bathroom. In his dark room, he got the feeling of being watched. He immediately recognized the long-forgotten old fear that most of us leave behind in childhood. What exactly scared him he did not know, but for safety's sake he headed for the bathroom with hurried steps. While he was doing his business, he was thinking about what could have scared him and, finding no other explanation, he decided that he must have had a bad dream. He didn't remember it, but he had heard that people often forget their dreams as they wake, and with that thought he put an end to the story. He is a brave boy who won't get scared by some stray specter in a dream. He'll laugh at it all in the morning, and he decided that he won't tell his parents about it, lest they think he's a sissy. As he returned to his room, he again felt like being watched. It wasn't getting nearer, it didn't approach him, it didn't reach out after him to grab his ankle as he imagined it would in those old fears. He merely had the impression that somebody is watching him. But he didn't let these sinister feelings take control of him, and he kept his composure as he slowly, confidently placed one foot before the other and walked back to his bed step by step. He pulled the blanket right up to his chin, and knowing that he acted bravely, he fell back to sleep with a smile on his face. He barely remembered anything of it in the morning, and indeed, the sunlight dispersed all his fears, banishing them to thousands and thousands of light years away, far from the world of the light of day. He went to school nonchalantly, leaving the monsters of the night behind. The only thing that worried him was that he couldn't find his favorite teddy bear. At night, he again felt that somebody was watching him. Stronger than last night, he almost knew that there is someone else in the room with him, waiting for him to get out of his bed. And now he also knew where that somebody or something is, under his bed. This time he did get scared. Last night he only felt like being watched indifferently, tonight it felt threatening and dangerous. The sudden terror made him forget that he wanted to go to the bathroom. Cautiously he pulled the blanket over his head, lest that something under his bed notice that he was awake, for if he sleep, he thought, it wouldn't attack. This time it took a considerable length of time to fall asleep, and he made sure that neither his arms nor his legs, or even the blanket, hung off the bed, for that something would immediately grab it and pull it under. In the morning he told his parents about the last 2 nights. They, of course, didn't believe him, and to prove that they're right, they went up to his room together, pulled up the bed sheet and looked under the bed. His daddy even used his flashlight to show that there's nothing in there, and the only thing they found was his lost teddy bear. Thus knowing that there's nothing scary or dangerous under the bed calmed him down considerably, and although his dark thoughts and fears didn't go away the way they did the previous morning, in the evening he went into his room to go to bed all alone. He held his teddy bear close and slept calmly that night, as well as the next 2 nights, until on the 6th night he again woke up from his sleep. Again he felt that threatening presence under the bed, again his little heart was grabbed by fear's ice-cold fingers, but he resolved he won't get scared. With the teddy bear in his hand he shot out of bed and ran to the bathroom. And all the while he knew that somebody was watching him, somebody was seeing him, somebody was behind him. A cold chill ran up and down his spine, until he was out of the room, and the moment he stepped out of the bed, he knew that something is reaching after him with its big and strong hands, and it was only his nimbleness that saved him from those hideous fingers and claws that would pull him under the bed, into the darkness, into a different, terrifying world. When he finished his job he hesitated for a moment whether he should go back to his room or go to his parents' bedroom, even if they would think he was a sissy. Either way, to reach their bedroom he had to go past the door of his own room. he will make the decision when he gets there. By the time he was reaching his door, he gathered some courage from his teddy bear and came to the decision that no monster will chase him out of his own bed. Stepping through the door, the presence of an intangible threat almost slapped him in the face, triggering the kind of fear that to common sense is perfectly baseless, yet it convinces the soul that it's very real. But the little boy was undaunted. With teddy bear grasped tightly in his hand and eyes set on the ceiling, he blazed his trail amongst his fears, across the darkness towards his bed. When he was almost at the bed, suddenly something hit his left ankle, and it was like something, probably claws, tried to tear up the skin to get to his flesh. He immediately leapt back and swirled around his vertical axis, tore the door open, which he left open when he came in, and ran out of his room screaming desperately. He ran to his parents. The screaming woke them up, so they were waiting for him with the light on, confused and dumbfounded by the hysterical state he was in. "It touched me, it wanted to catch me," he screamed at the top of his lungs, crying and trembling in fear. "It touched me." His parents didn't understand what he was talking about, and tried in vain to calm him down. In the end, they laid him between themselves in the middle of the bed, where he finally fell asleep, but his mind, on the borderline between wakefulness and sleep, registered as his mother whispered to his father, "You shouldn't have told him that story, I told you. He's just a child." That night he had a bad dream, and this time he vividly remembered it in the morning. In his dream, his favorite teddy bear was chasing him with a rifle in its hand, room to room in the dark house, and he tried to call out for his sleeping parents in vain. Only barely audible whispers and moans left his throat. No matter how hard and desperately he tried, his vocal cords had failed him. On the 7th morning, the little boy didn't show up at the family table for breakfast, so his mother went up to his room. Finally they could convince him to return to his own bed, not wanting him to be late in school or leave home